Welcome, Ravi Kumar sir. Ravi Kumar sir, we'll start in next 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yes, sir. Welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Powder sir, we'll start in 2 minutes.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, sir. Dr. Vijaya Lakshmi, are you there in this session? Dr. Vijaya Lakshmi?
Yes, madam, I'm there.
Yes. Can we start with the session?
Yes, madam, please start with the
Yes,
session.
yes. Ravi Kumar sir, may we please start? Powder sir?
Yes, yes, madam.
Yes. Ravi Kumar sir? Ravi Kumar sir?
Yeah, you can start. You can
Yes,
start.
sir. All right. Fine. So, very good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the day 2 of Let's Act Summit, where we proceed to educate ourselves with the acts and the rules and regulations which govern the medical profession in the country and in the state of Maharashtra. Before we begin, I request Dr. Vijaya Lakshmi Shinde, President of IMA Dombivli, to please welcome the gathering on day 2 of the summit.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all for today's session. Like yesterday, we had a grand attendance and absolutely expert sessions guiding us throughout the day. I expect today also we will all enjoy the sessions, and my best wishes to all the speakers and the organizing team of Let's X Summit for even for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. And before we begin, some important instructions for the delegates. Everyone is requested to be in the meeting with their own name. If your Zoom presence shows your device name, hospital name, any short forms, etc., please change it to your own name. Please mark your attendance in the chat box with your name and the MMC number. Questions intended for the speaker for any particular session have to be entered in the chat box, and our co-chair and moderators will be taking them up at the end of the time, if the time permits. We will verify attendance of both the days, yesterday's and today's, and after that the MMC credit points will be credited directly into your our MMC web page. I mean, on the portal, and no hard certificates, hard copies of the certificates will be issued. So MMC points will be directly uploaded on the MMC portal, and the whole process of verification, uploading the points on the MMC portal and them being credited in your account, that takes almost a month's time. So after a month's time, you may check your credit points in your own account on the MMC webpage, your own particular webpage. So without wasting much time, we will be beginning with the first session. Our first session today is issues of healthcare and HBI. The healthcare delivery system in India is in transition. In a country where more than 80% of the healthcare is provided by private players, it is important to strengthen small and medium hospitals to deliver healthcare with quality and safety. IMA Hospital Board of India is one of the strong wings of Indian Medical Association, looking after well-being of healthcare establishments in the country and help them in solving the many issues which are faced by healthcare establishments. To speak about issues of healthcare in HBI, we have with us National Chairman, IMA Hospital Board of India, Dr. A.K. Ravikumar. Warm welcome to the summit, sir. To chair the session, we have Dr. Arun Paude, sir, who is the past chairman of IMA Hospital Board of India, IMA Maharashtra State, and past president of IMA Maharashtra State. And to co-chair the session, we have Dr. Amar Singh Pawar. To moderate this session, we have Chairman of IMA Hospital Board of India, Dombivli branch, Dr. Hemant Patil. So I request Dr. Hemant Patil to please take the session forward.
Thank you, madam. Good morning to everyone. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to introduce our today's speaker, Dr. A.K. Ravikumar. He is a general laparoscopic and diabetic foot care surgeon, director, Mauthi Nursing Home Private Limited, national chairman, IMA Hospital Board of India, member IRDA Health Insurance Forum. He is a project coordinator for Rotary Global Grand Project on Save Limbs in Diabetics. He is a course coordinator for Diabetic Foot Fellowship Certificate course of IMA Tamil Nadu. He is a certified quality implementer for hospitals, past honorary state secretary of IMA Tamil Nadu. He is a chairman of Hospital Costing Committee, which did costing on government standards, ex-member of the Clinical Establishment Act Formulation Committee of Tamil Nadu. During his various capacities in IMA, he was awarded Best Office Bearer Awards many times, both at state and national levels. Receiver of Rotamind Award 2010, Doctor of Excellence Award for Healthcare Services and Tamil Nadu Medical Council, Best Doctor Awardee 2021. We welcome you, sir, and we are thankful for accepting as a speaker for this session. Now, next we have chairman of this session, Dr. Arun Paude, sir. He is MBBS MD in medicine, past president IMA Maharashtra State, past chairman Hospital Board of India IMA Maharashtra State, chairman Indian Red Cross District Branch Wardha, Maharashtra State Executive Committee member, IMA CWC member, founder member of Red Cross Society and Niramaya, a low-cost medicine scheme at RV, and a life member Rotary Club of Gandhi City, Wardha. Thank you, sir. Our co-chair for today's session is Dr. Amar Singh Pawar, sir. He is a consulting anesthesiologist and director of Baramati Hospital at Baramati, past senior vice president IMA Maharashtra State, chairman Disaster Management Cell IMA Maharashtra State, and past CWC member. I thank all of you for being part of this summit. And now I request our chairperson, Dr. Arun Paude sir, to please invite the speaker and ask him to take today's session. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Dr. Patil. Namaskar. Good morning to you all. At the outset, I thank Team IMA and that is Dr. Mangesh and Archana Patil for opportunity to chair the session of our SBI headquarters chairman, Dr. Ravi Kumar, in this excellent ACT summit. Friends, we are not in wing of IMA and is the brainchild of our past national president, Dr. Vinay Agrawal, and is equally supported by our president-elect national, Dr. Ashokan Ravi Wankhedkar, Dr. Lele, and our Maharashtra patron Ashoka Rao. Our two leaders from Maharashtra, that is Mangesh Patil and President-elect Maharashtra Dinesh Thakre, are actively working at national state level for small and medium-sized hospitals. Dr. Ravi Kumar is our chairman and he is small and medium-sized hospitals. And these are the insurance, bio-based, and CA, etc. So I welcome Dr. Ravi Kumar and request him for his talk. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for the invite. And it gives me a great pleasure to be part of this venture, which being taken up by the IMA Dombivli. Congratulations to Dr. Mangesh Patil, Dr. Archana Patil, and their team for having organized this program in a very wonderful way. And the topics which they have selected is absolutely the need of the hour for each and every practitioners across the country in this situation. And the topic given to me today is can I share the slides?
Sir, you are the co-host, sir. You'll be able to share slides at your end. Yes, sir.
Is it visible now?
Sir, not yet. You have started screen sharing, but screen is not visible. Yes, it is visible now, sir.
Is it visible now? Okay.
If you can make it full screen, sir.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yeah, thank you. So I am proud to say that the Hospital Board of India got launched in Coimbatore in 2011, my place in Tamil Nadu, when I was the State Secretary of the Hospitals Board of Tamil Nadu. So it's a great pleasure. And now I am the chairman for the same Hospital Board of India. And I am proud to say that Dr. Mangesh, Dr. Dinesh Thakre, Dr. Jayesh Lele sir, all have, Dr. Ravi Wankhedkar, all have contributed so much to the Hospital Board of India from Maharashtra. So the problems, as you all know, it is day by day, it is only increasing, it is not decreasing. And it's our problems and we have to find the solutions for our own self. When you take the evolution of the healthcare, the earlier ancient days, the temples where the patients used to go and worship and get the treatment done with the help of the God. And then they came the faith healers, where the God-man were healing the problems and the diseases. Then they evolved to the naturopathy treatment, and slowly it got evolved to the systems of medicine like Ayurveda, Homeo, Siddha, and Allopathy. So earlier days, it was only the faith in the God, faith in the God-man, faith in the naturalist. And when we started examining the patients, when we started touching up the patients and the rapport between the patients and the relatives with the doctor came in and the family doctor concept stepped in. And at that moment, if you see, the payments were only secondary. The people used to come, take the treatment. The doctors, we also were not very keen in getting the fees from them because they were all very genuine that one fine day, a cart load of groceries will come into your house. And that was the nature of the affection and the relationship which we had between the doctors and the patients. But as the evolution and the advances in the medical aid took part, the technological advances came in, newer treatment modalities came in. So the investment in the cost got increased, the cost of the treatment got increased. Patients also started expecting, demanding, and their expectations went up. They wanted to have comfort. Need for the quality healthcare was the prime importance. They expected transparency. They demanded their rights, the patient's rights, to be fulfilled. So the faith slowly got converted into consumerism. And as it got converted into consumerism, the money became the primary importance, because it was the demands, it was the quality healthcare which we had to give, and the cost got raised. So the money, as it entered into as the primary one, the doctor-patient relationship got lost, and the arguments stepped in, and the practicing to the expectations, the quality at the affordable cost. That is one of the most difficult situation which all of us we face. Let it be the OP, IP, the manpower, administration, diagnostics, pharmacy, you take anything. There are various government departments with regulations. Yesterday you had various acts being talked about by all our experts, the CEA, labor, pollution control, fire safety, panchayat, municipal corporation, you name anything, you have an act on that. And service tax, electricity board, insurance. So there are about more than 54 or 55 acts controlling the hospital and controlling us. So with changing attitude of the society and consumerism, every patient has become a potent litigant now. So we have to see each and every patient who is stepping into our hospital as a potent litigant. So we have to expect the violence whenever a patient steps in. So we have to take all protections over there. The current and the near future scenario, the lawmakers feels that they are under-regulated, and bringing in newer and stringent laws or changing penalty to imprisonment like CEA, CPA, and all other acts, right to health, and they stepped in, even preventing the violence against healthcare professionals bill being passed. The government feels that acts passed by the legislature are very lenient, and they make rules stringent and innovative, like the biomedical waste rules, PCP and DT rules, and all other registration rules, etc. came in. The judiciary felt that acts and rules are pro-doctor. They applied stringent formula in CPA. They in crores, they are giving the punishments, and they wanted to punish the doctors even for bad handwriting and the display of, you could have seen that in one of the verdict, we have to display our how many, the Madras High Court verdict, which said that we have to display how many attempts we took to pass MBBS. So situations are like that, and the police feels that the doctors are villains. They arrest the doctors without knowing the various acts, even if they know that there are various provisions that the doctors cannot be arrested under 304A. They just like that arrest the doctors with the 304A, and they take them into task. And the last comes the media. They don't, none of the media people are soft towards the doctors. They think that we are making money, and we are the villains for the public. So the public feels that they will not get justice on making complaints, and they take the law on their own hands, and they create all the problems. Then some of our own colleagues, our own people, they think that they are the best in practice, and they are so cordial with the patients, thinking that the sword is on their head behind. without knowing that. So they are the black ships which they help the above entities, the deeds, and they defame our own fraternity, and they are the masters to satisfy their own complexities. So in this situation, the practicing is like sitting on a firing pan, and it is driving the hospital is like negotiating the ship in a stormy weather. So how to overcome all those things? It is not the load that breaks you down. It is the way you carry it out. That is the formula to be followed. So you should not think that all these are the burdens. So it is all how we are going to handle this and tackle this is more important. For which we need education, we need training to all of us and all our staffs and the entire healthcare, and we have to be united. We have to be united, not only united, that we have to work as a team. And the importance of the association is very, very crucial. And every one of us should join the association, the Hospital Board of India. Though the health is a state subject, the states will take care. But the national body, as a Hospital Board of India, as a national body, they have to coordinate with the state body and help in tackling the problems. The role of Hospital Board of India to represent and safeguard the interests of all healthcare institutions and their personnel. Some of the objectives are to assist to provide quality healthcare, to represent and safeguard the interests of all healthcare institutions and their personnel, to monitor and intervene in all legislations regarding hospitals being considered by the Parliament or the state legislatures, to represent and negotiate on behalf of the hospitals the issues of the concern to the hospital with the governments and other appropriate local, state, national, and international authorities, to develop, adapt, and endorse standards and the protocols for the hospital services, because the quality healthcare is the most important one. So for that, we have standardized, to get the standardize the hospitals, we have administrative protocols to be followed, technical protocols to be followed, business protocols to be followed. In the administrative protocols, the Hospital Board of India have started giving life membership numbers. It has been assigned to all the members of the Hospital Board of India, the life membership numbers. We are maintaining the database of the bed strength, facilities, and all other activities. And we are fighting with the administrations, the government, and getting the hospital-friendly acts, trying to get the hospital-friendly acts. We try to sensitize the authorities about the various acts and the plus and minuses of those acts. And technically, to improve the hospital standards, we help in accreditation of the hospitals. I have to congratulate Dr. Mangesh Pate, who was very critical in bringing out nearly 1,300 or 1,500 hospitals across Maharashtra and getting them accredited in the NABH accreditation. Congratulations to Dr. Mangesh. And periodical updation, we are giving it and giving solutions for the day-to-day problems. We invariably get 5 to 10 calls daily to handle what all the problems they have, and we help them. And standardizing the paramedical staff, it is very, very important, and we have protocols being done for that. Sorry, my slide is not moving. 1 second. Yeah,
Yes, sir, it's moving. Yeah.
Hospital board, we have to think the hospital board and our members together as a corporate. You just imagine 30,000 members in the hospital board, and each and every hospital, you just take just 10 beds per hospital, 30,000 hospitals into 10, 3 lakh beds. So 3 lakh beds, we are the biggest corporate and the strongest people. So we can negotiate with the equipment purchase, we can negotiate with the drugs, pharmaceuticals. So we are planning to come out with the group purchase. We are going to come out with the standardization of the charges for the insurance purpose. Already we have worked out, and the IMA, and I was the committee chairman, and we developed the costing, and we have come out with the minimum basic rates on which we can sustainably work. And we are going to come out with those standard charges, and we will be circulating to all our members so that below those charges, no one should charge, because it will be not feasible for us at this level of giving quality health care. And standardization of the consultant charges and staff salary also, we are going to come out with the program. And improving the public relations by conducting public programs is the order of the day. So on this line, National Health Insurance Summit was organized in Coimbatore last month, and it was well attended. Nearly around 500 delegates from across the country, they took part. We involved the General Insurance Council and the various health insurance, and we came out with the resolutions and recommendations. These are the single window system of empanelment of all the hospitals, irrespective of whether all the eligible hospitals, they have to be empaneled. So this has been passed, and they are going to get, all the hospitals will be empaneled with all the insurers and the TPAs. And bringing out policies to attract missing middle population, because in the population, if you see, the higher income group people are taking their own insurance, the lower class people are being covered with the government insurance, but the middle class and middle segment people are not being covered with the insurance. So we have to come out with the policies which will be very feasible for them, and they are the breadwinners for the smaller and medium hospitals. So we are planning to come out with good policies and common grievance redressal forum. If you take, we don't have any platform to represent. We cannot represent to IRDA, we cannot represent to Ombudsman. So we have passed a resolution that a common grievance redressal forum or tribunal will be formed, so that we can, all the stakeholders can represent in that forum and get the solutions for all the problems which we face in the insurance industry. A committee for standardization of the hospitals and scientific costing for hospitals and common template for standard cost will be formed. The IMA Hospital Board of India will be involved in all insurance-related policy-making bodies of IRDA and General Insurance Council. So IMA and General Insurance Council will work to implement all these resolutions in a timeline frame. The next, last month we had a national CES summit, where at Mira Bhayandar, and where the various state CEAs were discussed threadbare, and we have collected all the good points and beneficial points for the healthcare from the various CEAs, and we are compiling it, and we are going to represent to the central government to make amendments in the central CEA, and also we will be requesting all the states to take up these favorable points and get their own acts get amended. So that is based on that we have conducted this, and in future we are planning to have the biomedical waste summit similar to this, Fire Act summit also we are going to plan it, and we are also planning to have a summit on the Consumer Protection Act in the future. And on this we have developed 12 modules to help all our members and the subchapters to percolate the importance and percolate to have a smooth running of their concern. The one is the communication skill module, so which is very, very important. Unless the communication is perfect, we will end up in problems. More the number of your staff get trained in effective communication, lesser will be the overall complaints, more will be the happiness and more revenue, because mouth to mouth publicity is the most important one. Empathetic communication from doctor's side improves the recovery of the patient very well. And the second module is the documentation. Documentation. It is very, very important. Unless we document whatever we do it, we cannot prove wherever we go. And the documentation also helps in following up the patients for the benefit of the patient itself. It is not only the proper documentation is more important. It is also that every department, right from the OP, IP, emergency care, the documentation is very, very important. And not only the documentation is important, you have to preserve those documentations properly and maintain it so that it will be useful at the point of need. So time is like a river. You cannot touch the same water twice, because the flow that has passed will never pass again. Enjoy every moment of your life. The third module which we have developed is the synergy and cognitive empathy, where we are planning to give tips and training and guidance to our staffs and all the people in conducting the programs in their hospitals, and the interactive sessions with the public, interactive sessions with the various authorities are more important to have a synergy and cognitive empathy. And staff welfare programs, we have to take care of our staffs, and we have to make our medical practice society-oriented with obvious, deliberate and transparent disclosure of empathy and self-regulation of others. And the fourth module is the various insurance related to the hospitals. It is not the insurance, our insurance, Mediclaim insurance, but the insurance related to the hospital, because we take health insurance, but we never bother to take insure our hospital, insure the fire insurance. We are not bothered about it. We don't insure the various equipments which we have in the hospital. So we are coming out with the various methods how we can do that. And the medical jousting prevention cell. The bad mouthing, which I told that our people are our villains. So the bad mouthing, it has to be curtailed, and we have to take stringent action through the association against people who are doing this. And medical legal cell, whenever there is a medical emergency, the doctor handles it confidently because of his previous training. But whenever there is a medical legal emergency, he feels helpless and depends on lawyers who have insufficient medical knowledge. So, committed to empower our members and hospitals through local branches by forming medical legal cells by our own fraternity doctors. The PPLSS.
Sir, beg me pardon, sir. A gentle reminder for time, sir.
Yeah, it's almost done. Only 3 slides more.
Okay, thank you.
And regarding the public awareness, we have to create awareness to the public. We have to conduct programs. The local bodies should conduct programs with the public. We have to create awareness to the public about the various laws, various rights they have, various rights we have. So everything has to be brought to them. We have to conduct public programs and public grievance redressal cell. The Nasik, they have got a very good grievance redressal cell. So we ourselves can have a good grievance redressal cell, so that the consumer problems and the patients going to the medical council can be prevented. The assaulters study response cell, the assaulters who are all the major culprits who are creating the problem, and we have to assess them and find out them and negotiate with them and keep them under curtail. So we have to form a cell for that. And violence against doctors, you all know, it is one of the most important one which the IMA headquarters is taking up and trying to get the bill. And the 11th module is the healthcare delivery to be led by the medical profession. The healthcare delivery, if you see, many of the corporates are being run by non-medical people. Many of the hospitals are being run by the non-medical people. So we want the medical people, the allopathic people to run our own healthcare system. And we will be giving the guidance about how to run that and to prevent cross-cutting. So stronger the HBI means stronger United Hospital Owners. So friends, you all join together, we will win and we will succeed. We can prevent all the problems and we can find solutions from all the problems, for all the problems. Thank you so much. Thanks for patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful lecture on latest problems. Now I request our co-chairperson, Dr. Amar Singh, sir, to please take any question and answer. Over to you.
Good morning, everybody. It was very nice lecture delivered by Dr. Ravi Kumar, sir. He was go through all the practice scenario from the beginning, in middle, and still now before Consumer Protection Act, after Consumer Protection Act, and he delivered very nice. In I think HBI Maharashtra state is doing very well under the guidance of Dr. Mangesh Patte, Dr. Archana Patte, and Dr. Dinesh Thakre. Then also our patron, Dr. Adhav sir and Dr. Ravi sir. These all people are doing very well for the HBI in Maharashtra. So if you have any question, please ask to the Ravi Kumar sir. He will be very happy to answer any question.
I think Dr. Bhatte had raised hand. I cannot see it now. Dr. Bhatte, would you like to ask any question? Please raise your hand so that we can invite you to ask your question.
If anybody have any question, they can give it in the chat and that can be answered afterward. Is it that, madam?
Sir, either ways, either they can write in the chat box, or if they raise hand, we can invite one or two questions from the audience.
Yeah. If anybody raise hand, the questions will be very well entertained.
Okay, sir,
We
I think
request
there are no questions.
Dr. Ravi Kumar, sir, to please be in the session. So if anyone writes in the chat box, sir, you can answer them there.
Yes, sure. I will be online, sir. I have surgery, but I will be online. I can answer. I will be with hands free. No problems.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I request our chairperson, Dr. Paude, sir, to please thanks today's speaker and summarize the session, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Kumar and IMA team, Dombivli. Dr. Ravi Kumar has covered all the subject very well. He mentioned the aims of the HBI and their standard protocols and role of association and requesting our doctors to join the association. He also details the role of HBI and he totally the details on my, your and our problems and solution. Standardization of hospitals, different charges, insurance policies, CA summit and modules of HBI. And he gives the importance to the documentation. We all are aware that documentation saves us from any legal problems. It comes in your practice. So excellent talk. He also talked on the medical sales and the public programs. So I congratulate, I thanks Dr. Ravi Kumar and team IMA. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now on behalf of IMA Dombivli, I will like to present the certificate of appreciation to Dr. A.K. Ravi Kumar sir for a comprehensive and elaborate session for medical professionals on issue of Healthcare and Hospital Board of India during online medical legal Let's Act Summit organized by IMA Dombivli on Sunday 30th July 2023. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ravi Kumar sir. Thank you, Dr. Pawar sir, and thank you, Dr. Paude sir, for being part of this wonderful summit. Now I request Dr. Archana Patte madam to carry forward the summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi Kumar sir, for that elaborate session on issues of healthcare and HBA. And HBA is definitely doing a wonderful job, definitely at the headquarter level. And also, I am a Maharashtra State HBA under Dr. Anil Patil is also doing wonderful job. So yes, everybody must become a part of IMA Hospital Board of India, and united we can definitely try to solve many issues that the healthcare establishments are facing in recent times, and they are only going to escalate. Thank you, Paude sir, for finding time from your busy schedule and attending today's session. And thank you so much, Dr. Amar Singh Pawar, for being there on this session. So before we move on to the next session, I warmly welcome past president of IMA Maharashtra State, Dr. Milind Naik sir, Dr. Hozi Kapadia sir. They are already there in the session. I welcome Dr. Dilip Kamath sir, who's patron of IMA Pimpri Chinchwad branch. Warm welcome to the session, sir. Dr. Vilas Bhore, warm welcome to the session. So we move on to the next session. The speaker and the chair co-chair are already there in the summit. So prenatal diagnostic techniques, this act was passed in 1994. This PNDT Act was amended in 2003 to Preconception and Prenatal Diagnostic Technique Act, that is PCPNDT. The aim was to reduce female feticide, and the act covers prohibition of sex selection before or after conception, regulation of prenatal diagnostic techniques, and prevention of misuse for sex determination, and is very important for our radiologists and obstetricians. But is the act, having only positive aspects? I mean, in the past, there have been instances where our doctors have been harassed for even the technical errors. So what is the scenario today, and what the doctors are supposed to know? To talk about the nuances of this act, we have with us Dr. Manish Machwe. Warm welcome to the summit, Dr. Machwe. To chair this session, we have past president of IMA Maharashtra State, Dr. Milind Naik sir. To co-chair this session, we have eminent pediatrician from Nashik, Dr. Rajendra Kulkarni sir. And we have Dr. Sushil Shinde, who is IVF specialist from Dombivli, a part of IMA Dombivli. So warm welcome to you, Dr. Shinde. Please take over the session.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, madam. I would like to welcome the next speaker, Dr. Manish Machwe, sir. He's there in the session right now. He's an obstetrician and gynec endoscopic surgeon in Pune. He's a chairperson of Ethics and Medical Legal Committee, FOXY. He's a managing committee member of IH. He's an MTP committee member, Pune Corporation. He's also a chairperson, advisory committee of PCPNDT Pune District. I welcome you, sir, for the next talk. Then we have Dr. Milind Naik, sir. He's the chairperson for this session. He's NBBS, DFM, FCGP, FIMS, LLB. He's a past president of IMA State, Maharashtra. He's a past national vice president of IMA headquarter 2013-14. He's a past joint secretary, honorary secretary, and vice president, and also president of IMA Nagpur branch right now. He's a past honorary secretary of IMA AMS Maharashtra State. He's a regular central working committee member since last 10 years. He's a president of Red Swastik Society Nagpur branch. He's a past state coordinator of RNTCP also. I welcome you, sir. And we also have Dr. Rajendra Kulkarni, sir. He's a session co-chair this time. He's a consultant pediatrician practicing at Nashik. He's a past president of IMA Nashik. He's a past vice president of IMA Maharashtra State. He's a past chairman, action committee of IMA Maharashtra State. He's a past CWC member. He has co-authored a new book like Policies and Protocols of Newborn, which is under publication right now. And he's a recipient of various state and national IMA awards. I welcome you all three for the session of PNDT. I'll request the Milind sir to introduce the speaker, to welcome the speaker for the talks.
Good morning, friends.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I welcome today's speaker, Dr. Machwe, for the very important topic of PCPNDT Act. I think it is a draconian act. Why I call it a draconian? Because in this act, the punishment in the form of sealing the machine is given before any investigation. There is no act in India where the punishment is given before inquiry or investigation. I think everybody who are doing this sonography or obstetrician or running the IVF center must read this act very carefully. Just not read this act, but you should mug up it. The provisions in the act should be on the tip of your tongue. So you can avoid the further problems faced by the IVF centers, because these government machineries are very much adamant as far as this act is concerned. And this being the central act, in this act, state government or local authorities can't change any rule or can't do anything under this act. So it is very important. I welcome Dr. Machwe for his deliberation. Thank you.
Should I start?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I have to thank IMA, Dr. Archana ma'am, Dr. Mangesh, Dr. Sushil, and everybody. There's some problem with my video, so it's not showing my face. So thank you all. Thank you, chairpersons. A fantastic program. I saw this. And let us discuss something about PCP and DT. I'll share my screen now. Is my screen seen?
No.
Yes, yes,
Sir,
sir. It
yes,
is
sir.
seen now. You'll have to make it full screen, sir.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
But you are not seen.
Sir, there's some problem with this thing.
Okay.
This thing. Just give me a minute and I'll make it full screen.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah, now is the screen seen now?
Yes, sir. It is.
Yes, sir, very well.
So thank you, everybody. I pray to Lord Ganesha to sail me through this presentation. We have a plethora of seniors here, and of course, their inputs will be very important. And let us see how we go about this. So this is me. Thank you for kind introduction and also allowing me to be a part of this session. I bring you greetings from Pune. So on a Sunday morning, when there's rains outside, of course, we all probably need a good vada pav or chai with us for breakfast and enjoy the Sunday. Point number one, which I completely and totally agree with Dr. Naik sir, is ignorance of law is no excuse. So you cannot say at any point in time that you did not know this particular act or you did not know this particular rule. And you have to know, and people who are doing ultrasound, either obstetric ultrasound or the radiologists, the IVF consultants, gynecologists, etc., everybody should know this PCP and DT Act. So what we'll do is we'll try and see if we can answer some basic questions. We'll consider some important issues, and we'll see if there are any more gray areas in the act which we have to go through. So this is PCP and DT Act 1994, and as you can see in the picture, this is not PCP and DT because, of course, this is postnatal, and the act says it is prenatal. So we have to understand that there are court orders and notifications which are given under the act. There's search and seizure sections, there's cancellation and suspension of registration, there is criminal action to be taken, and there's so many things, and there is an appeal which can be made in the court against this. Important is this, when there was this writ petition made in the year 2000, which is CHAT versus the Government of Union of India, and then henceforth the PCP and DT Act 1994 got implemented. So actually the act was made in 1994, but the implementation probably started from 2000 very strictly. What is it? This act prevents the misuse of prenatal diagnostic techniques. It prohibits advertisement for sex selection and sex-selected abortion. It permits and regulates the prenatal diagnostic techniques. So actually, this act is there to tell us in which situation these prenatal diagnostic techniques can be used and how they can be used and what is the paperwork, etc. And it also gives registration to institutions, registration to clinics. And of course, there are punishments given for violations of provisions. So I know that act was meant for something else, and as correctly said by our chairperson, it appears something else. So this lady, when she is in India, she appears differently. When she is in Pakistan, she appears differently. So that is how that PCP and DT Act has now become. It was made for something else, and it is now turning out to be something else. Has the focus shifted from preventing sex selection to obnoxious attitude? In years, maybe 3 or 4 years before, when there was crackdown on ultrasound clinics, etc., it was that way. But now I think things have settled down. I can tell you with the authority at my helm, because I sit as the advisory committee chairperson of PCP and DT for Pune district, we have reduced all these instances of corruption, all these instances of creating problems for doctors a lot. So again, I'll go to the zest of the matter, saying that we need to go and sit in these committees, then only things will be better. We can't depend on other people to help every time. So what are the authorities under the Act? There is a Central Supervisory Board, there is a State Advisory Board, there is Advisory Committee, and then there is Appropriate Authority. There are definite rights of the appropriate authority which are given in the Act. So the appropriate authority can grant, suspend, and cancel registration. They enforce standards of maintaining the genetic counseling center, laboratory, or clinic. These are three things under the Act. They will investigate complaints of breach, and of course, they will seek the advice of advisory committee. So if you are in the advisory committee, one of us has to sit. Again, I'm repeating, one of us has to go and sit in the committee. Last 19 years, I am the MTP committee member for Pune Municipal Corporation. And when we are there, then a lot of things change and a lot of things can be changed. So please understand that. These are few sections which are problematic. The section 20 deals with cancellation or suspension of registration. 21 contemplates giving notice to a person before cancellation. Section 22 gives the explanation given by that person or the clinic to the appropriate authority or advisory committee. And this section 23 is a little problematic, but as we said, it is a central act and the section is there to stay and we cannot change it. So this is a problematic section which says that the appropriate authority, if it is of the opinion that it is necessary in public interest and after recording reason in writing, may suspend the license. Now this gives immense power to the appropriate authority because they are cancelling the registration or suspending the registration without taking the advice of advisory committee. So there are few sections like this for which our body, Federation of Obstetric Gynec Societies of India, actually put a writ in Supreme Court. Unfortunately, because we lacked support from the legislature, we lost that case. Saying the Supreme Court judgment mentioned that all these sections are okay and they are not ultra vires to constitution. How would appropriate authority decided which section to apply, what is public interest, what are the reasons to be recorded is given nowhere, which means that this is gray area number 1 in the Act which still remains and which gives immense power to the appropriate authority. Section 31, protection of action taken in good faith. So in case the appropriate authority does seal the machine or suspend your registration, you cannot go against the appropriate authority because this is the immunity which the appropriate authority gets from the Act. So you cannot complain against the appropriate authority. The only thing remaining is to put an application to the advisory committee. And once the machine is sealed, please remember the only way you can deseal it is through an order of the court and nobody else can deseal the machine. So my suggestion herein is please do not fight with the appropriate authority. Please do not fear. Please do not bribe. And please, in any case, if there is a problem, you contact your own society. So this presentation was made for Pune Obstetric Gynec Society. So you call your president, you call the people whom you know and take their help. So do not try to fight with them and try to take help of people who are there, who understand, and then things can be sorted out in a very proper method. There are different rules. Rule 6.4 says inspection of center only after due notice of registration. A search and seizure can happen without notice. So please understand that for inspection, when these authorities come, there is a big hospital in Pune where the authority went for inspection twice. And the MBA medical director now in corporate hospitals are MBA guys. They don't understand the importance of this appropriate authority. That lady made the appropriate authority wait for 2 days, 2 hours and did not allow to him to conduct the inspection. Of course, third day when he found mistakes, he sealed all 6 machines. So please give them their due respect. Please understand that, if you have a cordial relation with them, things really become okay. But for search and seizure, they can come without notice in the absence of owner or doctor, or even if the machine is in a locked room, they can unlock it and see it. So this is the difference between coming for inspection and coming for search and seizure operation. We all understand that under the Act, there is genetic clinic, genetic laboratory, and genetic counseling center. And so what procedures are to be done at that particular place is where you ask for registration. So for example, if you run an IVF center, then you are registered at all 3 places. So you are registered as a genetic clinic, genetic counseling center, and a genetic lab. So there are so many questions which come to our mind, can a OBGYN specialist do ultrasound? What is 6 months training? What is the syllabus? Which institute it is available? Who can apply? What is competency exam? Who should give it? What if one fails the exam, etc. Yes, OBGYN specialist, radiologist, cardiologist can use the ultrasound machine. 6 months training provision is come in the Amendment Act because lot of old people who were only MBBS, machines were registered in their names. So what is to be done for those machines, because they do not have any radiologist or they do not have any gynecologist attached with them. So herein, the government, through a central committee, made a provision of 6 months training, which is available in government medical institutes or medical colleges. There is a syllabus given, 300 hours of sonography. You have to go and see there and attend and do. There are different institutes, I told you, which give this kind of training, and then there's a competency exam. And if you fail the exam, you can of course give it again. So this is what has come out of the meeting which held, and now this is part of the act. I told you, radiologist having PG qualification, OBGYN having PG qualification, DNB qualification, and MBBS graduate for 6 months training, which just now I told you. So it is decided clear fact that a registered medical practitioner with diploma in radiology OBGYN would not be required to undergo 6 months training. This 6 months training thing is only for MBBS doctors who want to get their machines registered. So who all can do? Person having adequate space, well-being, and employing a sonologist, radiologist, registered medical practitioner with PG diploma, 6 months training, 1 year experience in sonography or image scanning. Medical geneticist can set up a genetic counseling center or a clinic or genetic laboratory. Can a BAMS register under the Act? So there was this writ petition made through the High Court of Punjab and Haryana at Chandigarh, and notification was issued by government. And it said court maintained that such notification and government can't displace the requirement of Rule 3, which means that although the writ petition said that BAMS doctors can get the machine registered, but they will not get any registration because the Central Act under Section 3 clearly mentions that the person has to be a registered medical practitioner, which means minimum MBBS. So BAMS, BHMS guys cannot get this machine registered under their name. What about IVF clinics? I already told you, IVF clinics or ART centers. There is a ART Act now. We think PCPNDT Act is draconian, or it is a very difficult act to follow. Trust me, the ART Act and the Surrogacy Acts are even worse. So those people who are doing ART practice, they have to know both the acts, and ART Act, the compliance there is really, very, very, very difficult. So the ART guys have to take registration as genetic counseling center because they are doing prenatal diagnostic testing, etc., and genetic lab and genetic clinic. This was the amendment which came, and now it is again a part of the act about the fees which is to be applied. So 25,000 rupees for genetic counseling center lab, for clinics 35,000 for institution or hospital, and half that is for renewal. So it is 12,500 and 17,500 respectively for renewal, for which you have to make a DD in the name of the civil surgeon or the appropriate authority, and then you can get your registration. Please understand, the certificate is not transferable. Lot of times for renewal, people come, they apply, and then they say for renewal, you remove the name of XYZ and add the name of ABC. You have to again apply for re-registration. Certificate is not transferable, which means we cannot change names just because you apply. And renewal failure for 90 days, you have to understand there is a provision of deemed registration renewal after 2 months. My suggestion is the Act says that you have to apply for registration renewal 30 days before your expiry of registration. This is what we do and tell all our members to apply 2 months beforehand, because the advisory committee has to meet, the advisory committee has to go through all your documentation, and then your certificate of registration renewal you will get. So please apply at least 2 months in advance so that you are not delayed. No application for fresh registration renewal shall be accepted if the case is pending in court, of course. So if there is a case pending, then we cannot give registration renewal. The issue about F form, of course, the F form is very, very, very important now. Here in Maharashtra, the F form which is being filled is filled online. So things have become easier, because if you leave anything blank, then it is not getting submitted only online. So it is very important for us to fill the F form properly. And there's one presentation which I make for people who are filling this F form to go from word to word and how to fill that F form properly. Of course, there is advantages of submitting the F form online. Now, this F form online is not mentioned in the Act. This is something the government has made us to do because they want to lessen their work. Actually, filling of forms, etc., is the responsibility of the government, but they have put the responsibility on us. But it is good, because now if you fill the F form online within 24 hours with the letter and spirit of the Act, it is good, and incomplete F form is not getting submitted at all. Now, again, is there a restriction on the number of places a sonologist can visit? So Act will say that 2 places in a district. This has been challenged in Delhi High Court and the case is still pending there. But now, if you apply for more than 2 places in one district, then the appellate authority will take objection. So you have to understand that you can do sonography only at 2 places in one district, which also means that if you go outside the district, you are again, you can do sonography at 2 more places. So in one district, it is 2 places. If you go outside the district, again 2 more places you can apply. Can one arrange for locum sonologist when one is on leave or vacation? Yes, of course you have to arrange, but there has to be a 1 month notice. In Delhi, it is 7 days, but there's a 1 month notice which you have to give to the appellate authority and copy and certificates of that doctor. Of course, if there's an emergency and you have to rush out of your clinic, you have to shut the clinic, you have to close the sonography machine, you have to put a lock there and see that nobody else goes there. What are the things, what are the techniques, or in which situations you are supposed to do sex determination? So as I told you, this act is not for prohibition of sex selection. It is for us to know in which situations you can do. So these are the situations where you can do chromosomal abnormalities, genetic metabolic diseases, sex-linked genetic inborn anomalies, etc. So these are the situations where you can do a sex selection when you are using these tests. And of course, what are the conditions? Pregnant women more than 35 years, 2 or more spontaneous abortions, exposure to teratogens, physical deformities in the family, and any other conditions specified by Central Supervisory Board. So these are the situations, these are the reasons for which, if you want to, you can use these techniques to do sex selection. What are the steps one needs to take to deseal the machine? I already told you that the appeal for suspension of registration lies from the central government to the Central Advisory Committee, from the local government to the State Advisory Committee. But if you want to deseal the machine, it has to be done through the courts only. So suspension of registration is a different thing. Desealing of machine is a different thing. So please understand there are 2 different things. Machines and organization may be released if one pays the penalty which is given there. These machines and organizations shall be confiscated and further action be taken with the provision of section 23. So again, the moral of the story is you need to go to the courts to deseal this machine. Now again, intimation of change in the employees. I already told you the change in the employees, if it is there, has to be done 30 days prior to. And in case somebody just resigns and goes, please inform your appropriate authority within 7 days. A new registration is not required, but you have to inform change in employees. This is very, very, very important. Why are records important? Records are important because if you do not fill the records completely, then you are liable for punishment as sex determination done. So which also means that this is where another problem, I told you there's problem in section 20. This is another problem in section 4, 5 and 6, which says that a deficiency or inaccuracy is found, then it is contravention of section 5 and 6, which is sex determination. So this one punishment for everything. Har jurm ki ek hi saja hai. This is how that act has come up to be. Of course, informed consent of the patient is very, very important. According to section 5, you have to take informed consent of patient before doing any ultrasound or any prenatal diagnostic test. Now the problem came because in obstetrics, a lot of time the patients are bleeding, they are in coma, they are unable to give consent. Then what is to be done? So that is why third time I am telling that one of us has to go and sit in those committees to make such local adjustments. It is not there in the act. The act clearly says you have to take consent before you do a sonography. Now, if the patient is comatose and bleeding, etc., and not in a condition to give consent, then what is to be done? So we sat with the appellate authority and she said, you inform me and I will sign that form for the patient. And if the patient dies, then let the form be like that. And if the patient is okay, you can take signature later on. So these are local changes which can be done for situations which arise and which we clinicians know way better than people who are just sitting there. Again, this is what I told you, section 4.3, unless the contrary is proved, any deficiency in records will be considered as person conducting such sonography, and burden of proof is on the doctor. So everything is put on the doctor even if he is not or she has not completed the forms. So complete the record. What are the different records? There is register under Rule 9, Form F under Rule 9.4, all case related records, and they can be maintained on the computers. You have to maintain these records for 2 years, and you have to also send a complete report of this record before the 5th day of following month, which can be done. Submission can be done online. These are other things that you need to do: display of PCPNDT registration certificate, prohibition of sex determination, availability of copy of the act. So keep 2 copies. One you can keep with the machine and one you can keep in the OPD in the waiting period if anybody wants to read. Maintain all records for a period of 2 years. Electronic records, hard copies also have to be properly maintained. Sale of ultrasound machines and portable machines in Maharashtra. Now portable machines in Maharashtra are completely banned. So you cannot have a machine which you put in your car and take and do. Of course, advertisement for sex selection is also banned. What are the penal provisions under the Act? Some of the penal provisions we saw. Section 22 relates to prohibition of advertisement of sex selection, which is 3 years imprisonment and 10,000 rupees fine. And if subsequently, again, if you indulge in this, then 5 years imprisonment and 50,000 rupees fine. The patient is supposed to get a protection wherein the patient's husband or people accompanying the patient will be punished if they try to do something like this. But the patient will be given, will go scot-free because she is considered to be the victim and she is considered not to have been indulging in sex selection. Penal provisions are not applicable to women who was compelled to undergo, as I just now told you. Section 23 contravenes any provision of this act, then there's 3 years imprisonment, 10,000. I told you conviction of 5 years and fine up to 50,000 rupees. Now, again, the problem here, gray area, is under what circumstances do Section 23 apply? Under what circumstances Section 25 apply? Is there any distinction? No. So all this is again a gray area which has to be understood, and it is to the appropriate authority to decide what is to be done. No penalty is provided in Section 25, but there's 3 months imprisonment and fine. Where your name tag. So every employee in the ultrasound clinic has to have an apron and a name tag, and full name and designation with signatures, etc. has to be there. So please, a lot of machines were sealed in Gujarat because the doctor did not have a lab coat, the doctor did not have a name tag. And all this has, because your identity has to be known to the patient clearly, and the appropriate authority have considered this for putting the name tag.
Manish sir, sorry to interrupt. We'll have like to wind up.
Yeah, okay. Few more slides and I'll just...
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Doctor booked for incomplete F form. The judge, these are some clinical situations which happened and we have to learn from them. Doctor was booked because there was incomplete F form. There was no sex determination. Judge appeared understanding and sympathetic. Advised by lawyer to plead guilty as penalty up to 3 years, maybe 1 day. So judge said, I'll only give you 1 day imprisonment, don't worry, and you can go home tomorrow. Is this right advice? No, this is not right advice, because you are contemplating and accepting sex determination and sex selection, upon which the appropriate authority will inform the state medical council, and the state medical council will take necessary action, which can be up to suspension of registration if the charges are formed. And for the first instance, it will be for 2 years, and now it is made 5 years for the first offense and permanently for subsequent offense. So please do not accept anything like this. Some of this we can see. Okay, which court? Metropolitan Magistrate or Judicial Magistrate first class. Please understand that Section 27, every offense is cognizable, which means you can be arrested without warrant. Non-bailable, which means that you will not get bail as a right. And non-compoundable, which means you cannot do anything outside court to adjust it. This is okay. All right. Forms we have already seen. No signature. What is to be done? Signature, you have to take the signature of the patient and take a printout. So maybe how to fill the forms, we will discuss one day. Even if the form is blank, do not try to do anything later on. Talk to your authority and get the things solved. Referral details, you have to have the referral sheet. You can do a self-referral also. That's not a problem. Incompletely filled forms, now that is good, because your F form will not get selected, not get accepted only. Consent declaration also you have to take. Okay, now this is the last point which I have to make. So a lot of changes happened, and the rules were changed, where the code of conduct for appropriate authorities has come. So now things have become okay, a little better than how they were previously, but also the appropriate authority can see your MTP register, because section rule 18 sub rule 5 says that the appropriate authority shall ensure that there is no violation of MTP Act while implementing PCP-NDT. So if they want to see your MTP register, please show them and do not fight with them. This is the last point. The PCP-NDT rule 18 says do not involve police. Police is only involved in PCP-NDT if there's search and seizure, etc. There is no arrest, as against in MTP Act contravention. Police are always called because it contravenes section 312 to 18 of IPC, and arrest is inevitable in case of MTP problem. So please have proper documentation. The object of the act is to prevent female feticide, and of course, inadvertent lapses will occur, can happen, human errors, but be very aware of knowing this act. Any deficiency or inaccuracy, but it proves to be an offense, then there is a problem. You are innocent unless proven guilty, but then a lot of things happen. Thank you everybody. Again, the last point which I will drive again is one of us has to go and sit in these committees. Things don't change, nothing happens on its own, nothing will happen on its own. We will keep on suffering unless we ourselves get up and say, I will do it. And one of us has to go and do it. So thank you, IMA. Thank you everybody for this opportunity. I hope I brought out few points. It's a huge act. I thought we'll make some questions and make few points. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Manish, sir. Very well presented and very well elaborated also. And thank you for being on that side for us. I'll welcome Dr. Rajendra Kulkarni, sir, to ask any questions. If there are any chat box, I couldn't find any. Sir, if you have any questions, please ask, sir.
In the chat box, Dr. Vilas Bole has written, we all know that sex determination is still going on rampantly and illegally at Surat. And neighboring Maharashtra districts like Jalgaon, Nasik, Dhule are suffering from reduced male-female ratio. Gujarat government has totally neglected this issue. How can IMA do some activity to stop these illegal activities at Surat? Dr. Manish, have you any?
Yes, sir. I'll tell you what is to be done. Thank you, sir, for that question. I'll tell you, you write a letter. You may not write your name. You just write a letter and send it to the advisory committee, the PCPNDT advisory committee, and let them take action. So you can write a letter without writing your name. You can say, for example, XYZ place, it is being done. So you write a letter to the local authority and they will definitely take action. They will put raid there, and a lot of times decoys are also put. We all do that. So we are doing in Pune district, we are putting decoys. We are seeing all this done. So please write a letter.
Okay. Thank you. I have 2 comments to make. It was definitely an excellent lecture and on a very hot topic. It is this PCPNDT Act. I think that is a classic example of how we can get a very bad act. In fact, any act is done to make justice, but I think this act is making sheer injustice onto honest doctors. And this is a bad act, which is as a result of, if I am not wrong, it is because of the inactivity of our organizations, you can say, at that time. And now IMA and Foxy have all become very proactive, and before the act gets passed into parliament or the legislative assembly, we are participating and giving corrections and making it more and more justifiable act. Secondly, as you have rightly said, that the judge offered that it is 3 months imprisonment, and if you plead guilty, there will be 1 day imprisonment only. This is actually a very common practice I have heard from my friends, that the judge says it is only 1, or even you just say you plead guilty, I won't give any imprisonment, like that also. But this is the worst offer one can get. That we must tell all our friends. Manish has mentioned that, but I would like to reiterate that this is the worst offer, that you are pleading guilty when you are accepting, then you are giving open forum, open ground for the government to suspend your registration through MMC. You are losing your chance to go into appeal in session court or high court, or even for that matter in Supreme Court if necessary. So that is the worst thing one can do. So we must tell, and this is majority of the cases are because of the ignorance of the law. Similarly, this can happen because of the ignorance of the law. That is one thing which we must tell our friends who are unfortunately involved into these acts. You had mentioned 2 or 3 times almost that, and that is of course is important, that we should sit in the advisory committee, but many a times at many places these advisory committees have been formed long back, never renewed, and those members who are one of us are like they remain obliged to the appropriate authority, and they don't take our members' side, even if it is justifiable. That one, we must be very vigilant that the advisory committee should be renewed every 3 hours, I suppose, accordingly. One question from my side, Dr. Manish,
Yes,
that
sir.
if I have a machine, I have surrendered my registration to the appropriate authority, what should I do to that machine? Because if the machine is very old, the machine is not, it is not being sold, nobody is taking it, and there is no provision for destruction of the machine. What should I do?
Yes, sir. So you are supposed to inform the appropriate authority, they'll come and seal it. See, once anything is sealed,
Okay.
what is behind that seal is the responsibility of government.
Okay.
If it is not sealed, then it is your responsibility. So unsealed machines, when you have surrendered your registration, is your responsibility, and sealed machines is government responsibility. So once they come and seal it, then you need not send any zero report, anything, etc. That machine is under the government this thing. Now here in Pune, we have also started that if the machine is really old, then they take the machine away and dispose it. So that is another thing. It's not there in the act. So you have to discuss again. The point being, you discuss with your appropriate what is to be done. Because what happened here in Pune was there was this sonography center, and it was at the name of a doctor who expired.
Yes.
So and no one else in the family was related to medicine. So they applied. They said, "You please cancel our registration." So we did cancel the registration. They said, "You take this machine." So government cannot take it. So what government will do is keep the machine there and seal it. So the responsibility of those people get over.
But suppose in the same example, if nobody is a medico in that family, what will they do in carrying the machine?
So we have started to take the machine away and dispose it. So there are companies which are helping us dispose the machine. It requires a letter from appropriate authority, and they do dispose the machine.
Okay, so there is a way, like disposal
yes.
of one.
Please talk to your appropriate authority, and if they do not know and they want to know more, please you call me and I'll help them do it. No problem.
Sir, there are two questions. I think one is what about the echo machines, and the second is B-scan machines. So
B-scan machines are out. So ophthalmologist, I think the Ophthalm Society had made a writ in the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court clearly said that B-scan machines are unable to detect any sex. So B-scan machines are out. But of course, if it's a cardiologist who's applying for all principles of application for registration renewal, maintenance of records, etc., is applicable if a cardiologist is using a 2D machine for 2D echo. Now 2D echo, only the probe is different. Machine, etc., is exactly the same. And of course, if he is not doing any obstetric ultrasound, a zero report every month has to be sent. So compliance in the form of zero report every month has to be sent. Here in a big hospital in Pune, 6 machines which were used in the cardiology department for 2D echo, for which they were not sending zero report, were sealed. So please send zero report. All the rules apply. It's only the probe that is different. And you have that machine, and cardiologists also we give registration, not a problem.
Sir, and one more question.
I think that
Dr. Kulkarni, just one question. Yeah, Dr. Machwe, what I wanted to ask is, now this act says that it is only for registration of the registered medical practitioners. So how do we define quacks? So anybody who's not a registered medical practitioner and is doing sonography, will they be automatically defined as quacks? And what actions are taken on them? Because are they separately having any provision under the PCPNDT Act for dealing with quacks?
So PCPNDT Act is for registration and implementation of all the rules which the central government has framed. If somebody is using an ultrasound machine and the machine is not registered, then that person doesn't come under PCPNDT. So that was the big problem for us. That people who were doing sex determination had old machines and they never registered those machines. Now, how to know about them? That is the reason why I said that if you know of any such people, you please put a letter to the advisory committee or appropriate authority, so that what we will do is we can of course go there and you can search and seize, etc., because that material which is being utilized there is for sex selection and which goes against the ethos of that. So somebody has to complain, somebody has to tell that it is happening at this place.
But technically, there is no machinery in place which can identify quacks or non-registered medical practitioners
No.
who are using the sonography machine without, registering under the provisions of PCP NDT Act.
So unless you go and
Absolutely.
there's no way. People,
So-
the medical officers who go for inspections will only go to centers which are registered.
Yes.
And that is
yes.
a big problem, because
problem.
even for MTP, there are a lot of people who are doing MTP, giving pills, etc. And now, because these people, our medical officers go only to registered centers, that was again a big problem. How to know about all these centers who are doing illegal activities? The only way to know about them is that somebody puts in a letter or somebody informs us, so that we will take appropriate action. We can take appropriate action. The only thing is you need to inform us.
But definitely something more needs to be done in this direction,
Yes.
because for the activities of people who are not supposed to be doing it, there are many times when actually people who are doing it properly, they are being punished for minor technical reasons, and the people who are actually doing sex selection otherwise are escaping freely from the ambits of the law.
Correct, ma'am. The first point when I became chairperson, the first point in the first meeting which I raised was, if I have to do a sex selection, why would I fill F form?
Absolutely.
And if I filled F form and it is incomplete, you hold me for sex selection when I have not done any. So that was the basis. But then, okay, things have really become okay now, as what they were, I think, 4 or 5 years.
Yes. And one more thing, I think, which is majorly missed out from everything, that we all look about the fetus side, the female fetus side, but there are no talks of lots of things are going on about female infanticide.
Yeah.
So there is nothing being done in that direction, and this needs to be definitely taken into account. And I think with this, we need to come to the end of the session. I request Dr. Sushil to please wind up the session. Thank you so much, Dr. Machwe. You were really wonderful, and you have made, I think, the entire act really, really very clear in the short time that you were given. Thank you so much.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I will welcome Dr. Milind Naik, sir. Milind Naik, sir. Yeah, will you please summarize the session?
I have one question. If,
Yes, sir.
if a sonologist is working at 2 places,
Yeah.
at one place the machine is sealed, so can he work in the other center or not?
Yes,
Or
yes.
Not a sonologist.
So if a sonologist is working at 2 places and one machine is sealed, now there are 2 different things, sir. Is the machine sealed and the license suspended? Machine sealed, license suspended, and a case is put in court. These are 2-3 different combinations. Now the problem is, if the machine only is sealed and license or registration of that particular clinic is suspended, he can work at other places. But if there is an FIR, if there is a case, then he cannot work at the other center also.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Milind Naik, sir, Rajendra Kulkarni, sir, and Manish Machwe, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So can I have I would like to present you this certificate of appreciation on behalf of IMA Dombivli, which mentions that Dr. Manish Machwe for comprehensive and elaborative session for medical professionals on PCP Act and rules during online medical legal Let's Act Summit organized by IMA Dombivli, dated on 30th of July 23, Sunday. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I will hand over the session to Dr. Archana Patel, ma'am, for the third session now. Madam, you are muted.
So sorry. Thank you, Dr. Sushil, for carrying out that session wonderfully. Thank you, Dr. Manish Machwe. Thank you so much, Milind Naik, sir, Dr. Rajendra Kulkarni, sir, for chairing and co-chairing the session. Sincere apologies to the next speaker and the chair co-chair for the delay, but the session was so important, we thought it was necessary to take up the question answer. And now we move on to our next session. MTP, abortion in India, has been legal under various circumstances with the introduction of the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act 1971. The MTP regulations 2003 were issued under the Act to enable women to access safe and legal abortion services. ART, the Assisted Reproductive Technology Regulation Act 2021, was passed in 2021 by an Act of Parliament to regulate the function of assisted reproductive technology clinics, and ART banks in the country. To let us know more about these acts, we have an expert in the field, Dr. Atul Ganatra. Warm welcome to the summit, Dr. Ganatra. To chair this session, we have past President of IMA Maharashtra State, Dr. T.C. Rathod, sir. And to co-chair the session, we have past Senior Vice President of IMA Maharashtra State, Dr. Padma Iyer, madam. And to moderate this session, again, I invite Dr. Sushil Shinde. Dr. Shinde, please take over.
Thank you, madam. I welcome Dr. Atul Ganatra, sir. Good morning, sir. I'd like to introduce him. He is a consultant OB/GYN and gynec endoscopic surgeon at Fortis Hospital, Mumbai. He's a director of Progeny IVF Center and Ganatra Nursing Home. He's a president-elect of IH. He's a past vice president of West Zone. He's a past chairperson of MTP committee, FOXY. He's a member of managing committee, MOGS. He's a medical advisor committee of member of FDA. He's a technical advisor committee of member of IPAS, and he's a vice president of IMA Mulund, sir. Welcome, sir. Now we have Dr. T.C. Rathod, sir. He's a very senior physician. He's a DCH MD Medicine in 1983, trained at All India Institute of Diabetes in Raheja Hospital, Mumbai, under the Dr. S.S. Asgaonkar, sir, and Dr. Chandaliya. He's a director of Criticare Super Specialty Hospital at Yavatmal. He's a past president of IMA Maharashtra. He's a past chairman of Vidarbha chapter of API. He's an IMA regular CWC member. I welcome you, sir, for the session. And Dr. Padma Iyer, ma'am, she's a co-chair for this session. She's MBBS and MS General Surgeon from DJMC Pune. She's a panel consultant at Inlax and Budrani Hospital. She's a consultant surgeon at Telco Panel. She's AMA for CGS employees. She's a treasurer at the Trust Board of IMA Pune. She's a past president of IMA Pune. She's a past senior vice president of IMA Maharashtra State. She's a past IMA CWC member. She's a recipient of multiple state and healthcare awards. I welcome you, ma'am. Atul Ganatra, sir, are you ready with the presentation?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah. I'll ask Chairperson T.C. Rathod, sir, to welcome sir for the session. Can we go ahead, sir?
Yeah. Good morning to all colleagues.
Good morning, sir.
I welcome Dr. Ganatra for this session. And at the outset, I congratulate IMA Dombivli branch for this new endeavor, Let's Act Summit. Of course, since yesterday, it is very exhaustive discussion regarding the Biomedical Waste, Consumer Protection Act, and Clinical Establishment Act and other related medical profession. Rather, it is very difficult to assimilate these exhaustive things. But at the same, this is very important for the newcomer and even for this like us to upgrade the things. So with this, I again welcome Dr. Ganatra, and I request him just to deliver his talk.
Can I share my screen?
Sir.
Yes, sir, you are co-host. You'll be able to share your screen.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
First of all, thank you very much, IMA Dombivli, Dr. Archana and Dr. Sushil for inviting me. Dr. Krishna Kumar is one of our leading practitioners and a kind of a mentor for many, and one cannot say no to Dr. Krishna Kumar. It's going to be very difficult to completely in detail explain both the two acts in a span of 20-25 minutes, but I'm going to do as much justice as possible and keep some practical points going. Happiness consists in giving and serving others. I think this is something very, very apt when it comes to the MTP Act and performing MTPs. Some 20 million abortions take place annually worldwide, 55,000 each day, which these result in about 80,000 maternal deaths. And about 1/5 of this is borne by India. Registered about 20,000 deaths take place in India as a result of unsafe abortions. In India, this is a data from WHO, 11 million abortions take place every year. 6.7 of them are induced abortions, and about 4 million are backstreet abortions.
teenage pregnancies, more than 17 to 20,000. Abortion-related mortality, more than 12,000. These are registered. Unsafe abortions contributing to about 8% of all maternal mortality. There was an astounding paper in 2017 which says that 15.6 million abortions took place. This is a Goodmarker study which did a study in India. And in this year, when they registered 15.6 million, only 6.7 million abortions were notified to the government, which means that almost half of these abortions have not been registered. Then this was an article in the Lancet. Key features of the MTP Act. It is an act enabling with an aim to improve maternal health scenario by preventing large number of unsafe abortions and consequently high incidence maternal mortality and morbidity. The act is supposed to legalize abortions, and I think we are fortunate that in our country, abortion is legal from 1971. If for those who've read the newspapers and the news, many states in America have almost banned abortions. It promotes access to abortion services to women, decriminalize the abortion seeker, which means that if you are registered under the MTP Act, it actually protects you. It's an umbrella that protects you. It offers protection to medical practitioners who otherwise would be penalized under the Indian Penal Code. Now, who can terminate a pregnancy? A registered medical practitioner, as Manish just mentioned, under the MTP Act or the Medical Council Act, whose name is registered in a state medical register, who has an experience or training in gynecology and obstetrics as per as the MTP rules, which means any person with a postgraduate degree of diploma or MD can perform abortions, or any person who has been trained in performing MTPs in a recognized medical center and who has performed more than 25 MTPs in a registered center can perform these MTPs. Few facts about the Act. MTPs are allowed up to 20 weeks. This is the old one. Opinion of 2 RMPs are from 12 to 20 weeks. Consent of a woman is valid only if she is more than 18 years old, and if she is less than 18 years or mentally ill, the guardian is supposed to perform. Confidentiality, very, very important. There was a new amendment which came in 21, which says that we were increasing the limit from 20 to 24 weeks. The cabinet has recently approved MTP. It has said to increase the level from 20 to 24 weeks. In India, backward abortion laws have contributed to women seeking illegal abortions. And these recent reports show that more than 10 women die every day as a result of unsafe abortions. And this I have already mentioned, that about 15.6 abortions occurred in 2015, of which 78% were outside the health facility. And that is why this new law, FOXI, has played a major role in bringing about these amendments. However, it took about 10 years for FOXI to liaison with the government to bring about this change, which is a very welcome change. I'll now talk about the amendment. Now, before I go on to the amendment, let me tell you that surgical abortion is to be performed in a hospital that is registered for abortions up to 12 weeks. There are 2 types of certifications in this. The certification can come up to 12 weeks and 20 weeks. Now, of course, 24 weeks. Let me tell you about a case, a gynecologist who had rented a hospital and had an abortion permission by the BMC up to 20 weeks, bought over that same hospital. The name changed, the certificate had to change, but she failed to look at her new certificate, which said that she could perform MTPs up to 20 weeks. The certificate clearly mentions that you are permitted for 1st or 2nd trimester abortions. So, she performed the 2nd trimester abortion and got into trouble. So please read your certificate very carefully. It is the institution that has to be recognized. For example, if I work in Ganatra Nursing, my hospital has to be recognized. I, with the fact that I have an MD degree in gynecology, can perform MTP in any hospital like Fortis Hospital or Ganatra Nursing Home or Jupiter Hospital, wherever I go, but the hospital has to be registered. Second example, I was asked to come and perform or look at a patient who was admitted under a physician with DVT. And this patient also happened to be pregnant. So my physician friend said, can you perform an MTP in my hospital? I found out that that hospital was not registered under the MTP Act. So obviously I cannot perform an MTP in that hospital. By virtue of my degree, I can, but by virtue of the other thing, I cannot. Look at this US companies which banned abortion because of women's rights. US scraps abortion laws for women. So I think India is much, much better when it comes to these situations. So this is the new notification which came in, which amended the MTP laws because we knew that we had a huge problem. A gynecologist recalls treating a mere teenager who had gone to a quack, and we found that her bowels were perforated. Even today, these things are happening. I saw a case which happened last week in which there was a bowel perforation in an unregistered center. So this is the Supreme Court order which said that we can perform MTPs up to 24 weeks under certain situations, and we'll come to those situations soon. About the MTP Act. The Act started in 1971. There was an amendment in a historic move to provide universal access to reproductive health services. India amended this MTP Act 71 to further empower women, providing comprehensive abortion care and care to all. This is the amendment which came in 2003. That is, we could perform medical abortions till about 63 days. Remember, 63 days if you're using a combi pack. Second important thing, that to perform or to give prescription of a medical abortion, one does not have to have a hospital registration. You can give it from a clinic. If I am a gynecologist who is sitting in a private clinic and I am attached to Fortis Hospital, I can write MTP pills from my clinic, which is not a hospital, as long as I have a certificate that says that in case of an emergency, I can admit my patients to Ganatra Nursing Home or to Fortis Hospital. And this certificate has to be signed by the owner of the hospital or the medical director of the institution like Fortis Hospital. I repeat, to perform medicated abortions, that is abortions with pills up to 63 days, one does not need to have a BMC registration. For some time in the city of Mumbai, there was an officer in the F-South who did issue certificates to provide medicated abortions because she said that otherwise, if I don't provide certificate, the notification does not go to the BMC, and then we are not getting the right numbers of abortions. But as far as the Act, there is no such rule as yet. But there are certain places in Mumbai where a certificate has been issued for medicated abortion, but not a part of the Act. A new medical termination of pregnancy amendment came in 2021, and this expands access to safe and legal abortion on therapeutic, eugenic, humanitarian, and social grounds to ensure universal access to comprehensive care. The first amendment in 2003 to decentralize the site approval process to district level. Initially, a person sitting in Bid had to come to Mumbai to get the registration, but now in 2003, local registration centers were formed, allowing prescription of medicated abortion using mifepristone and misoprostol, and a stricter penalty for MTP done by an uncertified provider at an unapproved site. And these are some amendments which came in to favor a registered practitioner in 2003. Law on the medical abortion. Use of medical abortion is legally approved in 2003. You could use a combination of mifepristone and misoprostol by a registered practitioner. The initial law said 49 days, but subsequently an amendment came in which said that you could do it up to 63 days. And this is the second amendment which came from the DCGI. A combi pack of mifepristone and misoprostol has been approved by the Central Drug Standard Organization to perform MTP up to 9 weeks or 63 days by the Government of India and the Ministry of Family Welfare. When you give medicated abortion pills or when you perform a surgical MTP, one has to sign a Form C. And for every married patient, the indication, there are 5 indications in which MTP could be performed, that the MTP, is being done as a result of failure of contraceptive device. This is what was the main indication for all married women. However, stupid If the patient was unmarried and more than 18 years age, we had to sign this particular column in order to prevent grave injury, physical and mental health of the pregnant woman. This is not a very intelligent point, but laws are like that and laws are stupid, so we have to follow the law of the land. Key provisions of the MTP Act in 21, termination due to failure of contraception or device. Under the Act, a pregnancy may be terminated up to 20 weeks by a married woman in case of failure of contraceptive method. That is the fifth column that I showed you in the previous slide. This is the fifth column. Under the Act, a pregnancy may be terminated up to 20 weeks. Now it allows unmarried women also to terminate pregnancy for this reason. That has come in just last year. The forms for this have not been yet released. So now for unmarried patients also, you could write the same column. That is the column 5. This is what you could write again from this year or rather last year, that you could sign this particular column as well. Now, opinions for termination of pregnancy. In the past, up to 21, you could terminate pregnancy up to 12 weeks by one practitioner's signature. Between 12 and 20 weeks, 2 practitioners were required to sign, and the second practitioner had to examine the papers of the patient and sign the form within 3 hours of admission to the hospital. For example, if I was terminating a 20 weeks pregnancy or 18 weeks pregnancy, the patient's time of admission was recorded, and my colleague or my assistant, who's a gynecologist, had to make notes in that paper that she confirmed that this patient is 16 or 17 weeks pregnant, and sign that paper within 3 hours, mentioning her MMC degree. This is before 21. Now the amendment says that up to 20 weeks, only one person's signature, one doctor's signature was required. This is something that we fought for almost 10 years because in Mumbai, it is very easy to get a second person. But in the periphery, the distance between 2 gynecologists was almost 10 to 20 kilometers, and it was very difficult to find a second practitioner to come in and sign this. And the hospital obviously did not have other postgraduate assistants. But this is something that took about 10 years for us to liaise with the government. I repeat, now, since 2021, only one practitioner is required to sign that Form C up to 20 weeks of gestation. However, 2 RMPs are required to sign for a pregnancy between 20 and 24 weeks of gestation. Opinion of the State Medical Board is essential for a pregnancy to be terminated after 24 weeks in case of subsequent substantial fetal anomalies. For example, in a periphery in a hospital where a patient did not come to the hospital for almost 25-26 weeks, ultrasound is done and the ultrasound shows that there is an anencephaly. Obviously, this pregnancy has to be terminated, but a permission has to be taken from the State Medical Board, which is to be formed in every city. If this patient was 22 weeks pregnancy with anencephaly, then if 2 practitioners sign, pregnancy can be easily terminated. There are these forms which one has to fill. I don't think I would go into the details of all this. There is a Form A to Form F. The Form C is what was initially required up to 20 weeks. When you have the 24 weeks, you have to sign the Form E. This is the form which needs to be signed by the patient, and this is the form which needs to be signed by the gynecologist. You can see here 2 people's signature was required in this, and up between 20 and 24 weeks, 2 people's signature is required. This is what is very, very important, which is pregnancy which is beyond 20 weeks till 24 weeks, a 2 doctors' signature is absolutely necessary. Upper gestational limit for special categories. Between 20 and 24 weeks, one could terminate pregnancy for special categories of women, including survivors of rape, victims of incest, and other vulnerable women, differently labeled women, minors, among others, and of course, major congenital anomalies like anencephaly or major cardiac anomalies, but it has to be approved by the medical board. Another important amendment is the name and other particulars of the woman whose pregnancy has been terminated shall not be relieved except to a person authorized in any law that is currently in force. Not allowed beyond 24 weeks. The Act allows abortion after 24 weeks only where medical board diagnoses substantial fetal anomalies. And this implies that a case requiring abortion due to rape that exceeds 24 weeks, the recourse remains through a writ petition. One has to go to court and get permission. Fortunately, the court gives permission within 2 or 3 days. So in short, this is what is the MTP Act initially. In the MTP Act 1971 applies to only married women. Now unmarried women are also covered. Of course, more than 18 years of age. Gestational age 20 weeks. Now it is up to 24 weeks for special indications. Medical practitioner, 1 RMP in 12 weeks, 2 RMPs between 12 and 20 weeks. Now only 1 RMP, that is registered practitioner, till 20 weeks, and 2 RMPs are required between 20 and 24 weeks. After 24 weeks, the medical board's approval is needed. Initially, for breach of confidentiality of the women, that is to reveal the name and identity of the patient, there was a fine of only 1,000 rupees, but now the fine and imprisonment is up to 1 year. So this is very, very important. But if you admit a patient, you're not supposed to write the name of the patient in the admission register. Only the MTP register has the patient's name. Just a couple of important cases. 25 years unmarried patient, 21 weeks pregnant, USG is normal. Can we terminate this pregnancy? No, we cannot. Because beyond 20 weeks, only pregnancy can be terminated for special indications. No, we cannot. 21 weeks, primary 21 weeks detected with Down syndrome in amniocentesis. Patient delayed amniocentesis after abnormal quadruple marker. Can we terminate this pregnancy? Yes, you can, with a permission of 2 registered medical practitioners. A G4A3, 23 weeks pregnant, detected with hypoplastic heart. Can we terminate this pregnancy? Up to 24 weeks, yes, we can, with 2 medical practitioners. After 24 weeks, a writ petition is important. Cleft lip, up to 20 weeks, we can terminate pregnancy. After 20 weeks, we cannot terminate this pregnancy because this is not something that is not viable. And this is something, a treatable condition. So one cannot terminate this pregnancy. After 20 weeks, we cannot terminate this pregnancy. Unmarried girl now, 18 years of age and 2 months by Aadhaar card, 18 weeks pregnant. She is 18 years now, but when she was pregnant, she was not 18 years of age. So then this comes out under the POCSO Act, because when she cannot, 18 weeks means almost 4 months pregnant. At that time, she was less than 18 years of age. This pregnancy cannot be terminated. We have to notify the police authorities for this. Technically speaking, after admission, after informing the police, you could terminate this pregnancy. But unfortunately, the police sometimes does not allow you. By law, I can fight and terminate this pregnancy once I notify the police. So pregnancies up to 24 weeks of unmarried arising after a consensual relationship. The government now is getting more and more newer cases, which says that in special indications, they are going to allow 24 weeks unmarried women arising out of a consensual relationship or a living in relationship. The government has allowed termination of pregnancy. These are special indications. Sometimes if you go to court, you can get covered. If one does not support legal abortion, in effect, one is supporting illegal abortion. So I think we must, every gynecologist must perform MTPs, because if we don't perform MTPs, these patients will go to quacks and have complications. We need to reduce unregistered, unsafe abortions in our country. The second act is the Assisted Reproductive Technology Act, which started in 2020, went to the Standing Committee in 21, and then December it was passed in the Lok Sabha. Then it was sent to the Rajya Sabha in 21, and has finally been passed in October 22. This is the ART bill. The bill defines to include all techniques that seek and obtain a pregnancy by handling the sperm or the oocyte outside the human body and transferring the gamete or the embryo into the reproductive system, which means gamete or sperm, IVF, gestational surrogacy, which is not acceptable now. gestational surrogacy is banned, only altruistic surrogacy is allowed, and ART services will be provided through ART clinics, which offer ART-related treatment and procedures. ART banks will store and supply these gametes. We'll just talk about a few salient features. Every ART clinic and bank must be registered under the National Registry. The registry will be established under the bill and will act as a central database with details of all ART clinics in the country. The state government will form the regulations, appoint registration authorities for inspection and facilitate registration process. Clinics and banks will be registered only if they adhere to all the standards. The registration will be provided for a period of 5 years and can be renewed after 5 years. And the registration can be cancelled if we do not follow the law. Conditions for gamete donation and supply. This is something that is causing a lot of problems for us. Screening of gamete donors, collection and storage of semen, and provision of the oocyte donor can only be done by a registered bank. A bank can obtain semen from males between 21 and 55 years of age and oocytes from a female between 23 and 25 years of age. An oocyte donor should be married and have at least one child. One woman can donate oocyte only once in her lifetime, and not more than 7 oocytes can be retrieved. So the problem is, if I stimulate a donor and if I have 15 oocytes in the past, I could use those oocytes for 2 patients. Because if I get 15 oocytes, what do I do with the other oocytes? I have to throw them away. But now, by this new law, not more than 7 oocytes can be retrieved from her, which means, do I leave the other oocytes inside? She will have hyperstimulation. So I may have to only use 7 of those oocytes. A bank cannot supply a gamete of a single donor to more than one commissioning couple seeking services. This is a huge problem for IVF centers today. And as a result of which, almost most centers in Mumbai are not offering oocyte donation. However, they started in certain centers in the Thane district. Conditions for ART services. ART service procedures can only be carried out with the written consent of both parties seeking ART services as well as the donor. The party seeking ART services will be required to provide insurance. We have to insure the donor. This is again is increasing the cost, because obviously the doctor is going to take it from the patient. I mean, we are not going to pay for it ourselves or any loss or damage of a death of a donor, because this has happened in the past because of OHSS and other complications. And a child is prohibited from offering to provide you cannot do prenatal sex determination. The bill also requires checking for genetic diseases before embryo implantation. So this is practically not possible, which means we will have to do PGD for all patients. Again, the cost of IVF will increase by at least 1 to 2 lakhs if I have to do an embryo biopsy on all patients. The rights of a child born through the ART will be deemed to be biological of the commissioning couple and will be entitled to all the rights, privileges available to the natural child of the couple. A donor will not have any parental rights, and of course, a court affidavit has to be done for this. The national and the state boards and the key powers advising the central government on ART policy matters. Review and monitoring. One has to kind of have periodic checks to implement the fact that we are following all these laws, and the state boards will coordinate enforcement of the policies and guidelines of the ART as far as the recommendations, policies, and regulations of the national board. Offenses: abandoning or exploiting children through ART can be liable to imprisonment. Selling, purchasing, trading, importing human embryos or gametes, using intermediate to obtain donors, exploiting commissioning couple, woman, or gamete donor for any form, transferring of a human embryo to a male or an animal, that is, you cannot do single donor transfers, and these offenses will be punished a fine between 5 and 10 lakh rupees for the first contravention, and subsequently 12 lakh rupees. In the past, there have been single males who have come to us and says that I want to use a donor oocyte and a surrogate and I want to have my own baby. But now it is not possible. We know some film stars have done that, but now it is not allowed. Any clinic or bank advertising offering sex selection will be liable to 10 to 25 lakhs of punishment, of a fine, and no court will take cognizance of offences under the bill except on a complaint by the national and the state board. So nobody else can complain. Certain laws which are not important for practitioner, but for the IVF specialists. There are 3 types of levels of clinics. One is level 1 ART clinic, which can only perform IUI. Number 2 ART clinic, which perform IVF. Number 3 ART clinic, which can also store semen donor and cryopreservation of sperms, and can store oocytes, especially in donors. And the screening and registration of the oocyte donor, ART banks may operate as semen banks or oocyte banks or both, and they will follow the rules of the National Registry. So this is the fees.
Sorry, sir.
Just 2 more slides. Yeah,
Not-
just 2 more
thank you.
slides. Rupees 1 lakh rupees for an IUI clinic and 2 lakh rupees for a level 2 performing IVF, and 1 lakh rupees for an ART bank which stores semen and is supplying donor oocytes. Duties of the ART clinic. An ART clinic shall ensure that all unused gametes, which means if I remove 15 gametes and I give only 7, the others will be destroyed. ART clinic shall allow cryopreservation of oocytes from sperms or oncofertility patients for 10 years. We have a lot of patients who are undergoing chemotherapy, and before chemotherapy, they want to store their semen or want to store their oocytes, or gynecologists or celebrities who want to save their oocytes and they want to get their oocytes fertilized later. We have to store them up to 10 years. And every ART clinic bank shall intimate every change in employee address, equipment installed within 30 days to the bank. 7 oocytes I have already discussed. We have to see to it that we do a controlled ovarian stimulation and prevent hyperstimulation, which can have a high mortality rate. Level 1 training, level 1 ART clinic train, level 2 ART clinic gynecologist training. There are some rules, and this is the most important part. A gynecologist, which will be a medical postgraduate and in obstetrics and gynecology, performing at least 50 oocyte retrievals, or have a 3 years training in ART, or with a super specialization DM, fellowship in reproductive medicine. There is a training required for a senior and a junior embryologist also. This is the rules that are there for the clinic setup as to what kind of area you must have: reception, waiting room, consulting room, etc., etc. Finally, friends, I follow through 3 rules: do the right thing, do the best you can, and always show people you care. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
I'm sorry, it is very difficult. The ART bill itself is 96 pages.
Yes, sir.
So it is very difficult to go through the entire thing in a span of 20, 25 minutes.
But you have done very well justice to the topic, sir. Don't worry. I'll welcome Dr. Padma Iyer, ma'am. She's here.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am, you can
Good
take 2
afternoon.
questions. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot. I thank IMA Dombivli and best wishes for the Golden Jubilee celebration, commemorate which you arranged this summit. And there's one doctor has raised his hand. Can he be unmuted? Dr. Amit Maltane has raised his hand.
Yes, madam, I have asked him to unmute.
Yeah.
Dr. Maltane, you can unmute yourself and ask
Yeah.
a question.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. So my question is, if a married woman comes with a pregnancy, but she has filed a divorce case against husband, but yet they are in hearing only. So without the husband's consent, can MTP be done?
Or any woman above the age of 18 years can perform an MTP without anybody else's signature.
And an unmarried woman with means if whose signature is required on the consent, sir? In a case of unmarried girl.
Above 18 years of age, her own signature; less than 18 years of age, her guardian.
Okay.
So you
sir.
have to see that you look at the Aadhaar card. Technically speaking, by the MTP Act strictly, a gynecologist is not supposed to ask for age proof. But because of these problems, if I have time, I will talk about one case if time permits. My own assistant performed a MTP, medicated abortion MTP, on a young girl who came and told her that she was 20 years of age. She was brought by a next door chemist and says, she's known to me, perform MTP. 1 month later, the police came to her clinic asking her to say that, why did you perform this MTP? Unfortunately, my student's compound wall is shared by a police station. This is a case in Borivali.
Okay.
And then this girl complained against her partner because she refused marriage. And then she said that I'm not 18, but I told my gynecologist that I'm 20 years of age. Unfortunately, the gynecologist had not taken any age proof, and actually she was arrested and kept in a lockup for 1 day.
Okay.
And we, with the help of Foxy and the Foxy Legal Committee, got her out, and finally she has won her case. So I would request all nursing homes who provide MTP services that please take a photo ID of all patients. You cannot say I'm taking it only for MTP. If you go to a hotel, what do they ask you? Take photo ID dena.
Correct.
There's nothing wrong. So for the last 10 years, we have been taking a photo ID of all indoor patients. And all patients who come to our OPD, 100% of our patients either give us a license or an Aadhaar card. Whether they come to the OPD or they come for indoor admission. Then you can say that this is not for MTP, this is for all admissions. And that is your safety.
So many a times the unmarried girls are visiting the hospital without the parents also, alone for doing MTP. So in this case, can we do MTP without their parents or any relative, only friends coming with them?
Above 18 years of age, if it is medicated abortion, you can do it. I have had doctors' children coming to me and saying that I am so-and-so doctor and I know the doctor and I have performed MTPs without my colleague's permission. But if it is a surgical MTP, that you're performing a DNE, that is dilatation and evacuation, you can say for anesthesia, I need somebody's consent. For anesthesia, you can ask for another person's consent, but for medicated abortions, above 18 years of age, nobody else's consent is required except for the woman. In fact, if you ask for another person's signature, you are kind of breaching the confidentiality of the baby.
Sir, you are muted, I think. Would you please unmute yourself? Madam, we'll need to
one
move
more
forward.
question.
Madam, we'll need to...
Dr. Vilas,
Yes, sir.
Vilas
Yes, yes,
Dinkar
madam.
Bole has got one question, but he
Boris
has to be
sir, Boris sir, you are a co-host. You will be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, sir. I
Yes.
have one question. If my MTP center is registered till 24 weeks of gestation, and the second signing authority, Mr. So-and-so, if he is not available for a certain period of time, then am I allowed to take signature of some other gynecologist?
Any gynecologist can sign. Any qualified practitioner can sign. You don't have to have a fixed person, as long as you have his degree in a file in the hospital.
Okay, but we mention only one name of second signing authority while registering the MTP center.
See, for example, in Fortis hospitals, there are 40 gynecologists.
Okay.
You cannot put names of 40 gynecologists on the certificate.
Right, sir.
So so it is the registration of the institution.
Right.
And any person with qualified degree of DG or MD can sign. It could be anywhere. It could be in the end of Maharashtra also, as long as he's willing to come and see the patient and sign.
Thank you, sir.
Madam, I think there is one more question, Dr. Shinde, and I think we'll need to stop after that.
One question is there. Can registered MTP center can call any RMP trained or obstetrician to do the MTP in their center?
Absolutely.
This is by Dr. Narendra Kumar Gupta.
Sorry, my battery is getting discharged. I'm just going to go and connect it. Yes, anybody with an MD degree can perform MTP in a registered center.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Dr. Shinde, do you want to come in and ask your question? Dr. Harshal Shinde, do you want to ask your question quickly?
Yes, ma'am. My question is, I have my personal experience with regards to Indira IVF. These people insist to take medicines from their own shop.
Sir, it will be not correct to take names of any centers over here. If you have a general question, you may please ask your question.
Okay, the center insists to take medicine from their own medicine shop, or else they say that we will not guarantee the outcome. Does this practice lies under the ambit of the law? Thank you.
So MTP medicines are not supposed to be available at the pharmacist level. That is in an open, outside chemist. We have to provide MTP pills from the hospital. For example, if I'm a practicing gynecologist, I have a hospital, I will provide it from the hospital. If I have a clinic, I will provide it from the clinic. If you write a prescription of an MTP pill, you're not supposed to get it at a pharmacy outside. In fact, if it happens, you can complain against that chemist shop.
Sir, my question from my end, do these acts anywhere mention patients' responsibilities?
Unfortunately, no, they only protect patients. They don't protect, there is not much liability. Though, if a woman lies that she is 20 years of age and she's less than 20 years of age, there is a liability that she can be sued also. Obviously, she will be arrested.
Okay.
In the case that I mentioned, that girl also could get into trouble. In fact, her partner will definitely go to jail.
Okay.
If she's less than 18 years of age.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. You've been really wonderful. I mean, for a non-gynecologist like me, knowing the acts was really a treat. So I request Dr. Sushil Shinde to please carry the session forward. Thank you, Iyer Madam, for taking the
excellent
questions.
session by Dr. Ganatra. Excellent. Thank you.
I'll welcome Dr. Rathod, sir. Dr. T.C. Rathod, sir. Sir, can you unmute yourself? Hello, Dr. Rathod, sir. Can you unmute?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank
So
you.
can you just
Thank you, Dr. Ganatra, for your deliberations, which you have made it very clear, and even addition regarding the ART Act and new provisions also. So thank you, Dr. Ganatra.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rathod, sir. Thank you, Iyer ma'am. Now I'd like to present this certificate of appreciation on behalf of IMA Dombivli, which mentions for a comprehensive and elaborative session for medical professionals on MTP and ART Act during online medical legal at the Let's Act Summit organized by IMA Dombivli on Sunday, 30th July 2023 to Dr. Atul Ganatra, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I'd like to hand over back to Dr. Archana Patil, ma'am, for the further sessions. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Ganatra sir, and I must put on record sincere thanks to Dr. Krishna Kumar sir from our own very own IMA Dombivli for helping us in organizing this session with Dr. Atul Ganatra. Thank you, T.C. Rathod sir, thank you, Iyer madam, and thank you, Dr. Shinde, for wonderfully taking this session ahead. My sincere apologies to all the speakers who are waiting for their sessions because we are delayed by half an hour. Before we move on, I warmly welcome National Vice President of IMA, Dr. Jayesh Lele sir. He's there in the summit, and I warmly welcome medical legal expert Dr. T.N. Ravishankar sir. He's also already there in the summit. So we move on to our next session. Fire Prevention and Fire Safety Act outlines measures necessary in accordance with the building bylaws provisions of National Building Code of India 2005 for the prevention, control and fighting of fire and for ensuring the safety of life and property in case of fire. The Act contains comprehensive guidelines towards securing the fire safety of old as well as new buildings in the state of Maharashtra. Establishments have to incorporate proper fire safety protocol under Fire Safety Act. Recently, some amendments have been incorporated in Maharashtra. To understand the topic in depth, we have with us our expert speaker, Dr. Mangesh Pate. Warm welcome to the summit, Dr. Pate. To chair this session, we have past president of IMA Maharashtra State, Dr. Dinkar Punse. And to co-chair the session, we have Dr. Vilas Bode, sir. To moderate this session, I invite upon Vice President of IMA Dombivli, Dr. Niti Upasne. Madam, please carry forward the session.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Archana. We are beginning with our next session, Fire Prevention and Fire Safety Act. And to deliver the lecture, we have expert and knowledgeable person, Dr. Mangesh Pate, sir. I'll introduce Dr. Mangesh Pate. He's a consultant.
Madam, your voice is breaking, Niti, madam.
Signal shows full strength here.
If you're a little louder, madam, if you are even a little louder, it will help.
Consultant pediatrician and neonatologist. Am I audible now? Is it good enough?
You're audible, but there is a disturbance.
Director, Asta Hospital and Critical Care Center. Is it okay now?
Yes, yes.
Madam, if you remove your headphone, if you're using headphone, it will help. You'll have to be louder.
Vice Chairman, IMA Headquarters Action Committee, Member National Working Group, IMA HQ, leading expert on issues related to healthcare establishments, immediate past Secretary, IMA Maharashtra State, past Chairperson, IMA Past chairperson, IMA Maharashtra State HBI. Past national secretary and national treasurer, IMA HBI. Past honorary treasurer, IMA MS HBI. Past national joint secretary, IMA HBI. Past president, IMA Donguri. Past convener, IMA HBI Action Committee. Past coordinator, Healthcare Accreditation Committee. Convener, National Committee Against Healthcare Violence. Charter President, Rotary Club of Dombivli City, and is a Police Harris Fellow. Recipient of multiple state and national IMA awards. Welcome, Dr. Patil sir. To chair the session, we have Dr. Dinkar Phunse sir, past Maharashtra State President. He is the family physician, patron of Wardha branch, President WIMA Registered Society of Wardha IMA, past IMA National Vice President, past Chairman Constitution Committee of IMA Maharashtra, key person in drafting Constitution of IMA Maharashtra State.
Madam, your voice is really very poor quality. So a little louder will help.
CWC member since last 20 years. Am I audible now?
You are audible, yeah.
And he is a Bhishma Pitamaha of IMA Maharashtra State. Welcome, Dr. Phunse sir. The co-chair of the session is Dr. Vilas Hole sir. Is MD FCPS from Grand Medical College, Mumbai. Director of Matru Seva Hospital, Jalgaon. Ex-lecturer, Government Medical College, Dhule. Past Secretary, IMA Jalgaon, and ex-PCPNDT committee member, Jalgaon District and Jalgaon City. With this, I request our chairperson, Dr. Phunse sir, to welcome our speaker, Dr. Patil sir, and request him to deliver the talk.
Phunse sir, you
need to unmute yourself.
Phunse sir? Sir is there in the session, but
Dr. Phunse is there. Sir, you'll need to unmute yourself.
Hello.
हाँ सर, आवाज येतोय.
येतोय.
थोडासा जोरात बोलाल सर.
Hello.
हाँ सर.
So session starts now. Dr. Mangesh Patil will talk about all intricacies of firefighting and firefighting equipments. I welcome everybody. Especially, I thank the organizers of this event and Mangesh Patil and Archana. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we welcome Dr. Mangesh Patil. Sir, please start with your session.
Okay. Is the screen visible and am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So this is a very important topic in this Let's Act Summit, Fire Prevention and Safety Act. There has been a lot of chaos as as the hospitals in various areas, they are being taken for task by the regional officers, and there has been a lot of chaos in understanding what exactly they are supposed to do. I keep on receiving calls almost on daily basis for this. A lot of wrong practices are also being conducted for complying with the fire safety norms. So what I read from the experiences which I got is that our people need to know what exactly they are dealing with, and so they will be able to face the officers which are taking them for the task. First of all, before going to the fire safety, we must remember that we must safeguard our own workplace, our own institutions, hospitals, and clinics and laboratories, diagnostic centers. We have invested in that. So safeguarding those our own institutes is very first responsibility of ours because we owe to our own family, our own investment, along with the staff and the patients who are visiting over there. So fire safety is very important because the hospitals and establishments, these are the public places, and the common causes of the fire are supposed to be heating appliances, equipment, explosive gases, electrical short circuit or battery charging. And the common areas in the establishments which are prone to the fire are the OT complexes, ICUs, labs, pathology lab, diesel storage, battery storage, etc. Now, as the fire is devastating and hospitals are public places, in India, around 25 states, they have got their own fire safety acts and rules. These are the various states' rules. Just like that, our Maharashtra also does have our own Maharashtra Fire Safety Act. The State Fire Safety Acts in various states, they are derived from the National Building Code of India, Part 4. This National Building Code of India is a building code formulated which gives the guidelines about the construction activities, how safety they should be, and maintenance of other safety areas like fire and everything. So the Part 4 of the National Building Code, it consists of the fire safety and fire prevention. Now, this was going on fine till a couple of years back when the pandemic started, and during last 2 years of a pandemic, this is all what we witnessed. Many hospitals, not only in India, but across the globe, they witnessed serious incidences of the fire. And many places in India, including Maharashtra and Gujarat, there were many fire incidences. In Maharashtra, the very famous was one in Vasai, Virar, and other one in the Ahmednagar government hospitals, for which one doctor student was put behind the bars for 12 days. It was unfortunate, and it was Indian Medical Association which fought for the doctor, so then she was released. During pandemic, how the Supreme Court blasted the states, you see, the statement was people will continue to die by burning.
Light rahu de to fan band na kar, to light hi band kar.
All the states, Supreme Court shows the disapproval of the clarification notification submitted by Gujarat over the Rajkot fire. So various states, they gave explanation in the Supreme Court case what all measures have been taken to prevent these hospital fires. This is one important I want to say. We don't want hospitals to be potential Jatugriya. This is Lakshaguru, what was there in Mahabharata. That word the Supreme Court, Bombay High Court has used against these increasing incidences of the fire. So, COVID hospital fire, Supreme Court issued guidelines finally to avoid the further fire accidents, and in which it has mentioned that it has dictated 3 conditions. Number 1, all states in the country and union territories should appoint one nodal officer in the state for every COVID hospital. Each district, the government should constitute a committee to prevent the fire. And every institute or establishment has to apply for fire NOC. Now, these guidelines from the Supreme Court, they were during that COVID era, pandemic, when the many fire incidences were taking place. But after that, these instructions, they continued, and various state governments, they are after the district authorities to comply with these instructions given by the Supreme Court, and the cognizance of the same has been taken by the National Building Code as well as various state governments, and that is why the recently Maharashtra government also has come out with the amendment to the State Fire Safety Act. Now, National Disaster Managing Authority of Government of India, it has given instructions to all the states, including National Building Code, that there has to be a comprehensive fire safety guideline all across the country as per the Supreme Court mandate and the experiences across the country as about the fire incidences. Now let us go to the Maharashtra State Fire Safety Act history. After establishment of Maharashtra State Fire Brigade Services, where change of the independent municipality, the charge was given to the municipalities previously. Now also it exists, unlike other states in the country. In other states in the country, they have got a fire safety mechanism at the state level. In Maharashtra, this mechanism and responsibility of the fire safety has been vested with the local civic administration, barring MIDC and CIDCO area, which are the special zones, residential zones of their own. They have got their own fire services in Maharashtra state. Now, In March 2006, this act was promulgated to make effective provisions about the fire prevention. In 2015 amendment, it extended this act to the whole of the Maharashtra state and became applicable to all building owner and occupants, and even licensees and tenants are classified as occupiers, and the same wording has been used in this amendment. This amendment, which Government of Maharashtra gave couple of months ago, that is called as the Maharashtra Fire Prevention Life Safety Measure Amendment 2023. As per this amendment, very few changes are there. Number one, the building shall also include the temporary structure such as the tent, shamianas, and tarpaulin shelters. This very specifically has been marked because during COVID, there were temporary indoor services and COVID facilities. They were erected. There was a need as far as pandemic was concerned. So this clause was included very specifically there. In section 2, clause 4, the fire services word was replaced by fire and emergency services. The importance of this is that fire services is the services to the fire prevention and fire safety only. But fire and emergency services, as per this amendment, means the fire prevention and fire safety services, along with that, whichever emergency services local civic administration has to provide to the people, to the institutions, to the buildings, to the residential building, commercial building, they were separately termed as emergency services. And the application of change of this word was put in as far as the charges for the fire NOC or fire audit, and they are levied under this heading of the fire and emergency services, which has replaced the fire services. In section 3, subsection, the owner is not traceable. Any occupier of the building must obtain the provisional fire safety approval or final fire safety approval or renewal from the chief fire officer. Now, there is a controversy in what is mentioned, this statement in the amendment, and what the notification Maharashtra government has till date, even latest in 2022. I will show later on in the presentation. In subsection 1, section 3, owner occupier shall provide the fire prevention life safety measures as recommended for the respective fire safety approval. Fire safety installation prescribed in Part 4 of NBC of India must maintain. So this section is about the maintenance of the minimum fire safety equipment which are fitted in the building. That is the responsibility not only of the owner, but the occupier of that place is responsible for this. This is very important. Now, the fire safety, we only know the fire NOC and the A certificate, which is called as, and the B certificate from the agencies. Now, these terminologies have been replaced, or rather these additional terminologies have been added with the provisional fire safety approval and final fire safety approval. And which is in the beginning, first time when you are taking, initially they will give you provisional fire safety approval. Once they are sure that everything is working, minimum fire safety equipment are fitted and adequate as per the area, the storage, the height of the building and everything, they will give you final fire safety approval. After which you are supposed to put it for renewal. There is a gray area whether this renewal has to be every 3 years, 5 years, every year in this act. But they will go as per the notification. This is my reading at present is. Section 11, it is about how the fees about the fire and emergency service, they should be levied to the people. This is about the section 11. Where in section 16, the state government has now this is very important. Please pay attention to this. Let me remove this. Yeah. Now, what section 16 says, where it appears to the state government that balance of a fire protection fund of any authority, that is a local civic authority, is insufficient for meeting any expenditure required to be incurred for purchasing and maintaining fire fighting equipment and property, and for creating posts for officers, staff and servants for meeting the requirements to provide fire and emergency services. See, here the importance of word fire and emergency services, it is of a paramount importance in section 16. So why they have added these emergency services? That where this fire protection fund is insufficient, for performance of fire fighting operation, or that such balance is more than requirement of purpose this aforesaid, the state government may, by notification in official gazette, require the authority or director, that is the local civic body, to enhance the rate of the fee or to reduce the enhanced fee. Now we hold enough of experience that whenever fees are or bank rates, interest rate, they increase, we have to fight to decrease those rates. But for increasing the rate, they never take our permission. So this section is very important. As we go ahead in this presentation, see the what are the rates applicable. The minimum requirement for firefighting installation. This chart we will be releasing. I will request IMA Dombivli to release this entire presentation. This has got what is the minimum fire safety requirement. Our hospitals and establishments, they come under the institutional building. So in this, they have segregated or divided our institutions in less than 15 meters. Again, there are subsections in that up to ground plus 1 story with no beds, up to ground plus 1 story with beds, ground plus 2 or more story with no bed, ground plus 2 or more story with beds. Less than 15 meters, but plot area more than 1,000. All these subsections are there, and according to this, what occupancy or building size or area is there, there is a need of a type of installation what you are supposed to install. Again, there is a mention about the water supply, what underground and terrace tank capacity should be, and what shall be the pump capacity. Now, this water supply and pump capacity, it is something regarding the water hydrant system, which is very much part and parcel of the minimum fire safety equipment which is supposed to be erected there. So this chart, which is released in the amendment, this is very important. With this presentation, everyone can refer this chart, and as per this chart, you will know what exactly minimum fire safety equipment is required for your own facility. Now, coming to the charges, as per this amendment, fire and emergency service fee structure, you read the red lines which I have marked. It will be in accordance to the percentage of the annual settlement of the rates, which is called as the ASR. In a simple terms, if you want to speak, it will be like a ready reckoner rate. Our institutions, healthcare institutions, they come in the institutional part of the buildings or infrastructure. So for institutional building, the building up to 45 meter of this thing, the rate will be 0.5% of the annual settlement rate. Means today, if I apply for the fire NOC, today's date, what is the rate as per the stamp duty or registrar of my premises? 0.5% of that will be the fees, which is the revenue generated out of your assets. This is called as the revenue generated out of the asset. For the buildings more than 45 meters of height, the rate will be 0.75%. Now, again, I repeat, there is a gray area whether these charges are going to be one time, first time, or they are going to be annual or every 3 years, because there is a gray area as far as this is concerned. But even if you consider it as one-time charges or initial charges, 0.5% or 0.75% of the ready reckoner rate of your asset is a revenue generation against the asset value. It is absolutely wrong procedure, which the same we are witnessing as far as the biomedical waste authorization, this thing also is concerned. So institutional buildings is a group. There are various groups. In group C, part for hospitals and nursing homes they have taken. Now this is the fee structure of the planning authorities. Special planning, if you see this second column, this has got a special planning authority, that is a CIDCO and all those things. And this is the authority and municipal within the municipal limits. This is the fee structure which is mentioned in the amendment. This will be, I think, the one time or every time they might go for the augment, which already they have said in the section 16, which I said. This is as per the height and distance of the building. They have mentioned the fees. Now this slide, there is one QR code. You all can just photograph this QR code, and if you scan this, there are 766 government approved agencies across the Maharashtra state, which are doing the work of the fire audit and maintenance of your equipment. And you can choose from the list whichever agencies are available in your area. The importance of this barcode and this list of the 766 agencies is because we have witnessed that many of these agencies may or may not be that fire officers, regional and local civic administration. They refer to one particular agency, but it is a right of every doctor and every establishment, or rather, I will say it is the right of every Indian Medical Association branch, local branch, to select one agency out of this agency, which will be doing a mass work of entire hospitals or establishments in that area with cheaper rate, so that the establishments and doctors will get benefit. Kindly save this slide. Thank you. Now, the practical issues because of the Fire Safety Act. Number one, fire safety equipment, when you go to fit the new, there is a force on the hospitals and doctors that they must buy equipment for one particular person or agency. And we have witnessed that something which is costing, say, 50,000 rupees, doctors and hospitals they are shelling out almost 3 to 4 lakh rupees for the same. Overpricing of the equipment, training of the doctors and staff, this is very important. Hardly these auditing agencies, they give time for training of the staff. This is very important for us. Even if it is a part of the fire audit, we have to see to it that whenever they replace our extinguisher or they maintain other fire safety equipment, we must insist. More than important that is the training of our doctors or our RMOs and our staff who is there in the hospital, how to use that fire safety equipment. Unless we do that, this entire exercise of fitting minimum fire safety equipment will be futile. Maintenance of this again goes through these agencies. Civic and infrastructural issues. What civic bodies they are insisting? They are insisting for the separate exit, separate staircase, ramp should be there, occupancy certificate there, completion certificate, change of user, structural audit, sanction plan, adjacent abating road size. These all things, they are coming through the Urban Development Control Promotion Regulation rules, which were put on the public domain in 2018. And against certain part of these rules, I had given the presentation to Kokand Bhavan also that it is going to be very harmful. But in 2020, Government of Maharashtra has enacted UDCPR rules all across the state. So this thing which is being asked or demanded by the fire safety officers in various places, it is nothing but the lateral entry from this UDCPR rules. Before UDCPR rules were enacted in 2020, there were DC rules 1991. The importance of these two, I will tell you in the next slide. As far as the separate exit and OCCC, all these things are concerned, the separate entry and exit, now it is being mentioned in UDCPR rules, which did not exist before. So, if at all the government or the officers they want to mandate or compel the separate exit and this thing, there are two options for that. They should make this compulsion for in prospective way the upcoming hospital. The hospitals which are already existing, they cannot have any this thing to give separate exit. Second option, there are other modalities to produce the separate exit without any infrastructural norms, and which is very much available, this modus, with a certain agencies out of that list of 766 agencies. And with this help, there can be a way out for this separate exit clause. But everything depends on how much the local governing civic administration approves this demand. As far as the OCNCC is concerned, it is not a responsibility of the hospital and doctors. I am very clear. The law of the land says whoever has developed or built the building, it is the responsibility of that builder and developer to procure the occupancy certificate and completion certificate and hand it over to the occupant. That is very important. Change of user. I will come again to my next slide, what is mentioned in the DC rules and UDCPR rules, and there I will be speaking about change of user. Sanction plan definitely are necessary, that you can take help of your own architect friends and get whatever plans are there. If there are few people, they do call me many a times that they do not have any sanction plans. For you, this purpose, you have to take really the professional help from the architects, and they will be able to solve this problem that you're not having sanction plan. The structural audit, is very important as far as our own establishment is concerned. And I am of the opinion, as far as the architectural this council is concerned, once your building completes something like 20-25 years, every 2 to 3 years, you should go for the structural audit. That is very important. Abating road size is very important because the fire safety equipment or those trucks and everything, they should have some approach road. So this abating road size is very important. But now, suppose the hospitals which are already existing for last 20-25 years and they do not have the adjacent abating road more than 6 meters. Now, are they supposed to shift the hospital? So when the government applies such sort of a thing, they also should think that about the already existing hospitals, and such things should be prospectively applied, not retrospectively applied. Fire audit issues are there, whether fire NOC by the fire officer or BFOM, that again I will speak later. Now, this is exactly the notification by the government of Maharashtra, which clearly mentions that fire NOC, or it is called as the A certificate also, you are supposed to take it only from the chief fire officer of the local civic administration. There are two parties which can give a certificate. Number one is a government fire officer. Number two, this government approved agency. Government fire officers are supposed to give you a certificate, that is the initial fire NOC, which is called as, and B certificate is every 6 monthly audit, which you are supposed to sincerely do in your establishment and supposed to be done by the government approved agencies, and every 6 months in the month of January and July. But there is a slight verification in the recent notification of 2022, which I will show you later. Again, this is the notification of 2015. You read these lines in just below at the bottom. 6 monthly certificate to be given in the every January and July by the owner or occupier for compliance of the fire prevention life safety measures. Means you are supposed to do your audit through the agency, procure a B certificate every month, every January and July, and hand it over to the fire safety officer. Now, this is a 2022 circular which I am talking about. In this, in short, they have empowered to some extent the agencies for giving the Form A, that is a fire NOC also. So there are a few agencies which have been empowered in your area. They can do fire audit even if it is in initial phase. And once they do it, they can issue that A certificate, which you are supposed to submit it to Chief Fire Officer. Given whatever it may be, whether it is a Form A or Form B, 6 monthly audit, you are supposed to hand it over to the Chief Fire Officers, and Chief Fire Officers do hold the right to inspect your premises any given time as far as fire safety is concerned. Sometime back I was speaking about the UDCPR rules and DC rules. Now, there are issues about the people who have got rather most of the people and hospitals, they have got their establishment in the residential areas. In DC rule 1991, the main statement was, it is not written in this slide. I will tell you what was written. It was section 54 in DC rules 1991. It mentioned very clearly ancillary use of the residential premises to the 50% of the capacity from ground floor, first floor up to second floor is permissible in the residential area for the clinics, hospitals, diagnostic centers, laboratories, with the, there is a point now at the end of the sentence, with the permission of the local civic administration. Means if the commissioner, local municipal commissioner, or whichever authority is there, they decide they were able to give, or rather they are able to give you permission to run your practice in the residential area as per the DC rule 1991. Now, when DC rules 1991 are replaced with the UDCPR rules 2020, you read the land use classification and permissible uses. What is written in this? This is the clause 22, 1 by 1. The medical and dental practitioner dispensary, including laboratory, diagnostic clinics, polyclinics, to be permitted on any floor. However, for clinics, nursing home, indoor patients on ground and shield floor, and or on the first floor with a separate means of access of staircase from within the building or outside, but not within the said marginal open spaces. Means, as per the UDCPR rules, when you are constructing the building, you have to leave the open spaces. On an average, the open spaces are supposed to be 3 meters or 10 feet of a distance. Leaving those open spaces, you are allowed to have your these facilities on the steel floor, first floor and this thing. So it is also written in the CPR rules. So change of use is dependent on these criteria which are mentioned by the government itself. But unfortunately, when they are telling us to apply for the change of use, they are taking hefty fee from us, local civic administration. So every hospital through the IMA local branches can approach the civic administration and mention that it is mentioned in the DCPR rules, which was the same mentioned in the DC rules 1991 also. So residential premises and land uses for the hospital listing should be permitted.
Excuse me, sir.
Now you see what UDCPR rules they mention, what is the exit requirement, what is the parking spaces requirement. So what you see in the Maharashtra Nursing Home Act amendment, which was enacted by the government of Maharashtra on 14th January 2021, and what the fire officers they are demanding.
Excuse me, Dr. Mangesh Patil, sir.
All different things. The origin lies here. It is from the this UDCPR lateral. It's a lateral entry from UDCPR. So these are the issues as far as the fire safety is concerned. The corrupt practices are there. Frequency as asset-based, please. This everything is there. I have spoken about everything. So thank you. I come to the end of my listing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patil, sir. Dr. Archana, am I audible?
Yes, yes, better.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Patil, sir, for that comprehensive talk. Now I request the co-chairperson, Dr. Vilas Bhole, sir, to take 2 questions as we are running really short of time.
Thank you. I am a Dombivli and the organizing team with Dr. Mangesh and Dr. Archana and the moderator, Dr. Niti, madam. Fire Safety Act and Maharashtra Pollution Control Board Act. These are the most frequently discussed acts on various IMA groups. And the laws and the languages and the terminologies in these acts, actually, it is so much difficult to understand that we always tend to give up while reading these acts. And that's why we should congratulate Dr. Mangesh Patil, sir, because over the last few years, through IMA and HBI, he has worked a lot on these acts. And the today's talk was so much elaborative, informative, and so much simplified that audience hardly have any question about it. But I would just like to share Jalgaon issues regarding Fire Act. Jalgaon IMA fought a lot regarding this issue over the last few years, and we got a resolution passed in Jalgaon Municipal Corporation in our favor. So the basic registration fee what we give is only 1,000 rupees yearly fee, and NOCs for the beginners is 2,000 rupees for less than 20 beds and 3,000 rupees for more than 20 beds. And NOC yearly and renewal is again 1,500 rupees for less than 20 beds and 2,000 rupees for more than 20 beds. But now what Dr. Mangesh Patil just mentioned, the percentage of the ready reckoner rate, this issue is now new headache for us, and now we again need to fight against this. I always say that to all hospitals, and we are getting buried under the loads of these draconian acts, and I may really need to think over. They should act like that. Government should surrender in front of us and give us some relief regarding all these acts. Thank you.
Sir, I have a question. If a hospital or a nursing home or this thing is in a building, and if the building already has fire safety equipments installed, then does the clinic or the hospital or the nursing home has to have its own separate equipments or separate water tank, or what is the situation there?
100%. Even not many hospitals, they are situated in the buildings, in the societies rather. What the approving authorities or competent authorities, the Department of Fire, they are concerned is about the minimum fire safety standards in your establishment. Remember that one thing. Now, what problem, going ahead with this question, what problems are doctors and hospitals are facing when they are in the society? The society or the distinct commercial buildings, they already have the fire safety equipment, this thing. But when it comes to the compliance as far as your establishment is concerned, they never cooperate with the doctors and the hospitals which are situated in the district. And doctors have to not only spend for its own establishment, but certain part of the society and building also he has to spend. And that is exactly doctors and this thing, they are facing problem. But as your question is concerned, whether your hospital is situated in the commercial building or society, they are concerned, competent authority is concerned about fire safety equipment inside your premises.
Thank you so much, sir.
Dr. Mangesh Patel, I have a question in continuation with Dr. Archana's question. If there is a mishap in society or a commercial complex where the hospital is situated, and there is any problem occurring in our hospital because of fire somewhere else, are we still liable criminally?
See, now in this question, there is a very pertinent question, but there is some gray area also. But why? Because how did this fire occur? That is very important, and it is a part of the investigation which follows. The example of this is the fire which took place in this Mulund hospital during COVID. If you remember, the hospital was situated in the commercial building where but the origin of the fire was inside the hospital, and that they found out. So if a fire takes place because of the flaws of the system inside the hospital, you are liable. If it happens anywhere in the system, in the building, commercial or society, you are not liable for that. So you safeguarding yourself, what is needed, you must have the fire NOC. They don't see, the system does not come and see what is fitted in your hospital once mishap happens. What they see, does you have the documented evidence of the fire NOC? That is very important. Once you have it, no one can touch it.
Thank you, Dr. Pate.
So in that case, my one question that in that case, because since in fire all the documentation will be destroyed, so is it imperative that you have these documents on cloud, or do you have it stored somewhere else also?
Absolutely, definitely. You must have these documents. Nowadays, everyone keeps these documents in soft copy format along with this thing. So anywhere you need this the document, then you should be able to procure it definitely. And such documents should never be kept. The original copy should never be kept in your premises.
Thank you, Dr. Pate. Now I request Dr. Punse sir to summarize the session.
Punse sir, unmute करावा लागेल. Punse sir. I think sir must be busy. We'll request Dr. Vilas Bhode sir.
I request Dr. Vilas Bhode sir to summarize the session as Dr. Punse sir is not able to unmute himself. Dr. Bhode, if you can.
Already what I said was it were summarizing words only. Very much informative and simplified talk by Dr. Mangesh Pate, and almost all questions in our mind were solved. The Fire Act is very difficult to understand actually. Thank you very much.
Punse sir आहेत ह्याच्यामध्ये. Punse sir, would you please like to say anything? I think he's unable to unmute. Dr. Niti, please carry.
I'll take it.
Now it is there.
Yes, sir.
Yes. My one question is, what is mandatory equipments, fire safety equipments are mandatory for small hospitals? Because everywhere you cannot have the sensors and sprinklers and all those things.
Correct, sir.
Did you get it?
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Mangesh.
Yeah. The question is about what is the minimum fire safety equipment which hospitals are supposed to fit in. This list is there in this table which Dombivli IMA will be releasing, which is there mentioned in the amendment in last June, which May-June government has come out in Maharashtra. So depending on your area of the plot and height of your building, they have got segregated which minimum fire equipment. Now, very specifically, Punje sir has mentioned about the smoke detectors. I think you mentioned sprinklers, right? Now, to be precise, I spoke to many experts, and what is the basis of use of minimum fire safety equipment, which I came to know, is if in any building there is an unmanned area where it is likely to be remain unmanned more than 24 hours. In such areas, you are supposed to have smoke detectors and automated smoke detectors and sprinklers. But unfortunately, sir, your question is very right. Fire officers and this thing, they are compelling all small hospitals also, which actually is manned 24/7 with the smoke detectors and automatic sprinklers. What is more important? It is not at all necessary. What is most important for hospitals to have, small hospitals to have, is extinguisher and, if possible, a hydrant system. Now, hydrant system also, the old buildings do not have capacity to have additional some 20,000 liters tank overhead, which they already have their own overhead tank. There is a way out for that also. There is one which we have already given to the Department of Director of Fire Services, Maharashtra State. You need not have a separate water tank on the top. You can utilize whichever tank is there already in the society or above your hospital. What you need is just a 3 horsepower motor and 1.5 inch of a pipe which comes from the listing. With the sensors of the motor, if necessary, the same attachment giving to the hose reel and hose pipe can be utilized as a water hydrant system. But unfortunately, these officers, they do not see the practicality as far as the safety is concerned. And here exactly the role of association comes. These things should be presented very strongly to the officers. Then only we can find the solutions. I think I answered your question.
There are many more
One more
questions which
thing.
are coming in chat
Yeah,
box.
one more thing.
Punje sir,
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go on.
Generally in ICUs or in hospitals, fire is due to the electrical equipment. Generally, most of the times, it is due to short circuit or problem in some electrical instrument. In that case, sprinkler or water is useless. On the contrary, it will again damage everything.
Not indicated.
Not indicated. So this thing, fire extinguisher of which type? CO2 or foam? Or both?
No. Fire extinguisher, as far as the electrical, there are types of fire. This question is about goes to the types of fire. Now, fire which is because of the electrical this thing, the CO2 is very important there. But water definitely should be avoided there. But they do advocate, the sprinklers in the ICUs also. Very important question.
One more thing, you said about fire escape. It is mandatory, it's all right. But what is necessary is it's not that staff should run away. They should go with patient with them. Otherwise, patient is bedridden and they will use the fire escape.
Correct.
So there should be some rule about that. Only training is not enough.
Yeah. Correct, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
There are a lot many questions in the chat box. I think you can connect personally with Dr. Mangesh Pate sir. He is always helpful and 24/7 available on phone. Then there was a query whether this recording will be available. Dr. Archana Pate madam had just put that it is live on YouTube and it will be available on YouTube. With this, we are coming to end of this session, and on behalf of IMA Dombivli, I'd like to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Mangesh Pate sir for his comprehensive and elaborate session for medical professionals on fire prevention and Fire Safety Act during online medical legal Let's Act Summit organized by IMA Dombivli on Sunday, 30th July 2023. And I also thank the chairperson, Dr. Punse sir, and co-chairperson, Dr. Ghole sir, for their gracious presence. And over to you, Dr. Archana. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for moderating the session, Dr. Niti, and thank you so much, Dr. Patil sir, for making this difficult topic, which is like a common source of headache for all the medical practitioners, so easy. Dr. Patil is always available for any issues related to fire safety. You can always connect with your local branch HBI, or if you want to contact Dr. Pate personally for any issues related to biomedical waste or fire safety equipments or related to any issues of your healthcare, you can ask me for his number and I will be giving it across. You can ask me on my personal WhatsApp. It is, I think, available with all the delegates. Moving on to the next session. Thank you, Ponse sir, and thank you, Bode sir, for chairing and co-chairing the session, and thank you for your gracious presence. Moving on to the next session of GST and healthcare, in order to increase the transparency in the tax system, the Government of India implemented a new tax regime known as GST in 2017. GST has been implemented in all industries, including textiles, food, automobiles, clothing, etc. And just like other industries, the healthcare business, I would say, is no exception. To procure healthcare services, one is now required to pay GST on healthcare services in addition to the bills. Does healthcare fall under the GST? How GST is affecting the healthcare costing? What are the implications of non-compliance? To speak on this very important topic, we have with us National Vice President of IMA Headquarters, Dr. Jayesh Lele, sir. Warm welcome to the summit, sir. To chair this session, we have past President of IMA Maharashtra State, Dr. Hozi Kapadia, sir. To co-chair the session, we have Dr. Vishal Pawar. And to moderate this session, I invite IMA Dombivli eminent dermatologist, Dr. Swati Gurav, and chairperson of the Women Doctors Wing of IMA Dombivli to moderate the session. Take over the session, please, Dr. Swati.
Thank you, ma'am. I welcome the speaker of GST and healthcare, Dr. Jayesh Lele, sir. Sir actually requires no introduction. He is the Vice President of IMA Headquarters. He is a past Honorary Secretary General of IMA Headquarters. He is a past National Secretary of IMA Hospital Board of India. He is a past President of IMA Maharashtra State, past Vice President of Maharashtra Medical Council. He has received IMA Professor Sridhar Sharma Oration Award for the year 2017 and 18 in recognition of the services rendered to IMA Headquarters. He has held various posts in IMA at branch, state, and headquarters, and he is the recipient of multiple awards from IMA Headquarters and IMA Maharashtra. I also welcome the chairperson of today's session, Dr. Hozi Kapadia, sir. He is a family physician for more than 50 years, has special interest in marine medicine. He is a former visiting medical faculty and lecturer in Indian Maritime University, Mumbai campus for 24 years. He is a past president of IMA Maharashtra State, a past honorary secretary, State Secretary of IMA Maharashtra State, and he is a past president of IMA Mumbai branch. He is a president Bombay E-Ward Medical Practitioners Association and recipient of various local, state, national awards. I also welcome the co-chairperson of today's session, Dr. Vishal Pawar, sir. He's a consultant surgeon. He's a director at Remotely Multi-Speciality Hospital, Nashik, and he's the immediate past secretary of IMA, Nashik. Now I would request Dr. Hozi Kapadia, sir, to take over the session and welcome the speaker, Dr. Jayesh Lele, sir.
Yeah, I thank very much IMA Dombivli, particularly Dr. Archana and Dr. Mangesh Pate, President Secretary of IMA Dombivli branch, for giving me an opportunity to chair this session. I would like to say about service about GST that formerly in the pre-GST era there was no service tax for doctors or any medical establishment. But now since 2017 they have levied on certain things the GSTs, particularly high rate hospital bed and many other things. So for that I would request Dr. Jayesh Lele to give his presentation on where exactly it is applicable, and if we don't pay, what are the penalties and what else. So we would like to be enlightened on what it is. So I request Dr. Jayesh Lele to give his presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hozi. I'm audible. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes,
yes. Yes, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
please. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, thank you, Dr. Swati and Dr. Hosri for kind words. I must thank Dr. Archana, Dr. Mangesh, Dr. Vijayalakshmi, and the entire Dombivli team for organizing this very important summit, where various acts which are related to the doctors and their fraternity concern is elaborately discussed, and a lot of solutions and thoughts have been given. Regarding the GST, basically, formerly before 1st July, to be on specific 2017, it was formerly GST was applicable certain areas, and the GST was prevalent everywhere. And as Dr. Hosi mentioned, that the service tax was not much being bothered for the doctors, some of the small nursing rooms also. But after the GST has introduced, I was associated with this thing right from the day one, because that time we were going to host a very big national conference, and it was affecting every place, every sponsor, and every basically, if you look at the association angle, it was going to affect that. So I got associated and I started studying and following it very regularly. So the GST is applicable to all transactions falling within the meaning of supply as per Section 7 of CGST Act 2017. The relevant portion to the understand key term is supplied as follows. For the purpose of this act, the expression supply includes all forms of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease, or disposal made or agreed to be made for the consideration by a person in the course of or furtherance of the business. A section says the activity of transaction by a person other than an individual to its members or constitutions or vice versa for a cash, deferred payment or other valuable consideration will be applicable. So important services for this consideration, whether or not in course or furthermore for the business, it is clear that the above definition is a block to cover all types of transaction and make them supply which will be taxable under the GST. The important words appearing in the above definition are as under goods, that is under section 2 of 52, means every kind of a movable property other than money and securities, but includes actionable claim, grouping crops, grass, and other attached to or forming a part of land which are agreed to be served before supply or under the contract of supply. Services under section 2 of 102 is anything other than goods. Persons, when we name that under section 2 of 84, include an association of persons or a body of individuals, whether incorporated or not in India or outside. Every artificial judicial person or not falling within any part of the above. Basically, here a lot of questions we are asking that whether common doctor will be has to have the GST number, or whether he should pay GST, whether he should be part of the GST. On that, I will talk to later on in my presentation. Any trade, commerce, manufacture, profession, vocation, adventure, wager, or any other similar activity, whether or not it is a pecuniary benefit, provisions by a club, association, society to any such body, it is applicable. In Finance Act 2021 has made retrospective amendment with effect from 1st July 2017. This is again going to be a very questionable, because by inserting a subclause AA to section 1 of section 7, because of which any services or activities or transaction given by a trust or association or society to its member or vice versa can be considered as a supply. So on this, more clarity, you will understand that when the IMA started asking for a membership, GST on a membership fund, GST on various, we have the schemes, professional protection scheme, then social security scheme. So that it becomes applicable, and now already last about 8 to 9 months back, the government has taken over various IMA branches for scrutinizing And even we have at the headquarters received the notice. We are working on that, and that is how this is going to be. They have broadened, and most important, they have given that it should be retrospective. This amendment makes concept of mutually redundant in the case of transaction between the associations with its members or vice versa. Formerly, there were some appeals made into the GST Council, and some associations, some international organizations put them back. But subsequently, this will make redundant after this amendment has been taken care. The relationship between the members and the association was previously treated as a mutual benefit transaction. So our social security scheme again had a doubtful. So that comes under that mutual benefit type. There was no tax in the pre-GST area. Now they are specifically saying that any transaction between an association and its members will be between distinct persons, that is association on one hand as a person and the members on the other hand. If this transaction is applied, it will be taxable under the GST. Notification 1217 committee dated 1 July wide circular 1 has exempted services provided by the entity registered under section 12AA of the income tax. And that is why many trusts were those who got the 12AA and 12A got benefited by this. But certain, they have again removed that section, and services by an entity registered under section 12AA of the Income Tax Act 1993 by way of charitable activities. You have to show particularly that proper transactions have been taken place. It is not just to have the camp or anything like that, but proper amount has been disbursed for the camp purpose, then it will not be taxable. Then certain cases where it is, 1 second. Certain cases where it will be applicable, that is the life membership, annual membership, registered fees for members, lectures, conferences, seminars, charges for right to admission to any event. All these numbers are given on the right hand side. Contributions received towards social security scheme, contributions received towards the professional protection scheme, contributions received towards any other scheme for benefit of its members, certification charges for hospital board by any being, like similarly, advertisement in journal, services provided by the rent charged by the hospital, or similar like for any hospital building, if there is a mobile cover rent, a hall or a ground rent, or if you are charging some fees for the food, you are charging some fees for the giving parking and other things, it will be chargeable. Accommodation services, many hospitals give accommodation to the patient's relatives, they will be applicable. Now, just to mention, very important thing was that in ICCU, post the charges of any particular bed is more than 5,000, it will be attracting GST. So library services, publishing on a fee or a contract basis, again it will be chargeable. Machinery or equipment given on rent, suppose many things like oxygenator or certain things, or the suction machine they are giving on the rent, it will be taxable. Registration, every state headquarters or a branch of Indian Medical Association are registered separately under the various laws in force, so that they will have to comply with the PAN number and the GST number. Each state headquarters or branches are required to take care. Particularly, special category of states are Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Jammu Kashmir, Manipur, Meghalaya, Nagaland, Sikkim, Tripura, Himachal Pradesh, and Uttarakhand. They have given certain category wise because of the eastern states, and some benefits are there. The association who has taken the registration under the GST are allowed to take the input tax credit of the GST paid on purchase, because this is very important. We should understand. Previously, there was a query that whether we should go into that. Many associations were refraining and saying that no, we should not be part of the GST. But now here I must mention that what is the input tax credit? I'll explain it little later. Whatever the input tax credit paid GST on purchase of goods and services subject to certain conditions which are given in section 16, and which we can claim it back. If we don't have the GST number, the opposite party claiming paying GST on our account should not be giving us benefit. So we should have that GST number. Howsoever it is going to be little tedious, but once you get onto that job, the work will become easier. Reverse charge mechanism. This is another very important thing. What is called reverse charge mechanism? This is what I was trying to explain you. The associations, if they are registered under GST, are liable to pay tax under reverse charge mechanism in case of following services. The services provided by individual advocate, including senior advocate on a firm by way of legal services, services provided by way of sponsorship to anybody, corporate or a partnership firm, services supplied by the central government, state government and union territory or local authorities. Services supplied by a director of a company or a body corporate to same company or to body corporate. Security services provided by way of supply of security personnel by any other person or a body corporate. Reverse charge mechanism. This is again services provided by any person other than the body corporate by of renting of any motor vehicle designed to carry passengers, whether the cost of the fuel is included in the consideration charge and separate GST is not charged, the invoice, the services received by the association, which is body corporate. Services provided by good transport agencies, many times which we end up paying, where you can ask for a reverse charge mechanism. Import of services is also another thing where you can claim reverse charge benefit. Transactions between state headquarters, branches and chapters. Each and every unit of IMA headquarters, state headquarters, branches or chapters is registered separately under the Income Tax Act 1961, having separate permanent account number. Similarly, GST registration and GST registration number will separate each unit. Under GST, they are treated as a distinct person, and if there is a transaction between them, it will be treated as a separate taxable event. For example, a Maharashtra state office collects any fees from the members that they have to charge 18%, 9 plus 9, that is 9 CGST and 9 state GST on the such fees collected. If they transfer some amount to the quarter, that on the particular amount, 18% GST should be transferred to the IGST to the state headquarters. While paying the taxes, the state headquarters shall deduct the GST collected from the headquarters from the taxes collected by them, which is called the input tax credit. Quarterly children's need to be put. Any registered person is liable to file returns every month and quarter. GSTSR number 1 to upload the details of outward supplies of goods and services due date on or before the 11th of month for that particular thing. Similarly, on the quarter that particular 11th is calculated, GSTSR 3B to determine tax liability, tax on outward supply, sale, less input tax credit and pay the same. Due date on or before is 20, 22nd or 24th of each month, depending upon the holidays. Incorporated and incorporated entities members shall be distinct person. In the absence of such provisions, the above judgments of the Honorable Supreme Court become squarely applicable. Doctrine of mutuality was applicable and thus applies by incorporated or incorporated entities to which member was supplied to itself and not levy of the GST. The finance bill, that above thing was again reviewed in 2021, amended the section 7 of the Act by inserting a new clause, section 1, with respect to effect from July 2017, so as to ensure levy of tax on activities or transactions involving supply of goods or services by any person other than individual, that is incorporated for incorporated entity to its member and constitute, or vice versa for cash, deferred payment or other thing. So now which has come to, IMA has to fight back and do some work on this method. Supreme Court in the case of Kolkata Court had earlier given benefit, but then that subsequently it was removed. Some important FAQs which I am going to discuss. Life membership, whether the fees will be applicable? Yes, definitely. The life membership fee will be applicable. Contribution to GST, definitely. It is what we are going to put up to the government, and we have already put up. There is a case filed in Kerala. Now another case has come up in Karnataka also to say where the social security scheme, a certain portion we are keeping it in the corpus to be given it to that particular member on disease family. That is the debatable question, because the amount that is the amount of service that our share holding of IMA headquarters is pretty minimal. So that's a debatable and applicable appeal is being thought over by our chartered accountant, because otherwise all our social security scheme will have a lot of issues under this proper this thing. And that is what we are trying to work out, whether the solutions can be brought about. Then share of received by the national or state headquarters branch, yes, definitely share applicable will be there. Again, professional protection scheme is definitely a service. This is for protecting the doctors, and the services is being given to that particular doctor. So it is definitely it will be charged. This is my submission. And another point here I would like to make: any member, especially for doctors who are getting the amount or the fees from pharma companies that giving lectures and all, up to 20 lakhs, it is not chargeable GST, but above that, the GST is chargeable. And for hospitals, I must mention that whatever the hospitals they are purchasing equipment, they are paying GST. And so similarly, if they don't have the GST, whatever is collected by the opposite party, that is a vendor, that will go to the government and you will not be able to claim. So you will have to, like a hospital where more than 50 lakhs or 1 crore turnover is there, you should take up the GST number, take that GST number and file it properly. In fact, the challans are there. In the beginning, you may find it a little difficult, but any a person doing the accountancy job on a part-time basis also can collect it, file the GST returns, and subsequently you will get the benefit out of that. So if you don't have the GST number, just think about it, consult your chartered accountant, how much is your turnover, and in a year, how much you pay GST by way of vendor or everywhere, because everywhere whatever the vendor is putting the GST, but you don't have a mechanism to collect it back. So I would suggest that those who are going to turnover more, they should take the GST number, start filing GST, ordinary, maybe family physicians who their turnover is more than 50 lakhs. They don't pay much of GST, they need not bother. Especially for hospitals, there are a lot of equipments in the hospital. Supplies even right from the dressing material to the big equipments in the operation theater or certain machines, they will be ending up paying GST, and with the reversal mechanism, you will get certain benefit. So I would suggest that you take a call on this. That is what my submission is. Thank you, the entire IMA Dombivli team, the Pate, Archana and Mangesh, and Dr. Vijayalakshmi. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was such an elucidating session on GST. I would request Dr. Vishal Pawar sir to take up the questions in the chat box. Sir?
Can I ask one question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Jayesh, what about the smaller medical associations, CDE? Do they have to be under GST?
Whether even if they are registered under the association, you should not bother about GST, because this is a statutory government requirement. And yeah, of course, I forgot to mention that the penalty for not paying GST is very high. And any membership fee for that matter attracts GST, because now that is what for 3-4 years, in fact, there was a little contingency in the IMA headquarters that we had saved some money, because now we have received something like course penalty is very high, and the association is not paying, especially for conferences, CMEs, everywhere the GST is applicable. So either you take the money or you don't take the money. So if the membership is there, membership attracts GST. So even if it's a small association, GST will be applicable.
But that is up to 20 lakhs baseline, no?
20 lakhs, correct. But you are landing up paying GST for others. Inference GST is applicable. Your turnover becomes 20 lakhs. Total turnover it is. It is not that particular, basically you must be having some FD, you must be having some income expenditure. Any small conference you hold in Bombay now, it is not less than 10 to 15 lakhs of money. So if you have 2 conferences and 10 CMEs, your turnover it is not a profit. Understand? It's tricky. Turnover and profit is different. Turnover is many. Overall, 20 lakhs is nothing. Turnover is 20 lakhs.
Sir, very good session. One question from my side. If the hospital is receiving rent from the medical store, that hospital needs GST certificate, right?
Yes, GST has needed because it's a rent. Ultimately,
Yeah.
it's a service.
Yeah, and we can charge for cosmetic and plastic surgery procedure GST, right?
Yeah, again, there also GST is applicable for hospital. So, see, whenever you are charging it, so like let's say also service tax, whatever you have to pay service tax, when you are claimed, there is increasing effect. So it is what input credit to get. So somebody, when your equipment, somebody is charging you GST, you are paying GST. So benefit of input tax credit you get when you are going to be liable for incurred GST. So if you don't have the GST number, that somebody the GST and it will go to the government. You will not get the benefit of the bit. So any hospital, I would suggest they should definitely go for the GST number. In the beginning, it was said that you should not bother, but even more taxes are coming. Now, any ICSU bed, even 6,000 euros, I mean 5,000 GST is applicable.
Sir, Dr. Ravi Kumar here, sir. Can I ask a question?
Ravi Kumar. Yeah, please.
Nicely presented one, sir. One common question. Actually, now the room rent above 5,000, we are supposed to pay GST.
Yes,
but as far as the insurance payment is concerned, the room rent includes nursing charges and all other charges, few more charges, all compiled together, joined together as put as room rent as far as the insurance claims are concerned. So I think we may have to represent to the IRDA or we have to change that, because if we blankly put as room, then the amount will go beyond 5,000 and every one of us have to pay GST.
You're right, Dr. Ravi Kumar. See, that is a debatable point. Rent calculation by the GST council is different than the rent calculation by IRDA is different. So we are working out. In fact, we can go to the advance appeal for that matter, because definitely that's why what many hospitals are doing it, they are showing it less. In that, what happens is, suppose you don't charge the room rent and you say option separately, service separately. So all those things to bring down to avoid that. But in IRDA, then you'll end up paying less charges because you cannot get the benefit out of that. That's what I was trying to explain. If you don't charge it, you don't get benefit also. So best thing is to charge them and take the benefit from this side, because otherwise any insurance person who is staying in your hospital, if you don't charge the GST, insurance is going to consider as per their definition. It's a debatable point. We can apply in an advance appeal and take the clarification. We can write to the council also and take the clarification on this matter.
One more clarification, sir. If we take as donation, see the smaller branches, what they do is they don't collect as lifetime membership fees or yearly membership fees. They collect as donation. If does donation come under GST?
Donations, if they're there, then you cannot spend it for a monthly, for a yearly, for a month. There, many branches taking annual maintenance or annual fees or something like that. In that case, that is attracting the GST. Suppose you take the donation, in that case, the donation has to be in a systematic manner. You have to take the PAN card for that purpose, and you have to take a letter that this is being given to donation. And the donation, what you collect, it goes to the corpus. So you cannot use it for that particular year income expenditure. So you are not benefiting. To be saved. Donation, it has to go to the Society Act, not receiving donation. It to be spent so that year. So what is the benefit for the association? How will the society run for that member? Every year, society has some expenses. So from where the society will do the expenses? That is a byway, but then it can get what?
Okay, sir. I think it will take some more time for all of us to understand.
Actually, there are lots of intricacies in GST, and I mean, it is really difficult because for everything, the things are very, very different. I mean, it's extremely difficult. Sharad, you want to ask any question? Sharad, please unmute yourself and ask the question. Dr. Sharad Gura.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, please ask
Yeah.
your question.
Yeah, hello, sir. I want to ask a question which has two aspects to it. One is apart from taking benefit that I understood, but suppose a person is a freelancer or a single clinic holder and does not have much of a rollover as a hospital, like 20 lakhs is the limit for applying for GST. And suppose he is doing some part of his practice is beautification treatments, cosmetic treatments, or plastic surgeries. So how to go about it? If he is below 20 lakhs, is it mandatory to register for GST? Barring the point that he can get the GST returns and all, but is it mandatory for him to register for GST and collect the separate payments and separate bill book for GST for beautification treatments and cosmetic procedures and plastic surgeries?
Solo practitioner, as you mentioned very clearly, solo practitioner that see, as Dr. Archana mentioned just now, there are small intricacies, and sometimes you have to go to the GST Council for clarification. So one of the issue which you just discussed mentioned very clearly, any cosmetic treatment when it is labeled, it's a purely service, which is not a on a treatment basis. Even though it's a treatment, it is cosmetic by itself is attracting GST. So you will have to keep that account separately. You have to show that the GST has been charged and GST has been deposited. So once you check GST, you have to charge the GST. So whatever the patients pay, that they say cosmetic itself is a very costly affair. So over the year, that separate, particularly GST will definitely attract. And for that purpose, I would suggest that if any cosmetic work you are doing, then it is better to have the GST and get rid of the headaches and penalties. Because the penalty is very high. And mind you, just one clause I forgot to mention probably. It is a non-billable offense. You can be arrested if the GST violations are occurring. So this is very serious offense. It is not like income tax. In income tax, the scrutiny comes, you file appeals, you go for hearing, it makes it for 7-8 years. Nothing happens. But in GST, it is not like that. GST, it is a non-billable offense under that section it is registered. Because it's a government money. So it is better to pay the penalty or pay the GST, the GST number and switch the bill better in a, without having tension.
Thank you, sir.
I think we'll have to move ahead. Dr. Mahendra
Yes.
Kumar, you want to ask a question, but I request you to please ask it in the chat box. And I will request Lele sir to please answer the this question in the chat box, which Dr. Mahendra Kumar will be putting up. We are running short of time. I think we need to wind up. Dr. Swati.
Yes, ma'am. I would request Dr. Hozi Kapadia sir to sum up the session.
Yeah, Dr. Jayesh Lele has given a very nice comprehensive. GST is a very, very serious topic, and wherever applicable, it has to be paid because it is a non-billable offense and therefore it has to be taken very seriously. Again, I thank IMA Dombivli, Dr. Archana, Dr. Mangesh Patel, Dr. Swati, President Secretary of Dombivli Association, and all my audience for a patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of IMA Dombivli, I would like to present the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Jayesh Lele, sir. For comprehensive and elaborate session for medical professionals on GST and healthcare during online medical legal Let's Act Summit organized by IMA Dombivli on Sunday, 30th July 2023. Now over to you, Dr. Patil, madam. I think the question by Dr. Bangar has been put in the chat box.
Lele sir, we request you to please answer the doctor on the chat box. You can reply him on his personal chat if he needs. With this, we sincerely thank Dr. Jayesh Lele sir for taking such a complex topic, because GST definitely is a very, very complex topic. But the implications of not abiding by it are, the stakes are very high. So thank you, sir, for trying to make it as simple as you could. And we sincerely thank Dr. Hosi Kapadia, sir, for chairing the session, to Dr. Vishal Pawar for co-chairing the session. I think there was some issue with his network connectivity. And thank you, Dr. Swati Gura, for moderating the session. Moving ahead, our next session is Medicare Act. I think violence is, one of the most dreaded, things that we get. We are concerned about as healthcare professionals, because we are dealing basically with life and death. So here, when violence has become regular part of the healthcare system, we hardly find solutions for the same. Doctors are continuously under the stress and the fear that there may be violence in case the outcome is not very favorable. State has passed Medicare Act in 2010, but we hardly ever see the provisions of the Act being applied to the perpetrators of healthcare violence. Nevertheless, it is important for us as medical professionals to know the nuances of this Act. And to speak on this, we have with us IMA Maharashtra State Hospital Board of India Chairman, Dr. Anil Patil. A warm welcome to the summit, Dr. Anil Patil. To chair this session, we have Dr. Dilip Kamath, sir, who's patron of IMA Pimpri Chinchwad branch. And to co-chair the session, we have Dr. Santosh Khadtare with us. I invite past president of IMA Dombivli, Dr. Sunit Upasni, to moderate this session. Dr. Sunit, please take over the session. Sunit is not there. I can't find him.
Sunit, you have to unmute yourself. Archana, I am audible?
Yes, Sunit, you are audible. Is that Dr. Patil?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm just, let me just, yeah.
Sunit is not
No, because I think Sunit must have left the summit, so I'd made him co-host earlier, and when he joined back, he was no more co-host. So
No,
Sunit, you are co-host, please.
I'm fine. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So please carry forward the session, Dr. Sunit. I'll share
can
the
I see
screen.
the
Yes,
thing?
I'm sharing the screen.
Let's act summit. Thank you, madam. I want to present today's speaker, Dr. Anil Patil, sir. He is a practicing urologist since 1995. He is the medical director at Dr. Ullas Patel Medical College, Jalgaon. He is the chairman IMA MS Hospital Board of India, past secretary IMA Jalgaon 2008 to 2017, and past vice president of IMA Maharashtra State. Dr. Dilip Kamath, sir, is our chairperson. He is an MD DGO FICOG, founder and patron of IMA PCB, past president Pune OBGY Society, past chairman Pimpri Chinchwad Doctors Association, past general secretary Association of Sports Medicine Pune, awarded Amog Ratna of 2021-22. We have our co-chair Dr. Santosh Khadtare, sir. He is a pathologist at Dr. Khadtare Diagnostic Center, sex educator and therapist, West Maharashtra. Chairman IMA Academy of Medical Specialties IMA MS, CWC member IMA Headquarters, past Vice President IMA MS, past Joint Secretary IMA MS, past President IMA Akluj branch. I now ask our chairperson, Dr. Dilip Kamath, to welcome the speaker for the session. Dilip Kamath, sir.
Kamath, sir, you will need to unmute yourself, sir. Kamath, sir.
Dr. Khadtare, can you invite the speaker for the session?
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you. I am at Dombivli branch.
I think Kamath, sir, has joined. Kamath, sir.
Yeah, I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. First of all, Dombivli branch, Dr. Mangesh Pate and Archana Pate and the entire Dombivli team to give me an opportunity to have with you for this nice session which I'm listening since morning for this Maharashtra Medical Act. Now the Anil Patil is speaking. I think without wasting a time, I'll request him to start his lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Dilip Kamath sir, and thank you, IMA Dombivli, President Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, Secretary Dr. Archana, and the entire team who have worked very hard since yesterday. I have been attending these sessions in yesterday, and I have seen too many, at least 400 people are joining at any given time. So congratulations to IMA Dombivli for this. आताच माझ्या आधी डॉक्टर लेले सरांचं लेक्चर झालं आणि त्यांनी जीएसटी बद्दल आपल्याला सगळ्यांना एवढं घाबरवलं की नॉन बेलेबल ऑफेन्स आहे, जेलमध्ये जावं लागतं. पण तू इथे हॉस्पिटलवर जे हल्ले करतात तोही नॉन बेलेबल ऑफेन्स आहे, ते कुणीच घाबरत नाही आणि हल्ले दिवसेंदिवस वाढत आहेत. तर my topic today is Maharashtra Medicare Act. I bring greetings from IMA Jalgaon and IMA Maharashtra, and very good noon to all the participants and speakers and my chairman and co-chairpersons here. Friends, Maharashtra Medicare Act, basically the root cause of violence in healthcare is because if
Sir, you are not audible. Dr. Anil Patil, you are not audible. Dr. Patil?
Hello.
You are audible now.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible now.
Sir, you can.
Hello. Sir, you are not audible. Dr. Patil, you are not audible.
सरांचं हे फ्रीज झालंय बहुतेक.
Hello. We'll just wait for a minute for him to join back again. If he's joined back, let me just check. Is he there? Yes, he's there. Sunit, can you please call him and ask him what is the problem?
I will call him up. I'll call him up.
There may be network issue, madam.
Yes, yes. So we'll just talk to him in case he's having an issue which is going to take time. We'll invite the next session. Just give us 1 minute to connect with him.
Definitely.
सरांचा फोन लागत नाहीये.
Sincere apologies to everybody. Just give us a minute to connect with the speaker.
I'm not getting the speaker, madam. Yeah, join back.
Hello. Hello.
Dr. Patil, are you there?
Yes, I am there.
Yes, I have made you co-host. You will be able to share your screen.
Yeah, I'm trying. Sorry for some net problem at the time.
No problem.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
So where were I? So international study in 1991 revealed that there is compelling evidence that exponential malpractice is committed and recognized, litigated or compensated. Basically, this is the main reason why patients have started losing some faith in medical profession, and this is one of the reasons that the violence against medics is increasing day by day. Basically, Indian public is domicile forgiving type. We are from land of Mahavir, Gandhi. We believe in destiny. But there are few exceptions and violence is on the rise. There are some hard facts. After introduction of CPA, number of cases in consumer court and violence in healthcare has risen to many folds. 1 in every 4 doctors has been threatened by some other way in his lifetime worldwide. So friends, it could happen to you. Many of us have experienced it. It is not the physical abuse, but it is mental abuse, harassments on phone, threatening, everything comes under violence. To address this, the Maharashtra government has brought the act, the Maharashtra Medicare Service Persons and Medicare Service Institution Act. It was modified on 25th March 2019. Basically, this act is from 2010. This is act to provide for prevention of violence against Medicare service persons and prevention of damage or loss of property of Medicare institution in the state of Maharashtra and for other matters connected thereof. This act extends to the whole of Maharashtra. What is the definition of medical service institution? It means an institution which is either government, private, central government, or even medical checkup camps are also covered, and those who are under control of local body. So every hospital, even if a small hospital, is also covered. Medical camps are also covered. Even homeopathic clinics are also covered in this. What is the meaning of Medicare service person? Any registered medical practitioner, any registered nurse, medical student, nursing student, paramedical worker, any other member, staff or worker directly or indirectly employed by medical institutions. So everybody is covered under this act. Actually, to be very frank, this act is very good, but the implementation has problem. I will come to that later on. Let us see some definitions. Offender means a person who either himself or as a member or leader of group tries to threaten and incites the act of violence. Property means any movable, immovable medical equipment, medical machinery in possession of or under control of medical service persons. Violence means, as I said earlier, it could be of any type, either physical harm, mental harm, threatening on phone. Everything is under this violence category. Any act of violence against medical service person or damage to the loss of property in a medical institution shall be prohibited. Penalty: any offender who commits or attempts to commit a commission of act of violence shall be punished with imprisonment not extending, which may extend up to 3 years fine or which may extend to 50,000 rupees fine. Any offense committed under this act shall be cognizable, non-variable and triable by the court of judicial magistrate of first class. What is the liability? The offender shall be liable to pay compensation twice the amount of damage or loss caused to the property or may be determined by court. If the offender has not paid the compensation, then it would be attached to his land area to land revenue. The state government shall establish the authority to hear grievances. This is also very important, and we have in between tried this in Jalgaon. The state government shall establish the authority to hear grievances of victims of medical negligence and mismanagement. But government has in between, say 4-5 years back, issued a circular saying that all these committees should be existent at district level. We have insisted with the collector to form such committee, but later on we came to know that if such committee is there, any Tom, Dick and Harry complains to any to that committee, and it is in fact nuisance to us. So nowadays we are not insisting. The authority shall consist of experts from each field of medical law and consumer movement and health management. The additional provision in this act shall be in addition and not in derogation of the provisions of any law of land at the time being forced. Means this act is in addition to whatever is the criminal act which is existent at this moment. If you remember previously, IMA headquarters had issued a circular to give memorandum to the government officers regarding making this act more stringent. The penalty should be 5 years imprisonment so that the victim doesn't get bail. So we have given memorandum here to collector and SP. SP being our close associate and friend, he said, Dr. A act एवढं strict करून काही उपयोग नाही आहे. Ultimately, it is the IO, investigating officer, who has the prerogative. He can put any criminal act in addition to the existent act and make this act more stronger. So it ultimately depends upon your relationship with the local officers. So what are the limitations and what are our demands? This act lacks teeth, as the offender gets bail immediately. The offender gets bail immediately on the same day or maybe the next day. Non-cooperation of police in most of the cases. Doctor is scared to carry forward the complaint. This is the main problem. Initially, in the heat of movement, most of us complain, but later on, either they are threatened or the family is threatened, or our co-members tell them, don't complain, these people will trouble you. So the complaint is not taken forward. Instead, every doctor wants IMA to complain and fight. This is not possible. This is individual harassment. So the complaint has to be made by individual, and this act has very poor conviction rate, which I will come to the next slide. What are our demands regarding this act and how it can be made more stringent? It should be brought under Indian Penal Code for better enforcement. During the pandemic, the center had enacted Epidemic Diseases Act, which you must have been aware of, which recognized violence as cognizable and non-bailable offense, which was punishable from 3 months to 5 years and fine up to 2 lakhs. However, it was withdrawn as COVID eased out. We wanted this type of act at the center. The central working group at headquarters had tried this. Even Parliament has brought this central act in the House, but it was opposed at the last minute by Home Ministry and sent to the Select Committee. So it has now in the Select Committee, probably gone in dustbin. India has a rate of 3 incidents of violence per 10,000 healthcare workers, which is 5 times higher than the global rate. This is a Lancet study. In 2019, Maharashtra had 157 violence incidents, only 77 reported, 71 charge sheeted, and only 2 decided and none convicted. So this much is the very poor conviction rate, which we also are partly responsible. Initially, violence was only there in smaller healthcare units, but since last few years, the incidence of violence have increased basically in government hospital and corporate hospitals also. They are on the rise. And because the violence cases have increased in government hospitals, the government has brought this act in 2010, most probably. So what is the take-home message? Basically, we have to look upon ourselves. We should stop playing God. We should develop better communication skill. We should be soft-spoken, courteous, and human. We should be honest with yourself and our patients. Keep good medical records. Always take informed consents. Don't be a good salesman in taking consent. Have requisite qualification. Don't take cases beyond your capability. Don't take beyond your capability. Don't take any case beyond your capability of your setup. Don't take any case without full workup. Don't take any case on the basis of some report only. Satisfy yourself. Don't hesitate to take second opinion. Need to convert, need to open, need to refer. Cover yourself and hospital with professional risk management and indemnity insurances. Most importantly, you should stay united. No cross-talk against your colleagues. This is one of the most important things. Professional jostling should be avoided. Please prevent preventable medical surgical errors. If we can do all this, then we may not need this act at all. Please think before you speak. You should wait, think 5-10 seconds before you utter the next word. So this is my presentation. I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I will ask Dr. Santosh Kadtare, sir, to take up any questions. There is one question raised from Mr. Dr. Suresh. Madam, can you unmute Dr. Suresh?
I can see iPhone 14 Plus. I have requested him to
Suresh.
unmute. Yes, I have
Dr. Suresh.
requested him to unmute. Dr. Suresh, please unmute yourself. I'm requesting you to unmute. Please click on the button and unmute yourself. Yes, please ask your question. I think he's not able to take it. Dr. Suresh, if you are not able to unmute yourself, you may please write your question in the chat box.
Dr. Khattare.
Thank you, Dr. Anil Patil, sir, for a very elaborative talk, which is a very important topic nowadays, because violence against doctors goes on increasing. So, what should doctor first do when he commit to attend a violence? What should he first do? Dr. Anil Patil, please.
Yeah, first thing is you must have a local group within your IMA, and one should immediately send a message through WhatsApp or something, the action group, as it is there in most of the branches. Second most important thing is you must and immediately inform the next police station within your area. And third and most important thing is before giving papers, some speakers spoke earlier also, yesterday or today, I don't remember. You have to be very punctual with your paperwork. Verify before giving papers to police from another your colleague or any senior person who is aware and used to the law. So these are the three most important things one should do.
Is there any time limit for giving the papers to police station?
You can ask once the police will come, they will inspect your premises, they will see the situation, and then will ask you the certified copies of all original documents. Sometimes the police officers are very high-headed, they ask the paper immediately, but most of the time they will give you some time. So I don't think giving papers would be that a problem. You can easily tell them, I will give, since we are busy in emergency, the papers are not ready, we will submit in the evening. Only thing is there should not be any, the paper should be clean. So there should not be any ki khodlela hai and tarikh badalli hai, ved badalla hai, it should not be there.
Unfortunately,
because papers
during,
are most important.
Yes.
If your case goes to district court, high court, even the committee, district committee, state committee, or Supreme Court, you cannot change these papers. That's why before giving paper, you must doubly verify them.
Unfortunately, in these incidences, at the time of incidences, the sentiments run very high, and the sentiments of not only the relatives run very high, but unfortunately, the police also, they have their emotions on the side of the patients. They see them as sufferers. So that's why that is, I think, what Dr. Patil means by police behavior is, a little bit high-headed, because at that point in time, the sentiments go more in favor of the diseased patient and the relatives, and that's why the sentiments run high. But whatever said and done, documentation, see to it that your documents are complete. The cases may come up, many months or years later. But at that point in time, even you won't remember anything. If you're working in a corporate hospital, you are unlikely to remember anything. You may have changed hospital. If it is your own setup, still, after so many months or so many years, you are unlikely to remember anything. So documentation is extremely important, because that is what is going to save you most of the times from any legal proceedings on you. Violence, when we are talking about it, it happens in the moment of heat. And in that moment of heat, if any violence is happening against you on your healthcare setup, then please follow the guidelines which Dr. Anil Patil sir has just given. So any questions over here? Anybody has, I think we had 2 hands which were raised. So anybody wants to ask any question? I don't think so. Dr. Sunit, can you please take this forward?
Doctor, I'll request Dr. Kamath sir to summarize the session and thank the speaker.
Sir, you are muted.
Dr. Kamath sir?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Patil. You almost covered everything. Most important thing is that, as Archana Patil has stated, your record is most important. I will add to Dr. Santosh Khattare. Most of the time, police do not give a time. Most of the time, patient, they come and they collect your paper. So your other team should be ready. And that's the reason we have always asked that you should be a member of the society. Particularly now, wherever there is a IMA society, they should be the member of IMA. And IMA should have some panel that at least 4 or 5 doctors should reach to such an incident place immediately. And one of them, a senior person, whether it's a anesthetist, whether it's a surgeon, should take the charge of the paper and see that the paper is completed. And next important thing is that take out a Xerox, 2-3 copies of Xerox. When you are submitting the paper to the police, you have to number the papers. That is another thing. And take a signature of the police, whichever is collecting, and the buckle number on your paper. That is most important. Last but not the least, I'll say that you should have a rapport with the police as well as the local political leader. So that makes a lot of difference, because at this era, when you are talking, when your doctors is talking, the public or the rest of the man is not ready to listen to you, or they're looking at suspiciously with you. So there, a third party, which is known to you, can intervene and do the job properly. So these are the things which one should follow. And last but not the least, this particular act has to be strengthened. IMA has tried it level-based in a few years back. Unfortunately, we couldn't do it. But that is the one point which is remaining. We should stress it as one of the points at the IMA's agenda as far as this particular law is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to give a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Anil Patil, sir, for the comprehensive and elaborate session for the medical professionals on the Medicare Act during the online medical legal Let's Act Summit organized by IMA Dombivli on the Sunday, the 30th of July, 2023. Sir, you will receive this on your email ID too. And I thank you, our chairperson, Dr. Kamath sir, and co-chair, Dr. Santosh Khattare sir, for chairing this session. Thank you so much. Over to you, Madam Archana, madam. For the
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anil Patil, for taking the session so nicely. Thank you, Kamath sir, for that wonderful chairing. And thank you, Dr. Santosh Khattare sir, for the co-chairing. Thank you, Dr. Suneet Upasni, for moderating the session. Moving on to the next session, compliance means adherence. Statutory compliance related to manpower refers to legal framework that an organization should adhere to in dealing with its employees. There are many compliance laws, labor laws in India based broadly on the aspect that they regulate. What are these compliance laws applicable to healthcare sector? Who's supposed to abide by them and how? To tell us about this, we have our next speaker who is an expert on compliance laws, Advocate Pankaj Moholkar. Warm welcome to you in the session, Dr. Advocate Moholkar, sir. To chair this session, we have our senior IMA leader, Dr. Nisar Sheikh, sir. And to co-chair the session, we have senior IMA leader from Chembur, Dr. Prakash Khalab, sir. And to moderate the session, I invite upon pathologist from IMA Dombivli, Dr. Purva Chaudhary. Over to you, Dr. Purva.
Thank you, ma'am. A warm welcome to everyone for this Let's Act Summit online. I would like to introduce the speaker for this session, Dr. Advocate Pankaj Moholkar, sir. He has 22 years of experience in legal practice and consultancy. He caters to the legal and statutory compliance requirements of corporate institutions, that is diverse portfolio of private and public sector banks, financial institutions, IT, ITES and MNCs, manufacturing industry, service industry, sugar factories, etc. He is an expert at statutory compliance audits of corporate and institutions at Pan Maharashtra level location, that is litigation at trial and appellate courts, consultation in relation to labor matters and relating to HR and industrial relations. He is expert at handling litigation, appearances on behalf of corporate cooperative institutions, sugar factories, IT firms, manufacturing industries, MNCs before various courts and government authorities. Warm welcome, sir, to the session. It's my pleasure to introduce the session chair for today, Dr. Nisar Sheikh, sir. He is MBBS FCGP and practicing as a family physician at Ahmednagar. He is Director and DNB Coordinator at Saideep Healthcare and Research Private Limited. It's a 300 beds multi-super specialty hospital at Ahmednagar. He is past member Maharashtra Medical Council, CWC member IMA headquarters since 2011, past Vice President IMA Maharashtra State, past President IMA Ahmednagar, and member of District Medical Negligence Committee since last 16 years. Welcome, sir. It's also my privilege to welcome the session co-chair for today, Dr. Prakash Khalap, sir. He is MBBS MG DGM in Geriatric Medicine and Diploma in Industrial Health and Chronic Disease Management. He is past Vice President IMA Maharashtra State, past Joint Secretary IMA Maharashtra State, past President IMA Chembur, and past President of Rotary Club of Bombay, Chembur West. Welcome everyone. I would like to request Dr. Nishar Sheikh, sir, the chairperson for today's session, to welcome the speaker and ask the speaker to present the session.
On behalf of, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
On
sir.
behalf of IMA Dombivli and this summit, Let's Act Summit, I welcome our esteemed speaker, Advocate Pankaj Morkar, and to present his presentation on compliance of laws related to manpower. And before listening to him, we should always remember why he has been called. He has been called because hospital is an industry. Government also taxes that industry. And these all laws are related to our hospital. So it is a very important topic.
Thank you, sir. Request Molkar, sir, to please take over.
Good afternoon. My name is Advocate Moholkar. Thank you, IMA, for inviting this. A lawyer, since I think I'm the only lawyer in the entire session, and since I do not know the names of the esteemed doctors, I will just thank the IMA for inviting me. Now, it is difficult to enumerate all the labor laws which are applicable to the hospital in 20 minutes. So, because there are 34 labor laws which are applicable to all the industrial establishment, factories, and commercial establishment. So, I will broadly cover 13 labor laws which are of core importance when it comes to compliance. Now, first act which I would like to cover is the Contract Labor Regulation and Abolition Act. Now, this act primarily applies to a hospital who is employing or outsourcing some of the activities to a third party. For example, if you are outsourcing a service of maybe housekeeping or maybe security. So, if you are outsourcing these activities to a third party, in the labor laws, it is called a contractor. Then the Contract Labor Regulation and Abolition Act comes into existence. Now, to whom is the Contract Labor Act applicable? Is for an establishment employing 50 or more contract labor. Now, kindly note this number. If the number of contract labor, if the number of outsourced contractor exceeds 50, then the Contract Labor Act applies. Now, what does 50 mean? Now, insofar as a contractor is concerned, for example, if you have outsourced the work of a contractor, contract labor to a housekeeping agency, then the number of employees employed by the contractor should exceed 50. Now, if the number of contract labor employed by the contractor exceeds 50, then under the Contract Labor Act, he has to take license under the Contract Labor Regulation and Abolition Act from the appropriate government. Now, this is insofar as the outsourced agency is concerned. Now, when it comes to hospital, if the total number of employees employed by the hospital exceeds 50, for example, there are 3 contractors. Now, combining all these 3 contractors, if the number of employees of contract labor exceeds 50, then the hospital needs to have a registration certificate under the Contract Labor Act. Now, the most important thing about the Contract Labor Act is to see the compliance of the contractor. That is, if you are employing security as a contractor, if you are complying maybe housekeeping as a contractor, if you are for any other reason, the law stipulates that. Now, this is very pertinent to employing contract labor or for all those hospitals who are employing contract labor. Now, you have to see the compliance more than the compliance of the hospital. You have to be very careful about the compliance of the security contractor or the housekeeping contractor, because the Contract Labor Act says that any non-compliance on the part of the contractor, be it payment of minimum wages, be it payment of wages in time, be it payment of provident fund, be it payment of labor welfare fund, profession tax, any non-compliance on the part of the contractor, the principal employer is liable. For example, if the principal employer he's employing security as an outsourced agency, and if the security agency does not pay minimum wages to the to his employees, or pays wages later than the stipulated date as mentioned in the Payment of Wages Act, then the prosecution can be launched against the principal employer, that is the hospital. If, for example, the contractor does not pay the provident fund, if the contractor fails to pay the employee state insurance corporation contribution for his employees working in the hospital, then provident fund authorities and ESI authorities can prosecute the hospital. So this is very important. See that the compliance made by the contractor is up to date, is scrupulous, and if he does not comply, remove him. Now, what are the preconditions? What are the precautions to be taken while appointing an agency or any outside agency for outsourcing the work? Now, there are certain factors to be considered by the hospital while recruiting a new agency. For example, number one, that outsourced agency should have a provident fund code number, separate code number. That particular security or outsourced agency should have a separate employee state insurance corporation code number. That security agency should have a separate profession tax code number. That agency should have a separate GST code number. That agency should have a separate labor welfare fund code number. Now, why I'm saying this, because if the government allots a separate code number to a contractor, that is a security agency, the liability of the principal employer, in your case, the hospital, reduces considerably. Although it does not vanishes, but it reduces considerably. Why? Because any governmental agency, while allotting a code number to any security agency or to any employer, treats that particular agency as an independent entity. So if that government agency is treating any contractor as an independent entity, the liability of the principal employer for non-compliance on the part of the contractor is reduced to considerable extent. So this is insofar as precautions to be taken by any hospital for taking a security agency or for taking any outsourcing agency like housekeeping. So remember one thing. One more thing is that whenever you have employed any outsourced agency or a contractor as a security service provider, then at the time of clearing the invoice of the contractor, you have to ask the contractor to submit certain documents along with the invoice. Now, what are those documents? Documents relating to the payment of provident fund, documents relating to the payment of ESI contributions, document relating to the payment of profession tax in terms of the employees employed by him in your establishment, documents pertaining to the payment of labor welfare fund, which is 166 months. Now, if all these documents are called for by the principal employer from the contractor, he also knows that the principal employer is scrupulous and he will not spare me if at all I commit any non-compliance. So remember these two things: employ a contractor who has all the security or all the code numbers given by the government, and ensure that he's complying with all the laws as are applicable to him on a monthly basis, so that your liability in case of a non-compliance by the contractor is reduced to a considerable extent. Otherwise, it doesn't vanish. The government will still catch hold of you. But we have an option of saying that the government has recognized this person as an independent entity, and therefore you catch hold of him, not me. Now, the next act which is applicable to any establishment is the Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act. Now, this act applies to every establishment employing 20 or more employees. So if the hospital is employing 20 or more employees, including contract labor, then this act applies. Now, for the legal compliance of the Provident Fund Act, the hospital has to deduct 12% of the basic plus DA salary of all the employees and contribute equal amount of contribution from the hospital side and deposit with the PF. Now, the deadline for depositing the contribution, Provident Fund contributions, is 15th of every month. Now, there are two issues. One is that an employee becomes eligible to become a member of Provident Fund if his basic salary is less than 15,000 rupees per month. So if an employee's basic salary is more than 15,000 rupees a month, he ceases to be a Provident Fund employee, and you need not deduct any contribution from his salary. Now, again, there are two issues here. Now, take for example, I am an employee, first employed in your hospital, and my basic salary is maybe 13,000 rupees. If my basic salary is 13,000 rupees, it is definitely not more than 15,000 rupees. So I get covered under the Provident Fund. So my contribution will be deducted. Now take second case, that This is my second employment with you. My first employment, my basic salary was maybe 13,000 rupees. When I entered your establishment, you offered me a basic salary of 20,000 rupees. So as per law, if my salary is more than 15,000 rupees, I cease to be a PF Provident Fund member. But here in this case, since I was already given a code number by the Provident Fund, and since I was already a member of the Provident Fund, I continue to be a member of Provident Fund, despite the fact that my basic salary crosses 15,000 rupees. So remember two scenarios. One is a scenario wherein I am a new employee drawing basic salary of more than 15,000 rupees. I don't become a PF member. Consider a second situation wherein my basic salary was less than 15,000 rupees in my erstwhile establishment. I join your establishment getting basic salary of more than 15,000 rupees. I continue to be a member. Now, in that case, the deduction of Provident Fund normally is 12% of the basic salary and DA of the concerned employee. Now, in case of an employee whose basic salary is more than 15,000 rupees, to whom the Provident Fund has already allotted a code number, my contribution will be as if my basic salary is 15,000 rupees. So it is 1,800 rupees. That is 12% of 15,000 rupees. I hope everybody is understanding, because what I'm saying, because the earlier speakers were, the topic was more concerned with the medical fraternity. This is completely out of place topic. So just tell me whether you are able to understand what I'm saying.
Yes, sir, sure.
Yeah. So if there are any queries, you can ask me in between, because this is not a topic which is normally dealt with by the doctors on a day-to-day basis. Okay,
Sure,
now the more important aspect of compliance of the Provident Fund is of the contractor or the security or the outsourced agency that you are employing. For example, if you are two outsourced agencies, one is maybe security, one is the outsourcing housekeeping. Now you have to be very careful while checking the compliance of the contractor. Now what happens is that if the contractor does not pay the Provident Fund contributions in time, or if he pays the contribution late, or if he pays the contribution less than what is required by the law, or if he does not pay the contribution, the entire liability of the non-compliance of payment of Provident Fund by the contractor is on the head of the principal employer. This is by virtue of Section 26(6) of the Employees Provident Fund Act. Now what happens is, I'm not telling you the law, I'm telling you the practicality of the situation. Now, typically the Provident Fund will not issue a notice from the date of realization of the non-compliance, maybe within 1 or 2 years. They will issue a notice after 6-7 years. So what happens is, as per the income tax law, you're not required to maintain the documents beyond a period of maybe 6 or 7 years. So once you destroy the documents which are there in the custody of the Provident Fund are taken as genuine documents. So you don't have an option but to accept what the Provident Fund department, or for that matter, any government department is saying. So my first advice to all the doctors who are managing dispensaries or managing hospitals is, you have to take solid documentary evidence on a month-to-month basis from the contractor and ensure that he is complying with the Provident Fund, he is complying with the ESI Act. I will come to the ESI Act later on. If you find that the contractor has defaulted in the payment of Provident Fund by virtue of not paying Provident Fund, or paying the Provident Fund late, or paying the Provident Fund less, you have to take the indemnity from the contractor that for ABCD months, I have paid the contributions late, I have paid the contribution less, I have not paid the contributions of the employees despite they working with me on your premises. I hereby indemnify you from any loss or from any notice which you may receive from any government department. So this indemnity bond will help you whenever there is an inquiry under Section 7A or any inquiry under Section 45A of the ESI Act. So you cannot get away from the liability, but you can, to a certain extent, save yourself from a higher liability. Now, again, coming back to the point of employing any security agency, why I'm saying that you have to take a contractor who has been given a code number by the Provident Fund authorities, or who has been given a code number by the ESI authorities. Then whenever there is a non-compliance on the part of the contractor, the notice of non-compliance is issued to the contractor first. As against that, if there is a contractor who has not been given a code number by any of the government authorities, the notice will directly come to you, you being the principal employer. Because the bottom line in labor laws is that for any non-compliance on the part of the contractor except gratuity and payment of bonus act, the principal employer is liable. So remember these things. Take a contractor who has solid documentary evidence of he being given a code number by all the governmental agencies and ensure that he scrupulously follows that. Now, I will come to the next act, which is called an Employees Compensation Act. Now, Employees Compensation Act comes into force whenever the Employees State Insurance Act doesn't apply. Now, typically for hospitals, Employees State Insurance Act doesn't apply. Although it is a commercial establishment in the eyes of law, the ESI has decided that it will not make ESI applicable to the hospitals. Now, take for example, the class 3 or class 4 employees having a gross salary of more than 21,000 rupees, because ESI basically applies to all the establishment employing whose salary is less than 21,000 rupees gross. So take for example, any employee who is working in your establishment and drawing a salary of more than 21,000 rupees, maybe not working in your establishment, working in an outsourced establishment. Now, what do you do? If at all he meets with an accident during the course of employment, there has to be some security for the hospital as well as for him against that loss caused to him. So you take an employees compensation policy. Now, I am aware that there are many other policies, like, for example, accident policy or medical policy for the employees employed in the hospital. Although it is not advisable or it is not mandated by law to take an employees insurance policy, why I ask the employers to take an insurance policy, because despite having maybe accident policy or despite having maybe a medical policy, the employee still has a right to go to the labor court, which is a commissioner under the Employees Compensation Act, and claim compensation. So if you take an employees compensation policy from maybe say for example, Oriental Insurance Company, and if an employee meets with an accident, if he has to go to the labor court, then he has to make the insurance company party and not the hospital party. If there is no policy taken by the hospital under the Employees Compensation Act, then he will directly make the hospital party, and the entire burden of whatever order passed by the labor court will be the responsibility of the hospital. So the cushioning which is there when it comes to taking a policy from any insurance agency, for example, Oriental Insurance, General Insurance, is that there is a cushioning. That is, there is a worker who has filed a case, there is an insurance company which has taken a hit, and there is a principal employer who has taken a policy. So whatever order the court passes will be against the insurance company and not against the hospital. So although it is not mandated as per Section 4 of the Employees Compensation Act, I normally advise my clients to take that policy to be on a safer side. Now I'll come to a more contentious act, which is called Anti-Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace. Now, this is a latest act which has come into force very recently, being misused rather than used. But because I have seen many cases in the labor court wherein the act has been misused for n number of personal reasons. For example, if the promotion is not given, for example, if the allotted job is not to the liking of the concerned employee, then there is a possibility of somebody filing a case of sexual harassment. Now, what are the preconditions of sexual harassment? Now, precondition is that if you have any female employees working in your hospital, then you need to have an anti-sexual. Should I continue or?
Sir, please, there was a disturbance. I muted them all.
Yeah, okay. Now, the anti-sexual harassment policy of women at workplace. Now, this is a very fallacious name actually, because the act presumes that a woman is the sufferer and a man is a perpetrator. So this is a wrong conceptual name which is given, because I am handling at present a case in the labor court wherein a female employee has been terminated for a sexual harassment against a male employee. So, of course, this is out of the topic. Coming to the act, if you are employing any female employees in your establishment, then you need to have an anti-sexual harassment policy in place. The law prescribes that you have to display that anti-sexual harassment policy on the notice board of every establishment. That is in case of your hospital. The next precondition of complying with the law is that there has to be an anti-sexual harassment committee formulated by the hospital. Now, the law also says that more than 50% of the committee members should be female employees. And one of the members of that particular committee should be a social worker or a person who knows the law. But I would not recommend your consultant to be an outsider, because normally what happens is if the hospital has a consultant or has a labor consultant, they normally appoint him as a third person. So that should never be the case. The reason being that if I'm a consultant of your hospital, you are obviously paying me. So my bias is towards the hospital. So you want an unbiased person who will see to the problem through a third bird eye. So take any person who knows the law or take any person who is a social worker to be the third member of the committee. The next precondition is that there has to be a meeting of the anti-sexual harassment committee every quarter. So this is mandatory. So the committee has to meet once in a quarter, ask all the employees present in the hospital, or I will not refer to the hospital, I will say the establishment, that are there any complaints of sexual harassment? If the answer is no, then close the proceeding. The most important issue here is that if at all there is any complaint against a male employee or against a female employee, as the case may be, the hospital has to insist that that particular employee has to give his or her complaint in writing. If the employee says that my identity, I do not want to disclose my identity, I am at risk of maybe losing my family faith, don't listen to that. The complaint which is to be lodged by the concerned employee has to be in writing. And then the anti-sexual harassment committee will come into picture. They will conduct the inquiry. If at all the person is found guilty, they will suggest the punishment. If it is not found guilty, then the question is different. But conducting of meetings is mandatory as per the anti-sexual harassment law. Then another mandatory thing under the law is having seminars to educate the people on sexual harassment of women at workplace. So it is advisable to have seminar maybe once in a quarter or once in 6 months. That is once in 2 years. Twice in a year, to educate your employees as to what is meant by sexual harassment. So that has to be, your people are required to be educated, because many a times a behavior of a female employee or a male employee with his or her counterpart is taken for granted. So many of people are not even aware whether this amounts to sexual harassment or not. So you need to educate your people as to what amounts to sexual harassment, what are the precautions to be taken to avoid sexual harassment. Now, the best way to do is to have a policy of anti-sexual harassment and display it on the notice board, educate your people on the same. So this is insofar as now the last and the more relevant point to be mentioned here is that you are required to file annual returns under the anti-sexual harassment policy to the collector of the concerned region. Am I exceeding time?
Not at all, sir. Please complete. Yeah.
So non-submission, now these are the annual returns which are required to be submitted under the anti-sexual harassment law. Now the law says that non-submission of this return with the government on a scheduled date, that is 31st of December of every month, will call for a penalty of 50,000 rupees. So in order to avoid the penalty, you need to make sure that you file your annual returns to the collector on or before 31st of every year. Now this is mandatory. So this is insofar as the sexual harassment law is concerned. Then I will come to a law which is called Shops and Commercial Establishment Act. Now you all know that if you want to open any shop or commercial establishment, you need to have a Shops and Commercial Act license. Now previously it was just called Shops and Commercial Establishment Act license. Now in 2016 or 17, it was converted into an act which is called Maharashtra Shops and Commercial Establishment. Now that act mandates that if you are only employing more than 9 employees, then you need to take a registration under the Shops and Commercial Establishment Act. If the number of employees do not exceed 10, then you need not take any registration or license under the Shop Act. If the number of employees is from 1 to 9, For example, you are opening a clinic or you are opening a hospital, and if you are employing 8 employees, as per law, it is not necessary for you to take a license. Now, what are you supposed to do? Whenever you open your hospital or your clinic, you have to inform the labor office. That is the office of the Assistant Commissioner of Labor. There is a person designated for receiving this information, which in legal parlance called a facilitator. So you address a letter to that particular facilitator, which is normally a labor officer or an assistant commissioner of labor, informing him that I have started my clinic or I have started my hospital on a particular date. At present, I'm not employing more than 9 employees. So I'm not legally obliged to take a registration or the license under the Shop Act. As and when I cross the requisite number of employees, I shall take a license or registration as the case may be. Now, informing the government authorities in this regard is mandatory. If you do not inform, then he might launch a prosecution. Always remember, under the labor laws, the ball has to be in the court of the government. You should never keep the ball in your court. This is not pertaining to these 13 laws. This is pertaining to 34 labor laws. You have to reply. If at all there is a letter issued by the government agency, you have to receive that letter. You cannot refuse the letter. If you refuse to accept the letter, the law presumes that since you knew the contents of the letter, you have refused it. So your refusal amounts to your acceptance of the letter. This is point number 1. Point number 2, always reply the government agencies. Never leave a letter unattended. I have seen n number of cases of all the government agencies wherein one establishment changes the address, forgets to inform the government agencies. The government agencies keep on sending the letters to the old address, and finally they recover the amount. Now, day before yesterday, one of my clients had a recovery of 64 lakh rupees directly debited from his account merely because he forgot to inform the new address to the ESI authorities. So always keep a tab on whatever you are receiving from the government. Always make sure that you reply. Always make sure that you are in touch with the government agencies. Now, this is a bottom line of all the labor laws. Now, the next act I'm coming to is the Payment of Wages Act. Payment of Wages Act is applicable to all the factories, all the commercial establishments who have an intention of earning profit. I'm not talking about the establishment which are primarily based on a noble profession, which are not in the business of earning profit. So all the labor laws, for example, are applicable to all the establishment, barring a few, which are in the business of earning profit, which are not charitable institutions as defined under the Charitable Institutions Act. Now, Payment of Wages Act says that you have to pay the wages of the employees in time. Now, what is in time? Time means if you are employing less than 500 employees, then on or before 7th of every month, you have to make the payment. If you are employing more than that, then on or before 10th of every month, you have to make the payment. Now, insofar as a hospital is concerned, I'm not very much worried about whether the hospital is paying the salary of their employees in time. I'm more concerned about the contractors or the security or the agencies which are employed by the hospital to do the work of maybe housekeeping or security. If you see that the security agency is paying the salary or wages of their employees late, then you have to be careful because you are liable. And the government has every reason to prosecute you because you are the ultimate controller of their service conditions. So make sure that your service provider makes the payment of their salaries in time. Therefore, I said at the time of taking or clearing the invoice of all your service providers, ask for the salary sheet, ask for the balance sheet, ask for the bank statement. Now, why I'm insisting on bank? See, these are very finer points which are required to be taken into consideration. Now, at the time of clearing the invoice, you ask for the bank statement of the contractor. Why? Because 99%, not 99, 80% of the contractors, they show it on the record that I have paid 10 rupees to my employee. In fact, they are paying 7 rupees, deducting 3 rupees illegally. So how will you come to know that he has deducted 3 rupees illegally? By virtue of the bank statement. So your bank statement of the service provider should match the salary slip of the concerned employee. Because in the salary slip, there is a gross salary, there is a net salary. Net salary should match the bank statement. That means that, see, by virtue of this, you will come to know whether the contractor has paid the salary which he is showing to me. Now, if he is playing games in that, immediately terminate the contract, because ultimately all these government agencies will not issue you the notice in maybe 1 year or 2 years. They will definitely issue notice after 5, 6, 7 years. And at that time, you do not have any documentary evidence. At that time, the contractor has run away or has died or has been declared insolvent. So you do not know what will happen maybe 5 years, 10 years down the line. So be careful of all the documentary evidence of the contractor. Why I'm harping all the time contractor, because the liability of the non-compliance of the contractor is very severe. So this is insofar as the Payment of Wages Act is concerned. Now I'll come to the provisions of the Minimum Wages Act. Now, Minimum Wages Act, again, I said, is applicable to all the factories or commercial establishment. Now, Minimum Wages Act mandates that any hospital cannot pay the wages which are less than what has been prescribed under the Minimum Wages Act. Now, under the Minimum Wages Act, we have 3 schedules. We have 3 zones. Zone 1 comprises of all the areas within the limit of municipal corporation. Zone 2 comprises all the areas which are in the jurisdiction of municipal council, and zone 3 is the rest of the areas. Now, just to give you a small example, I'll give you the salary of the employees in zone 1 from January 2023 to June 2023. Now, for a skilled employee, the basic salary of a skilled employee is 12,425 rupees. For a semi-skilled employee, it is 12,825 rupees. For a unskilled employee, it is, sorry, I did it otherwise. For a skilled employee, the salary is 13,325 rupees. For a semi-skilled employee, the salary is 12,825 rupees. For unskilled employee, it is 12,425 rupees. Now, in your parlance, if I have to explain it to you, for a person who is doing the work of a helper, for example, cleaning the floors, assuming for the sake of argument that he is on the rolls of the hospital, like cleaning the floors, cleaning the bed, he is supposed to be an unskilled employee. So he will get the salary of 12,425 rupees. Maybe a semi-skilled employee, maybe a nurse who is working under supervision of a matron. I think my hierarchy is correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. So a nurse is a person who is doing a semi-skilled job, which is slightly higher than a person who is cleaning the beds, but lower than a matron. Then she is doing the work of a semi-skilled nature. And a skilled person is a person like a matron who is in charge of a ward. Doctor, correct me if I am wrong. Is the matron in charge of a ward? So if I'm wrong, then so whoever is in charge of the ward is a skilled person. So your salary will depend on the nature of duties of a person.
Sir, but skills are defined as the duties that we have allocated, or there are specific definitions for skilled personnel?
Under the Minimum Wages Act, skills, semi-skilled and unskilled is defined very clearly. But unfortunately, Minimum Wages Act is 50 years old. At that time, the industry was old, the machines were old. Now, automation, the changes in the hospital administration, the machines in the hospital. For example, when the Minimum Wages Act came into operation, mechanized beds were not there in the hospital. Now you have mechanized bed which can be adjusted as per the convenience of comfort of the patient. So all laws are very old. Those have not been amended as per the new generation of machinery or new technology. But unfortunately, we are required to obey that. Just to give you a small example, when Minimum Wages Act was incorporated, there was a provision, because when Minimum Wages Act was incorporated, there was no luster paint. There were no tiles. There was only white paint. But still the Minimum Wages Act says that once in a year, the employer has to whitewash his establishment compulsorily. Now whitewash is gone. The law has remained unchanged, although the technology has changed a lot. Now this is the irony of the law. Unfortunately, majority of the laws are age-old laws. But you have to obey that. You have to comply that. Coming to your question, the Minimum Wages Act does define semi-skilled, skilled, and unskilled. But those definitions are, to my opinion, are outdated, because the skill set which existed at the time of the law have changed drastically. So it is purely the discretion of the employer to define a particular skill. Like I said, a person who is just cleaning the bed, so sweeping the floors, cleaning the tops can be said to be an unskilled employee. So it purely depends on the nature of duties a person is performing. Now, how much time do I have?
Sir, actually, we are running short of time. So,
Okay.
but your session is really giving an information I think majority of us have never heard before.
Give me 1
We are
minute.
really finding it very important.
Give me 1 minute. There is a different take altogether to whatever I have said. Now, Indian labor laws have 34 labor laws. Indian labor laws consist of 34 labor laws. Now, in 2019 and 2020, when the central government came up with some codes, now these codes have compressed these 13 labor laws, 34 labor laws, and have formed only 3 codes. Now, you are more concerned about the code on wages, which was promulgated in the year 2019. It received the assent of the president in 2020. Now, that code is likely to come into force maybe in 6 months. Now, this is more important. As per the Code of Wages Act, your gross salary has to be 50% of your, your basic salary has to be 50% of your gross salary. This is a mandatory provision. For example, if a gross salary of an employee is 10,000 rupees, your basic salary cannot be less than 50%, that is 5,000 rupees. So normally hospitals or IT industries, they have a habit of keeping the basic salary at a very low level, especially for the young lot who want more cash in. So for example, if my basic gross salary is 10,000 rupees, I cannot keep my basic salary to 4,000 rupees or 3,000 rupees or 4,500 rupees. My basic salary has to be 5,000 rupees. This is a mandatory provision. It has no loopholes. As and when the law comes into force, you have to implement that. So I suggest all the participants who are the owners of hospitals or dispensaries to start changing your basic salary. Because see, ultimately, if you are covered under the Provident Fund, if you are covered under the Payment of Bonus Act, if you are covered under any labor legislation, your overheads are going to increase. For example, if at present the gross salary is 10,000 rupees, your basic salary 4,000 rupees, your Provident Fund contribution, that is 12% on 4,000 rupees, is going to be 480 rupees. Now, if you start keeping your basic salary at 5,000 rupees, the expenses or overheads of hospital are likely to be increased. So take that hit into consideration now and start planning your accounts henceforth. Because maybe before 2024 election, if Modi wants some vote bank in his favor, he might bring these 4 codes into operation. So take care of these things. I have a couple of acts yet to mention, but since I am short of time, I will stop here.
Sir, we would definitely like to keep a separate session only to talk about all the compliance laws, because really, I mean, I can say on behalf of majority of us that unless the hospitals are corporate or, probably they are dealing in and out with these things, the small and the medium-sized hospitals, which are run by single or couple doctors, probably they are not even aware of so many labor laws which are into existence. So we would definitely request you to, come again, once again on our platform, and we will take a separate session only talking about the labor laws, sir.
I would love that. On a lighter note, your ignorance is a reason why lawyers make money.
Sir, our only question is that why, the lawyers or what I would say that the lawmakers, they are not thinking about changing the laws which are so age old. Why nothing is being done in that direction?
Very simple answer to this is vote bank. This is all vote bank politics. If you start changing the minimum wages, 40 to 55% of the entire workforce is unorganized sector. You give 500 rupees to a voter, he will vote for your party. If you start changing that, you will definitely lose your vote bank. Therefore, nobody is changing the labor law. Otherwise, it's high time. The other speaker I was listening to was saying that these laws do not have teeth. In labor laws, you do not have teeth, you do not have mouth also. So it is very difficult to change these age-old labor laws because of the vote politics. Nothing else.
But if you're caught in tangle, if the healthcare establishment is caught in the tangle, then it really costs them very dearly.
Absolutely. Very true.
And as you rightly said, not knowing the law is not an excuse for breaking it. So
Yeah.
we have to, whether we know it or no, we have to abide by it. So I
True.
mean, really, it was a wonderful session, sir. I mean, eye-opener, I would say, for many. And I think we can take a question or two. I request Khalab, sir, if you can take the questions.
Yeah. Like, hello, am
Yes,
I
sir.
audible?
Yes, yes, sir.
First of all, let me thank the IMA Dombivli and Dr. Mrs. Pate for giving me an opportunity to co-chair this particular session. As far as this particular session is concerned, it is a little difficult to understand as a doctor all these labor law. But however, since we are in a practice and associated with many hospitals or nursing homes, one has to understand integrity or a different aspect of the law. So any questions are welcome. I don't know whether I have received or not. Can you?
Yeah, Dr. Amit Malthani had raised a question, I think.
Yeah,
Dr.
go ahead.
Amit?
Go ahead with the question.
Yeah, what's the difference between a temporary staff and a permanent staff?
Okay.
Dr. Amit? Yeah.
Temporary staff, see, these definition of nomenclatures are given in the act which is called Industrial Employment Standing Orders Act. This applies to every establishment employing more than 50 employees. Temporary person means a person who has been appointed only for a temporary post or for a temporary job. For example, just to give you a broader example, if you are constructing a dam, construction of a dam maybe takes 2, 3, 4 years. That construction of a dam is not a permanent work. The construction of dam work ceases to exist once the dam is complete. Then you employ temporary people. Now, so the by virtue of a definition of a temporary employee as given in the act, temporary employee is employed for a work which is necessarily of a temporary nature. Permanent employee means the person who is on the permanent roles of the company. So that is the main difference.
Yes. Yes, sir. So there was one more question. Is the registration taken in 2004 of Bombay Shop Act taken prior to Maharashtra Shop Act 2017? Is it still valid? With
Yes,
no
it is still
change in
valid.
address?
It is still valid.
It is still
You have to just inform the facilitator. All the registration of the establishment which have been taken prior to the Maharashtra Shops and Commercial Establishment Act are still valid.
Okay. And there was a question from Dr. T.N. Ravishankar that how can we demand from the contractors their statement of account? Can we demand it?
Okay. This is a professional advice which normally a lawyer doesn't give without charging money. but still I'll give. If you have service providers, write a mail or make a communication to them. If whoever has asked this question, write down the documents which you are required to demand from the contractor. Now write a communication to all your service providers that with effect from the next month onwards, along with the invoice, the hospital would need following documents. Document number 1 is the wage register of the employee. Second is the attendance register of the employee. Third is the salary slip of the employee. 4 is the ECR of the Provident Fund. 4th is the contribution statement of the ESI. The next document is Proficient Tax Chalan. The next document is GST paid Chalan, if at all the contractor is covered under the GST. And last but not the least, the bank statement of the contractor. So I'll tell you how to compare. You see the ECR of the Provident Fund will contain the gross salary of an employee. The contribution statement of the ESI will contain the gross salary of the employee. That should match with the salary slip and the wage register of an employee. So the gross salary which is given in all these 4 registers should match. Point number 1. Point number 2. If you have seen the salary slip, on the left hand side are the income, on the right hand side there are expenses. For example, if you have basic salary, DA, conveyance, and whatever allowances. On the right hand side there is a Provident Fund deduction, there is an ESI deduction, there is an advance deduction. So after deducting all the deductibles from the gross salary, arrive at a net salary. That net salary should match the bank statement of the contractor. So you will come to know whether he has paid that amount which he has shown in the salary slip to that contractor. and write additional clause to the contractor that unless and until these documents are accompanied with the employees, along with the invoice of the contractor shall not be cleared. Don't use the word will. Will is discretionary, shall is mandatory.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And the one last question, I think we can take labor. What are labor laws related to duty hours of PG residents and medical officers at PHC?
Now there's a big gray area.
Okay.
Now, as per the Factories Act, everybody employed in an establishment, barring the director, is an employee. As per the Shop Act, every employee employed by an establishment is an employee. Now, who is an employee? See, insofar as the overtime hours are concerned, the law says that you cannot ask an employee for more than to work for more than 9 hours in a day and 48 hours in a week. This is what the Shop Act says. Now, is a doctor an employee? Now there is a gray area. Is the doctor being paid salary? If the answer is yes, he becomes an employee. If you are deducting only TDS from his salary, from his remuneration, then he doesn't become an employee. So if you are deducting provident fund, if you are deducting profession tax, if you are deducting income tax from his salary, then he becomes an employee and the overtime law will be applicable to him. Now, if you are deducting only 10% TDS from the remuneration of a doctor, then he becomes your consultant, not an employee, and overtime law is not applicable to him.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for a very elaborate and informative session. I would like to request Dr. Nisar Sheikh, sir, to please summarize the session and thank the speaker.
One can't cover all the labor acts in such a short time, but Advocate Molkar has covered almost all the important laws and acts. I was knowing a little bit about this, but he has really opened our eyes that how labor laws are also very important. To summarize, actually one should have an expert like Advocate Molkar labor laws at your disposal every time if you have a big establishment. I thank Advocate Molkar for making this difficult subject easy and his excellent presentation. I also thank IMA Dombivli members, all the members, President Dr. Shinde, Dr. Archana Pate and Mangesh Pate for organizing this Let's Act Summit. And we should always remember that this is the real time to act. This is the take-home message. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of IMA Dombivli, I take this privilege to give the certificate of appreciation to Advocate Pankaj Molkar, sir, for comprehensive and elaborate session for medical professions on compliance laws related to manpower during online medical legal summit on Let's Act organized by IMA Dombivli on Sunday, 30th July 2023. Thank you so much, sir, for this elaborate session. I would also like to thank Dr. Nisar Sheikh, sir, and Dr. Prakash Khalap, sir, for their precious time and presence.
Thank you very
so
much. Thank you. Thank you.
Molkar, sir, you were really, I mean, your talk was fascinating. I mean, I must put it on record. And I have to thank Advocate Ashok Gupte, sir, for making us get in touch with you and for making us get in touch with Advocate Ashok Gupte. I must thank Dr. Sanjay Patil. So we have reached to you via many sources, but I mean, whatever said and done, we reached the correct source and we are so very happy for the information that you have provided. And thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So we move on to our next session, and I sincerely thank our next speakers and the chair, co-chair. All have been waiting for a long time. Extremely sorry for the delay, but the sessions are really so very important that it will be injustice if we just cut it because of the shortage of time, and that's why we allowed them to proceed beyond the expected time. So thank you very much for patiently waiting for the sessions. The primary objective of the Drugs and Cosmetics Act is to ensure that the drugs and cosmetics sold in India are safe, effective, and conform to the state quality standards. The drug and cosmetic rules have provided for classification of drugs under given schedules, and there are guidelines for storage, sale, display, and prescription of each schedule. We have medical legal expert Dr. T.N. Ravishankar sir, who will guide us on the practical aspects of Drug and Cosmetic Acts and rules. And to chair this session, I invite upon IMA Maharashtra State past President Dr. Ram Arankar sir. And to co-chair the session, I invite Honorary Secretary IMA Hospital Board of India, IMA Maharashtra State, Dr. Snehal Fegde sir. And to moderate the session, I request Dr. Meena Pruthi to take over the session. Dr. Pruthi, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Archana. I would like to just a warm welcome to everybody. I would like to introduce the speaker. We have the Dr. T.N. Ravishankar. He's an undergraduate from Madras Medical College, a diploma in family medicine from Colombo University, a postgraduate diploma in medical law and ethics from National Law School, Bangalore. He's a family practitioner for the last 3 decades and has been managing a 100-bedded chain of hospitals for 25 years. He's the founder trustee of the PPL SSS scheme of Tamil Nadu, which took care of the professional indemnity of doctors. Given more than 60 talks on medical legal aspects pan-India, has authored medical legal topics in the API textbook and 2 other books published from AHPI. He's a faculty for the Anna Institute of Management, Government of Tamil Nadu, and for several medical colleges for medical legal topics. He's a recipient of the Best Doctor Award from the Dr. MGR Medical University and Doctor's Day Award from the Government of Tamil Nadu. The session will be chaired by Dr. Ram Arankar. Dr. Ram is an MBBS LLB FCGP, a family physician at Indapur since last 47 years. He's a past president of IMA Maharashtra State, past chairman IMA Maharashtra State Social Security Scheme, worker as technical consultant, Unit 1 Maharashtra for IMA RNTCP project. He has received the Lifetime Achievement Award for 43 years of excellent service to IMA in 2011. He is a very creative person, an actor, writer, director, and an orator. Warm welcome, Dr. Ram Arankar sir. To co-chair the session, we have with us Dr. Snehal Fegde. Dr. Snehal is an MS General Surgeon, a director at Sri Swaminarayan Surgical Hospital, Jalgaon, professor of surgery, DUPMC, Jalgaon, Honorable Secretary of IMA Maharashtra State Hospital Board of India, Secretary, Jalgaon Surgical Society, and executive member of MASI. I would now request Dr. Ram Arankar sir to please invite the speaker to deliver his talk. Dr. Ram sir.
Arankar sir, you'll need to unmute yourself. Arankar sir. Arankar sir.
Am I audible? No?
Yes, sir. Oh, sir. Ahat.
Yeah. At the outset, I must thank Dr. Archana, Dr. Mangesh, and the Dombivli branch, because you have taken very unique and vital subjects. Rather, you have covered the whole jurisprudence in all these 2 days conference or webinar. I really wonderful. I really thank you for the same, and thankful to you for calling me here also. Now I welcome Dr. T.N. Ravishankar to start his topic. Thank you.
Sir, you are the co-host. You'll be able to share your screen.
Are you able to see my screen, madam?
Yes, sir. If you can just make it full screen.
Full screen, yeah. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
My voice is fine?
Yes, sir. Voice is fine.
Thank you. Thank you. I am in Dombivli branch. I think celebrating a golden jubilee is a big hallmark in the branch. Keeping the medical fraternity together for such a long time, being very active branch, and I have sent leaders to the national level also, and to the council everywhere known. Dombivli branch is being known all over the country. It's a pan-India branch. Thank you, and I think only 4 of us are coming from outside Maharashtra to give a talk. And I have been sandwiched between 2 great speakers, one of your lawyer just an extraordinary talk, extraordinary talk. You can't have anybody like that to give a talk on labor laws in the country for the medical fraternity. And then KK is to follow me. He's another expert in the medical legal. I think hats off to Dombivli branch. And I know Archana madam being such an active person, and Mangesh sir also, who used to call me in my nickname TM. Thank you, and let me go into the Drugs and Cosmetic Act. It runs to 600 odd pages. I can't give anything in a very short format, but I will try to give certain valuable points for the medical fraternity. And I think 2 days have just been brainwashed or infused so much of knowledge into our people that I think at the fag end of the day, I think anger is going to take over the people's gastric because rather than the knowledge that we are going to give them. I'll go through it quickly so that the next speaker I would like to also listen to Dr. J.K. sir. The Drugs and Cosmetic Act that had come into the country even before our independence. The rules was also.
May I disturb you for a minute? Your voice is, I mean, the quality is not stable, voice quality.
That's
a little bit louder or perhaps.
Okay. Can you hear me now better?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All these acts have been much before our independence. Very old act, like how our lawyer said. It's all still old, but that certain things have come into the parliament 48 hours ago. We will see that also at the end of the slides. The Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substance Act is there. The Drugs and Magic Objectionable Advertisement Act 1954. I'm saying this is all known to everybody. Form 19, 19A, 19C. The Schedule X is included. You need to pay extra money. All the 3 licenses will have to be obtained for running a medical shop in your hospital. Your code of medical ethics does not allow you to own a medical shop under your name. But in the hospital, it is you who own the medical shop. And that is possible because it is in a hospital, you come into a different category at that point of time. I think this may not be seen properly. When you start a medical shop, you might have a rented premises. You need to have the agreement in a non-judicial paper for 50 rupees with a no objection from the owner to have your pharmacy. The blueprint layout of the medical store will have to be there. Business statutory document that the sole proprietor, limited liability, partnership, hospital ownership, everything like that. You need to have the covering letter as well as the payment challan, which I said already 1,500 for the 19 and another 500 extra for 19C. You have to have a qualified pharmacist who are appointed. Appointment order, the acceptance letter also will have to be there, and you will also have to provide an affidavit with this proof, evidence, and residence of proof and photograph. And there has to be people. You can't have a pharmacist all round the clock. Somebody has to be a pharmacist to authorize the shop. And if you are running a hospital pharmacy, you need to have at least 3 pharmacists as per the rotational time of 8 hours according to labor law. You need to have at least 3 people on your payrolls, the proof of residence and photograph. And there has to be trained people with at least 6 months of experience to manage the sales in the shop. And any other law that can come anytime is also applicable every time. This is what the background is, only the Apollo, the Greek god of Apollo. That is why it was not seen properly here. 10 square meter area is needed for a retail shop. And if you want to have the wholesale business, you need to have a 15 square feet. A working refrigerator to store the vaccine, insulin, and some liquids, antibiotics, which need to be stored at a lower temperature. An invoice of the refrigerator with the working certificate is absolutely needed. So also for an air conditioner that has to be installed there, the working certificate. Significant numbers of cupboards to store in the different types of drugs and pharmaceutical preparations. Today, you have ready-made kits available all over. What are the major documents? Details of the documents: the date of purchase of the drug, the name and address of the person from whom, and the number of relevant license from whom you have purchased the drug, the name of the drug, the quantity of the batch number, and the name of the manufacturer of the drug. All these things can be simply be handled in your pharmacy if you have a software for your pharmacy. Today, pharmacy is the one which is maintaining the hospital. And even if you are a single clinic practitioner, if you are a family practitioner, if you start generating 50 prescriptions a day, you are eligible, or you will be making a profit if you run a medical shop adjacent to your place, 100 square meters, additionally employing a person to manage it with your AC and everything. It is a business nuisance of that. And I think every one of us should learn to have your own pharmacy, even if you are an outpatient clinic practitioner. And there are several schedules of drugs starting from A to Z. Two important things that we will have to see is the Schedule C containing various biological products and the regulation, example, the serum, adrenaline, or whatever it is. The other one is the F, Schedule F, which contains regulation and standards of running a blood bank. Madam had also asked me to talk something about the blood bank. The other regulation also, which is going to be important, is 9, contains various regulations and requirements of a pharmacy. Generally, what is that? We will have to look through it little later. And then Schedule P contains regulations regarding life, period, and storage of various drugs. All other things are related to the pharmacy in one way or another, including the trial, Ayurvedic drugs, the business standard, or whatever it is. Some of the schedule which is very important in our day-to-day practice are just Schedule D drugs. Most of these drugs are hormonal preparations, and it will have a label. It is dangerous to be dispensed without a medical prescription and without a medical supervision. Example of these substances are testosterone, hydroxyurea, carbutinate, primidone, etc. Schedule H. The drug labels will have the RX index. Schedule H warning will be not to be sold by retail without the prescription of a registered medical practitioner. It can only be supplied to licensed parties. That is from a wholesale to the retailer. It cannot be sold without a prescription, and only the amount specified in the prescription shall be sold. The date and time of prescription must be noted. All these things are easily computerized for making the job simpler for you. And the most written is there are 536 drugs listed in this as per 2006. But then now it has crossed around 600. Schedule X is the most important one, which has to be preserved the prescription also for 2 years period. Quite often in our country, the patients keep using the prescription for years together for themselves. They will never give the prescription to us, to the pharmacy or whatever it is. But here, as according to the rules, Schedule X drugs, the prescription has to be retained by the pharmacy or the hospital, whichever there they have it, for a period of 2 years, which is practically not happening, I'm sure, at least 98% in our country. Schedule J, most of us would have not been known. It contains a list of various diseases and conditions that cannot be treated under any drug currently in the market. No one may claim legally to have claimed treatment to these diseases. If you go through the certain diseases on this, most of them are corrected by surgery. Cataract, appendix, deafness, disease and disorders of the uterus, AIDS, angina pectoris. I think you can understand that this Drugs and Cosmetic Act has been so well written and designed. Still, there are certain things which are obsolete. Schedule X, we have already seen it. You need to write the date of transaction, time of supply, date of transaction, quantity received, name of the drugs dispensed, quality supplied, manufacturer's name, batch name. It has to be kept separately under lock and key. Name and address of the patient and the purchase will have to be for 2 years. A reference number of the prescription, bill number and date in respect of the purchase, signature of the person, and through supervision, the drug has been supplied. It usually has to be the pharmacist who are under role in your pharmacy. If it is in a hospital, 3 people will be there, or at least 2 people will be there. Procedures in running a pharmacy, there are lots and lots of procedures. And if you are having a software, I think the umpteen number of software are available in the country but they will be able to help you to manage, maintain the running of the pharmacy so easily. If you have a pharmacist leaving, you have to inform back again the licensing authority and relieving order, the new person coming in, and all these things will have to be filled up properly and everything. See, it is not only in income tax that we need to file the, as the lawyer said, annual accounts, even in the biomedical waste, even in your labor law, everywhere, everything, you need to file annually the returns. The same way here, any changes that happens in your pharmacy will have to be informed to the licensing authority, and there are humpty number of rules that are there, which will have to be applicable. The random letters, the random laws that are there. There is one rule, 20A and 21A, which most of us don't know. We always keep asking whether a small clinic can have some drugs and dispense the drugs, or give it along with your consultation fee to the patient, and so that your income is little bit increased. That is rule 20 to a form 20A and 21A, 62A rule. Restricted license in form 20A and 21A shall be issued and subject to the discretion of the licensing authority to the dealers or persons in respect of the drugs whose sales does not require the supervision of a qualified person. Over-the-counter drugs, OTC drugs, are such drugs that can be provided in this way. I think people who are in the rural area should utilize this section of the Drug and Cosmetic Act, so that they do make a little bit of profit out of the profession, because this profession doesn't allow you to make a big profit. The pharmacy does it. Dr. Jayesh Lili has told about the GST. I think GST in the hospital sector is 100% applicable in the pharmacy, even when there is a turnover of 40 lakhs or supply goods and service interstate. No change in the tax all over the country. It is a uniform code, 5%, 12%, and 18%. Most of it are landing at 12 and 18%. Very, very few are in there in the 5%. And GST is applicable in our pharmacy. This is only one place where we have to do. The most important thing in the GST is there is a specific date before which you will have to file the GST. Beyond that date, every day delay is going to be a fine of 500 rupees. I think it's the 15th of every month or 20th of every month. I'm not sure about it. And Maharashtra has one or two rules different. Lucky Maharashtra people are there. Food and Drugs Administration is the one which is authorized to provide you the license for your pharmacy. It's an online submission, GRAS system. In my state, you do apply online, but also go in person and give a hard copy to the person, so that only you can pay something above, below, or sides of the table. This is existing in our country, in my state, that most of the rules, most of the documents can be submitted online, but still they ask you to come and give it in a hard copy with them. The website which I have given you use the total information on how to get a license in the state of Maharashtra. I think narcotic drugs, everybody will be knowing what it is, cocaine and all these things. They cause people to be more awake and more active, not sleepy. These drugs are stimulants. They always think that narcotics are one which causes sleep, but then they are all stimulants. There are types of narcotics which has been scheduled internationally, and our country also had enacted the law. Schedule 1 is the heroin, which has got the worst of it, and Schedule 5 is the one, codeine, which has got the least. Less than 200 milligrams come under Schedule 5. Most of the cough syrups, and there has already been a ban on the codeine sulfate being added on the cough syrups. And this is the background of the narcotic law that exists in our country. The Drugs Control Act 1950 is an act of the Parliament of India which regulates the prices. The maximum price is also listed there. And the drugs, and when you want to get a narcotic license, I think you need to go into a separate section and get it. And because it comes under the customs, sorry, I just could not recollect it immediately. That's another department, Central Excise. We need to file a application to the drug controller, and then also to the Central Excise, and then get the license for it. There are a few drugs that we keep using in our surgical theater. are all coming under the Narcotic Drugs Act, and we need to get a separate license for it. There are people who keep supplying these drugs directly from the wholesale. Keeping them under you is under the risk for you to be arrested, because you know the Narcotic Drugs license is very, very stringent. And if you possess any drugs which are classified as narcotic, you can be arrested without any question. And it will be take a long time for you to come out of your prison. So it is better that you take license. What we hospitals will most of the time do is, when we are applying for NABH, that's the time that we try to apply for it. It is not fair, and it is not the typical Indian population who are supposed to abide by the law of the country. And I wanted to talk about the blood banks, which is another one which is a big issue in our country. Schedule F of the Drugs and Cosmetic Act talks about the licensing, storing, and everything about the blood banks. It's called the blood manufacturing. The section F is for manufacturing of products. Blood is also considered to be something like manufacturing. Blood banks, human blood banks, covered under the definition of the drugs, blood with anticoagulants. The blood components are obtained, derived, or separated from a unit of blood, and blood products are obtained from the pooled plasma or blood from fractionation drawn from the donor. These are definitions given in the Schedule F. And who is the licensing authority? Once again, in our state is the Food and Drug. Also, we need to get the approval from the National AIDS Control Organization, the Drug Controller from the Government of India, and from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. The Supreme Court in 1996 has banned the commercial donors, and they have also asked to formulate national and state transfusion councils. There are umpteen number of government blood banks, pseudo-government, or charity organizations which keep running the blood banks. The basic need for blood banks is Form 27, 100 square meters of area. Apophysis another 10 square meter, and if you are going to have components, another 50 square meter that will have to be there. These are the minimum things. The license is granted with the Form 28C. You need to maintain the records, documents, reagents, equipments, etc. Refrigeration with a capacity of 4 to 6 degrees centigrade with a recording thermometer and an alarm device has to be there. A compound microscope, a centrifuge table with a centrifuge, water bath 37 degrees to 56 for all sterilization, 37 to 56 degrees centigrade, not Fahrenheit. Incubator with thermostat control, mechanical shaker, ELISA reader. I think all these things, you know, you need to do a lot of screening for all the blood that has been given into your blood bank. Doctor with a 6-month experience, preferably something today with MD transfusion medicine. A registered nurse who is also experienced, a blood bank technician with a master's in laboratory technician and a laboratory assistant. All these things, these are certain things that are needed in a blood bank to be established regularly. You need to educate your donor, assess their fitness. Your premises also has to be kept clean. Blood storage and inventory management. Once again, I keep stressing, and if you have a good software for it, I think it's an easy job for you on documentation, because it is a documentation that is going to help you if you are going to land up in trouble in your practice. And I'm almost finished through the pharmacy, blood bank, narcotics. We keep talking to our members about trying to follow the rules again and again. Most of the rules are not known to us, but then I think the last decade, IMA has taken lots and lots of effort to educate our members on the law. But we have not taken one step ahead in trying to educate us on how to make an ethical money, how to earn for your practice. Of course, your profession uses lots of money, reputation, and something which is unmatched in the society, being a doctor. I think we are all gifted to have been a professional in this profession. And even if we get another chance to come back to this world, I think we'll also love to be back as a doctors. And let me go through quickly some few slides which I have taken from an auditor group. I forgot to note down. I really apologize, and I have to thank those people for giving me that highlight that I have to talk something about e-pharmacy sector in India, which is an upcoming. Today, everything has become digitalized. And tomorrow, AI will almost become a normal sequence in our profession also. I have written an article in some other journal where I said when telemedicine was not at all been recognized, today telemedicine has been given 48 pages in our code of medical ethics. When telemedicine is given 48 pages tomorrow, AA also will be given 400 pages to be followed in our country. And if AA is going to be there, e-pharmacy is there. E-pharmacies in India are online pharmaceutical platforms which enable customers to purchase medical, health supplements, nutrition, etc. online. It has come to a big level. 20% of increase in pharmacy sale annually is there being seen in our country. Penetration of e-pharmacy has been primarily in the urban and metro regions, but then tier 2 and 3 and 4 cities can definitely, people practicing that could make a little bit of extra money for that practice. The third largest pharmaceutical market in terms of volume is the e-market. 13th largest pharmaceutical market terms value in the international arena is from our country. High discounts and low price, that is the one that the chemists follow on the e-pharmacy supply. E-pharmacy increase in health insurance access has allowed people to buy on the e-pharmacy. Government schemes have allowed 100% of foreign direct investments are there in the pharmacy sector. Increased spending on medicine by the Indian households, changing and growing patterns of the disease allow people to have everyday medications. And when it is going to be everyday medications, today with such a digital platform, people don't want to go to the pharmacy to buy it. If we are not going to provide, then Zomato and all these people will come into the field to take it up. This is how most of our business has been taken over by other people. The sweat analysis also had been done by the people, which is really encouraging for us to do e-pharmacy from our hospital or individual pharmacy. The same law is applicable. Additional Information Technology Act 2000 also is being incorporated when you are trying to sell your medicines to the pharmacy. And there are certain mandatory things that will have to be there. There must be a pharmacist and a registered chemist on the board. The drug prescriptions must be valid for accepting orders. Still must be signed by registered pharmacists or chemists. All drugs orders must be monitored by registered pharmacists. Drugs must be sent from a chemist, a retail license in case of marketplace model. I think this is what I wanted to tell, not only the law adherence, but also how a little bit of business also can be taken up by us. The one new change that has come, the present union government has brought in Jan Vishwa bill. There is a change in the Drug and Cosmetic Act which has been debated in the parliament. There are a lot of imprisonment punishments when you are trying to manufacture spurious drugs, small drugs, or whatever it is. And today, government has come to the extent they're compounding the punishment of only the fine instead of facing imprisonment. When there was fine of 1,000 rupees and 2 years imprisonment or 6 months imprisonment, the government has proposed to have a fine of 5 lakhs. The government now does not want people to be in jail and waste their money in maintaining them. Then at the one point of time, they get the big money of fine. This is a changing scenario that number of outdated laws, nearly 42 laws has been changed now. 2 days back, this has been brought in the parliament. Everybody would have seen it in the newspapers. This is what change that has been done, giving more fine, less people in the jail. Thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you, Archana Madam, for giving this opportunity to be on Sunday afternoon to be with you all, to share a little bit of my knowledge. But at the same time, I have accrued lots and lots of knowledge from yesterday afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the very informative and precise talk. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Dr. Snehal Phegre, sir, to please take up the questions from the audience. Yes, sir. Over
Very
to you,
excellent presentation, sir. There is one question from Dr. Ravi Kumar, sir, that in future medical equipments will come under Drugs and Cosmetic Act. Is it true?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's already a bill that has been presented in the parliament, Drugs and Device Law bill. Sir, everything in our country is produced as a bill and then it makes us to act. Even today, the whole session for the last 2 days, let's act. It's let's act. When it is a bill, you need to pay money. When it has been passed in the parliament, the country people will have to act on it. And that is what they're acting. Yes, it is there in the pipeline. It might come at any time. It is there already in the parliament, sir.
Okay. And recently in market, codeine preparations are banned. And what is the status? Because in Maharashtra, the drug inspectors have started the checking medical stores and they are reading
Yes, yes. Codeine sulfate, Codista, I think the brand is known to people, and generally we don't try to talk about brands. It's still available in the market, sir. But if you possess it and if your drug inspector comes and inspects it, then you are in trouble. You
Sir,
cannot,
sorry. Yes, sir. Sorry. Please continue.
you cannot possess those codeine sulfate preparations in our pharmacy.
Okay. And the last question, sir, in as a doctor point of view, if we are storing narcotic drugs like Fortrin and any anesthetic drugs in our hospital, what precautions we should take? What are the registers we need to maintain?
You need to have one person in charge of the drug. That person should be possessing the key where the drugs is being typed. And every ampule that is being used will have to be taken back by the person and stored it. It is in the narcotic drug. If the ampules are being used, the ampule will have to come back to the storage center. Only with returning the broken ampules will you be able to get back the drug from the wholesale distributor. This is very important, which I have forgotten to inform. Thank you. Thank you for highlighting it, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So we have one more question which has just come up. We have Dr. Neeta Mane who has raised a hand. She would like to ask a question.
Yes, Dr. Mane, I have asked you to unmute yourself. Please ask your question. Dr. Mane, please unmute yourself.
I think that was.
I think she may not be able to.
Wrongly
There
raised.
is one. Okay. There's one question here. The medical chemists are refusing to give medicine alprazolam, Trica, or Reston in spite of prescription. Why? Question has been asked by Dr. Ashok Koparde.
No, probably the date. The date would be 1st of a month and only 10 tablets would have been prescribed. How will they give it on the 11th of the month? The one thing that we always don't do it is in the prescription, there should be a seal that the prescription has been honored with so much of drugs. I think we always envy the Bombay or the Maharashtra people. When you write 10 tablets, the pharmacist will give only 10 tablets. But in our state, they keep cutting and giving it. And then if every prescription actually should have a seal that the drug has been dispensed for it, which is not happening. That's the issue.
Right, absolutely. So Dr. Fegre, sir, we have any more questions, sir?
So I think there is no question now.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I thank the respected speaker, Honorable Chairperson and the Co-Chairperson. I would like to, on behalf of Indian Medical Association, Dombivli, I would like to present the...
Can you, sir, Arankar, sir, could you please summarize the session?
Oh,
yes, please.
Yes.
Yes, please. Hello. I'm
yes,
audible.
sir, you're audible. You're audible, sir.
I really appreciate the lecture of Dr. Ravi Shankar. He has simplified everything from having a qualified pharmacist, then secondly, having the management of blood bank, having the management of narcotic drugs, and all the acts he has simplified very nicely so that you should know before you start something what are your requirements. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Archana, can we present the certificate here, please? Yes. On behalf of Indian Medical Association, Dombivli, we would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. T.N. Ravi Shankar for the comprehensive and elaborate session for medical professionals on drugs and cosmetic rules during the online Medico Legal Let's Act Summit organized by IMA Dombivli on Sunday, 30th July 2023.
Thank you, madam.
With all respect, sir, we thank you. We thank Ravi Shankar, sir. We thank Dr. Arankar, sir, and Dr. Fegre, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Over to you, Dr. Archana, ma'am.
Thank you, Ravi Shankar, sir. It was wonderful session. And as you always, you were so eloquent and absolutely elaborate. Thank you so much, sir. To all the delegates who are over here, all the session recordings, the sessions are going live on our YouTube channel of IMA Dombivli. The channel is with the name IMA Dombivli. and the recordings will be available there. So anybody wishes to access the recordings at a later date, you can very well do so from IMA Dombivli YouTube channel. So with this, my sincere thanks in regards to Arankar sir, Phegde sir for chairing and co-chairing the session. And thank you, Dr. Meena Pruthi for moderating the session. And now, we see when I look at the time, I'm seeing that the summit has already run 1 hour extra into, the expected time, and still we are having almost 300 participants. And this is probably telling us so much that the treasure of knowledge that they are taking today from this summit is so huge that people really want to enjoy the summit and take home the necessary learnings from the summit till the end. So with this, we come to the last session. Thank you, Jayakrishnan sir, for waiting. Thank you for waiting patiently, rather, I would say, because we really made you wait for an hour. And with this, we move on to the last session, and that is the health insurance market in India is growing rapidly. Approximately 514 million people across India were covered under health insurance schemes till 2021, but this merely covers 37% of the people in the country. Country's healthcare insurance sector hardly meets its basic objective to reduce out-of-pocket expenditure. In healthcare insurance sector, there are public sector units as well as private players. Government has also floated its various health insurance schemes. But do these government schemes and health insurance schemes from the private sector have positive attitude towards healthcare establishments? To speak on healthcare insurance and government health schemes, we have with us Dr. A.V. Jayakrishnan. To chair this session, I invite upon Dr. Rajan Sancheti sir, and the co-chair for this session is Dr. Ashish Disawar. And I invite Dr. Sharad Gurav to moderate the session. Over to you, Dr. Gurav.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. Thank you very much, ma'am, for the introduction. It's my pride and privilege to have moderating this last session of the day, in spite of being a Sunday afternoon. As we said, the Zosh is still high, and this last topic is definitely not the least. It is the topic where everybody deals with this topic on a day-to-day basis, irrespective of your specialty. So for this topic, let me introduce the speaker for today, Dr. A.V. Jayakrishnan. He is going to be elaborating the healthcare insurance and government health scheme. He's a MS Ortho, MCH Neuro. He is the head of the Department of Neuro and Spine Surgery, Chief of Quality Control Program at EMS Memorial Cooperative Hospital and Research Center, Parithalamana, Kerala. Past state president and secretary of IMA Kerala, chairman, Professional Protection Scheme of IMA, past chairman, IMA HBI Kerala, member committee for drafting minimum standards of hospitals for clinical establishment in Kerala, member of minimum wages committee for hospitals and Ministry of Labour, Government of Kerala, assessor, National Accreditation Board for Hospitals, member Kerala State Medical Council. Also, I welcome our co-chair, I welcome our session chair, Dr. Rajan Sancheti. He is a DMS MBBS FCGP, past president-elect IMA Pune, medical officer at Bharti Medical College Hospital, Lavale, Pirangut, campus Pune, special interest in transfusion medicine, disaster management, excellence in healthcare award from Government of Maharashtra. He has won the COVID Warrior Award from IMA Maharashtra State and IMA headquarters. Also, I welcome Dr. Ashish Disawal, co-chair for this session. He is an ENT consultant from the Nagpur, special interest in hearing and speech disorder, past president IMA Nagpur, executive committee member IMA MS Social Security Scheme. So I welcome all the dignitaries, and I now request Dr. Rajan Sancheti sir to welcome our speaker and hand over the session to the speaker, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It is an honor and privilege to attend this session and a two-day series of various lectures on Let's Act Summit of empowering healthcare with quality and safety on this special occasion of Golden Jubilee Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Vijaya Lakshmi Shinde, President, Dr. Mangesh Pate, sir, Chairman EMF, Dr. Archana Pate, Madam Honorary Secretary, who had organized. And I would like to thank all the committee who has taken great efforts for all these 2 days, I would say action-packed. We are listening since yesterday. I was on full day also attending this session. Various acts I heard, and I do remember that in the morning, Dr. Ravi Shankar said, pray God to avoid litigation. Pray God to avoid litigations. So this lecture, I would say, would be a really boon, because today we are talking on healthcare insurance and government health schemes. We would like to enlighten from our stalwart speaker, Dr. Ravi Krishnan, sir. So instead of wasting much of time, I request sir to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jai Krishnan sir, you are co-host. You'll be able to share your screen.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. First of all, I thank the chairpersons for introducing me and sharing this session. I would also like to thank IMA Dombivli for organizing such an excellent session, which was rich in content for the past 2 days, and inviting me to have a talk on healthcare insurance and government schemes. I congratulate its president, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, Secretary Archana Pate, and Dr. Mangesh Pate for coordinating, and the whole Dombivli team. My responsibility today is to talk on healthcare insurance and government schemes. As you already know, it's a very wide topic. Actually, I will be just focusing on the key issues only, and not elaborating on any of the points, because it may take a lot of time. Now, as you already know, the government is also taking up providing healthcare services by purchasing healthcare from the private sector. And also in the private insurance companies are all offering insurance services to the public, which the public is purchasing directly. And as such, many of the government-funded schemes for the public is also running through the insurance sector, where the government is paying a premium for a certain section of the people. Why the government is purchasing health insurance? That's the first thing we should know. Why the government is purchasing health insurance is because the National Statistical Organization data suggests that there is a catastrophic health spending leading to poverty among people. It's assumed that as the out-of-pocket healthcare expenditure in the country is very high compared to developed and developing countries in India. If you consider any of the European countries where the healthcare is predominantly provided by the government itself, the out-of-pocket expenditure of healthcare is only 10%. That means they have to spend only 10% of the healthcare cost from their pocket. And in US and other countries where predominantly it is run through insurance schemes and government is not funding anything, still the out-of-pocket expenditure is less than 20%. And even some of the developed countries, our neighboring countries also have very low out-of-pocket expenditure, but we have a out-of-pocket expenditure. So when people in the poverty region or in the periphery of the poverty region, when they catch the disease and have spent money, then become poor or they become more poor. That is the finding of the National Statistical Organization. And another thing is that now the government is going for the reaching the sustainable development goals by the United Nations. And this SDG goals mandates that we should have a universal healthcare. And universal access and affordability are the critical limiting factors for achieving these sustainable development goals. And government wants to fill this healthcare gap early, and government sector is not able to provide healthcare to all. That's another thing. Although there's a large healthcare gap, government is not directly able to provide healthcare to all the people who require healthcare in the country. And hence, they are planning to purchase healthcare from the private sector and provide to the poor. That is called the strategic purchasing. But why they are starting these programs like Ayushman Bharat, some of the states have their own scheme is that as the government sector is not able to provide all the healthcare to the poor, especially in the secondary and tertiary areas, they are purchasing healthcare from the private sector and providing to the poor. That's their plan. And it is estimated that 30% of the population is vulnerable by either they fall in the BPL category or they may be in the periphery of the poverty area. And as such, the Ayushman Bharat scheme by the central government envisages to provide 5 lakh per year coverage for seeking healthcare in private sector by the vulnerable population. So that population may come to approximately 30 to 40 crores if you consider. And the states are also running similar schemes in parallel or in combination with central scheme. That's the situation here. And what are the real issues for providing healthcare to these underprivileged people in the poverty line, near poverty line, etc.? The first issue is the public funding. The public funding is meager. As you already know, the GDP in healthcare provided in the budget, the health allotment is only at around 2%. And if it's above 5%, appropriate funding can be provided for all the healthcare schemes. But this public funding is lacking. Still, the health outlay is very low. That is one of the major issues. And second thing is lack of human resources. Actually, we cannot call it lack of human resource, but we have to call it a skewed distribution of human resources. Some of the states may have sufficient number of medical colleges, sufficient medical manpower, etc. But some of the states like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, etc. may be lacking in human resources and manpower. So actually there is a skewed distribution of human resources, but the government is not able to uniformly distribute the human resources. And Indian Medical Association has earlier research suggested a national medical service through which the government of India should recruit a medical manpower and distribute it to the various states under the terms and conditions provided by the central government as provided for the Indian Administrative Service, etc. And another problem is lack of infrastructure. Actually, even when there is some human resources provided by bond scheme to the postgraduates, MBBS students, etc., but still the infrastructure is poor. Many of the hospitals are not equipped. They don't have good roads to approach the institution, etc. And another thing is there is no improvement in social determinants of health. Only even if there is some improvement in health infrastructure, but the sanitation, water, quality of water, food, and all the social determinants of health are not addressed properly. That is another big issue facing for universal health care. And there may not be proper development in many of the rural areas. And as such, the government is not having a long-term plan to mitigate all these issues. Actually, what they are having is a very short-term plan. For example, they have to attain sustainable development goals by 2030. So to suddenly increase the manpower, they may be allotting some medical colleges. They may be planning to have some bridge courses for giving practicing rights to the Ayurveda, Homeo people, etc. Alternatives, empowering alternative systems. These are actually their short-term goals. They are not going in it for any long-term goals. And the problems of public funded healthcare, it may be, as you already know, the first problem is the meager funds. Because if you consider 5 lakh healthcare, 5 lakh insurance care is being provided to all the 40 crore people, that may require funds to the tune of around 30 to 35 crores every year to be allotted to the Ayushman Bharat scheme only. But if you see, the Ayushman Bharat scheme allotment for 2022 was only 6,300 crores. And for the next year, 2003, it was 1,000 crore less. So actually the funds allotted to the government funded schemes are meager. Then there are insurance versus trust models. But when it's an insurance model, actually the insurance sector takes up some 30 to 40% for administrative charges, and the actual allotment will be further 60% less. And if it's a trust model, there may be a lack of funds, lot of corruption, everything happening when the government is directly funding this public funded healthcare model. That's another issue. But the basic issue is low package rates. Whether it's an insurance model or trust model, there are low package rates allotted to the hospitals, and hospitals are forced to give secondary and tertiary care to the poor people within their limitation of very low package rates. That is one of the biggest issues. Then there are issues with empanelment of hospitals. And another big issue is, even if the healthcare is provided with the package rates provided by the government, there is a payment failure or delayed payment from the part of the government, and the hospitals continue to suffer. Then another issue is non-eligible population becoming beneficiaries. So actually, some of these schemes are supposed to function with cross-subsidy. When the non-eligible population also become beneficiaries of the schemes, this cross-subsidy system itself does not function. And the cross-subsidy system is actually illegal, because previously in many situations, the Supreme Court and many other courts have ruled that cross-subsidy is illegal, because you cannot take money from a particular person to give something to the poor people. So cross-subsidy itself is illegal. And I am not going into the details of the private insurance sector, because it's a very wide topic. But the issues with the private insurance area itself is almost same as which the hospitals are facing with the public funded healthcare insurance also. Because when you see the private insurance sector, they come with package rates. The package rates are not adequate. Second thing is lack of timely payment, because they bring in lot of issues, lot of documentations, etc. And so the payment will be delayed. And then there are issues with empanelment, all those things. And there are a lot of issues. Actually, the issues faced by the private insurance companies and hospitals, that itself was a topic for a 2-day summit, which was conducted by the Hospital Board of India at Coimbatore. So I'm not going into the details of the scheme. So I have just enumerated the key issues, and the solutions we have to find is, one thing is we have to be united. Because in any of the issues faced by suppose if the hospital want to increase the package rate by the private insurance or the government insurance, then there should be some unified efforts. If some of the healthcare institutions are immediately joining any of the programs and there is no protest, then there cannot be any change in the situation which is happening over there. And the association should continuously demand and bring out the issues in public, that the meager funds is the basic issue and not the issue of the hospital, that the healthcare is not being provided to them. And the package rate should be increased. And ideally, for public funded insurance care, the trust model would have been better. But the administration is always poor. And so if it's with a better package rate, the insurance model will be working better for public funded health programs also. And problems with empanelment, timely paying, everything should be settled. These are some of the issues, the solutions we can find for the issues. I'm not going into any of the details. If you have any of the things coming for discussions, we can continue. Due to the positive time and not elaborating any of the issues, thank you, M.A. Dombivli, for the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your information on this topic. May I now request our co-chair for this session, Dr. Ashish Disawal, to have some questions, if any.
First of all, thanks a lot, Dr. A.V. Jayakrishnan, sir, for a very fruitful, through the point presentation. I'm sure it was an eye-opener for highlighting the importance of unity of our association. And also my sincere thanks to President Dr. Shinde Madam, Dr. Mangesh Pate sir, Dr. Archana Madam, and entire Dombivli team for this very unique 2 days Let's Act Summit. No, for any queries, I would like to hand over to our moderator, Dr. Sharad Gurau. Please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, my question to Dr. Jayakrishnan sir is that, sir, being a surgeon, we often face the issue that insurance packages are usually. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah. So insurance packages are usually put in a same scale, whether it is the 20-year-old patient, fit patient for appendectomy and a 15-minute case, whether it is the 80-year-old cardiac patient, high-risk patient for appendectomy, which might be a complicated appendectomy and it might take up to 3 hours, and some many times laparotomy also. So both the packages are put in the same scale. Then how can we manage this? Because that patient is going to prolonged hospitalization care, ICU setup maybe. So how to inform them to the companies that these two are different things, even if they sound similar?
This was an important issue raised by most of the healthcare organizations during the last insurance summit. And as such, we have demanded that this patients package rates for patients with comorbidities and those without comorbidities should not be the same. It should be different. Till then, till the solution is found out, what we can do is to evaluate the comorbidities and other things. A separate admission should be done prior to the surgical admission, and then deal all the comorbidities, optimize them, discharge, and then admit them for the particular process. That is the only solution.
I think
Sir, your screen is frozen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir, for the practical answer. Let's hope that there will be a long-term solution for this problem. For now, I will request chair for the session, Dr. Rajan Sancheti, sir, to summarize the session.
Actually, I would like to thank Jayakrishnan, sir, for elaborating his last topic. I would say last and the best. A lot of things are to be spoken in healthcare and insurance sector. But I think we should stop at that, being overtime for all the things. But whatever the session was, I would say it was really fruitful. I think all the faculties delivered really in a very nice way, excellent way. Jayakrishnan sir also very elaborately told us about all the insurance things. But one thing I would like to ask, sir, there are a lot of hospitals coming up for cashless service. They are going for health cards. And a lot of insurance are there. I won't elaborate the names. There are different names, different companies going on. And for doctors, actually, we should have some separate session for this insurance. You had a summit at national headquarters at Coimbatore. So we request that we can have one session, one-day session from any of the state branches, or we from IIMA Pune can also volunteer for the same. Thank you very much. And thanks, sir, and all the team of Dombivli who has done a great job. Each and every member has taken, I would say, great efforts for this 2-day session. I was completely mesmerized with a lot of marathon talks. I won't name because it will be injustice, but we have to bring justice to all our faculty members, delegates who have been attending since 2 days. Thanks to all. Thanks to all Dombivli branch, especially Dr. Mangesh Pate sir, Archana madam, Dr. Vijayalakshmi Shinde ma'am, and all of the team of Dombivli. Thank you very much. Good day.
Thank you, sir. So nice to hear words of appreciation from you. So on behalf of IIMA Dombivli, we are proud to present certificate of appreciation to Dr. A.V. Jayakrishnan sir for his comprehensive session for medical professionals on healthcare, insurance, and government health schemes during the online medical legal Let's Act Summit organized by IIMA Dombivli on Sunday, 30th July of 2023. Sir, you will be getting this certificate on email as well. So, yeah. So to conclude this session, I would like to first thank for the patience for our speaker, co-chair and chair, sir, and also for their attendance and taking time, your precious time for us. So I also thank the team for giving me this opportunity. Now I hand over to our MOC, Dr. Archana Pate madam, for further proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharad. Thank you, Jayakrishnan sir, for that wonderful session, and thank you, Sancheti sir and Disawal sir, for chairing and co-chairing the session. Thank you, Dr. Sharad, for moderating the session. To answer the question which is repeatedly being asked on the chat box, are the recordings of these sessions going to be available? The sessions are available on IIMA Dombivli YouTube channel. For last 2 days, they've been going live, and these recordings will remain on IIMA Dombivli YouTube channel. So you can access IIMA Dombivli YouTube channel at any time, and you can access the recordings. So with this, with 2 days having gone nicely, now it is a happy moment for me to present a vote of thanks. My sincere thanks to all eminent speakers of both the days, Dr. Jayan Navrange sir, Dr. Dinesh Thakre sir, Dr. Mangesh Pate sir, Dr. Sanjay Patil sir, Dr. R.V. Asokan sir, Advocate Rohit Erande sir, Dr. Vivek Tilwani, Pallavi Saple madam, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra sir, Dr. Hemant Sunanis, Dr. A.K. Ravi Kumar, Dr. Manish Machwe, Dr. Atul Ganatra, Dr. Jayesh Lele, Dr. Anil Patil, Advocate Pankaj Moholkar, Dr. T.N. Ravi Shankar, Dr. A.V. Jayakrishnan. The sessions were phenomenal, wonderful, so educative, so informative that I'm sure all our participants have taken home a lot of things, a lot of take-home messages, and I'm sure they will be very, very, very useful to them in their day-to-day practice. Thank you to President IIMA Maharashtra State, Dr. Ravindra Kute sir, for gracing the occasion. Thank you to all the national and state IIMA dignitaries who have attended the session and chaired and co-chaired the session over the last 2 days. Thank you, President IIMA Dombivli, Dr. Vijayalakshmi Shinde, for putting the faith and her great support for the entire session. Thank you, Patron IIMA Dombivli, Dr. Mangesh Pate, for conceptualizing the whole idea and helping in forming the program framework. Thank you to my Let's Act organizing team. I want everybody to put their videos on because I'm going to be introducing everybody to the Let's Act core organizing team. I'll just put it on the gallery mode so that everybody is seen. Can I just have a hi from the team once I take the name? Yes. So Let's Act core organizing team and moderators for the session. Dr. Vijayalakshmi Shinde, please say hi to the audience. Yes, Dr. Niti Upasni, Dr. Hemant Patil, Dr. Makrand Ganpule, Dr. Meena Pruthi, Dr. Suneet Upasni, Dr. Sharad Gurav, Dr. Suchitra Kamath.
Nice to be with you all.
Hi.
Dr. Suchitra Kamath, Dr. Ashwini Acharya, Dr. Vijay Chinchole, Dr. Swati Gurav, Dr. Purva Chaudhary, and finally, sincere thanks to all the delegates who have attended the 2-day session so sincerely. We crossed actually a landmark registrations, for this summit. We had about more than 1,000, because we actually had crossed, we stopped registrations at 1,000. We went on receiving requests. So we crossed 1,100 registrations for this particular summit. So great work to the entire team, and thank you to all the delegates for sincerely attending the session on both the days. If you have not yet filled the feedback form, I request all of you to please put in your remarks in the feedback form, and please do go back to the session and check out on the important sessions which you may have missed over the last 2 days. So till we meet again, thank you and goodbye from Team IMA Dombivli. Thank you so much, everybody. The feedback form is in the chat box. If anybody wants to write anything in the feedback form, just click on the Google link and you can write in the feedback form. Yes, there's a question how to get certificates. There will be no physical certificates for the CME. All those who have attended the sessions for the last 2 days, we will take some time to verify the attendance, and we will be uploading the MMC credit points. 3 credit points have been granted to this 9-hour summit, and the credit points will be directly uploaded on the MMC website, and the credit points will be reflected directly in the delegates MMC web page. Say it will take about a month's time for us to sort all the attendance and upload it, and the points to reflect it in your account.